want to stick with the stairs? Mr. Charles is here.
Yeah, I do want to stick with the stairs. Ask him to go up there with me.
He's all right with that.
Yeah.
We need to get the chairs though then.
Yeah, but not yet. I can't get them yet. They're in Ty and Steve's.
Okay.
So we're just gonna stand up there for a minute, for
Okay.
a half hour against the railing.
There's no chance they're up?
They might be up. Here, you want me to text them? I'll say, are you up?
It's gotta come from you. I'm not quite there yet with times, Steve. The 6 a.m. text or whatever time, 7 a.m. text.
It's recording us, by the way. Hey, everybody.
Hey. Oh, you launched it? You kicked it off?
I did.
I'm gonna say that.
Oh, this is the
that's
Zoom
the-
side.
Yeah, they can see me now. Hey. Morning.
Yeah.
Morning from Selma. Nobody in Seattle's watching yet. Right? 5 a.m.
See, this is it. Like it's probably just me. I'm the only one.
Yeah, you're the only one. That's okay. This will be a great start on the recording.
It will. All right, I'm ready to, I just texted them. I'm ready to walk outside.
Okay. I'm just gonna go up and turn that camera on. That's a good
Good.
welcome.
Yes, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, but I need to grab chairs if they are.
Hey, everybody. We're just getting the final pieces here to start the day. I'm gonna go out in front of the main camera in just a second here, but we're just at this second we're gonna get the main camera turned on, and then I want to make sure we get it highlighted too. I hope you're all doing well. This is March 9th, 2025, live from Selma. Marching from Selma live, Common Power. A day when thousands will be in Selma. The daylight is just coming. Okay, there we go. Awesome. I'm gonna move outside to that location, and I'll see you in a minute. My man, we're all set. You want to come up? You want to hang out here for a few minutes? And we'll tell you what we need. One of them we call the fire escape, and I'm going to talk about Selma and set the scene with 3 marches. It would be a little bit of John Lewis supporters, and then I didn't know if you'd be here or not, so I was prepared to do that solo, but I haven't used it. Now, you can stay right in here if you want and talk and just join me by Zoom, whatever you want. But then I'm going to do that on some point for the next 90 minutes. It's better right now.
Hey, everybody. There's a lot of places, maybe over the scope of a lifetime, that are highlights. Birth of a child, wedding day, special moments for people in the family, sports championships. I've had a few of those, not personally, but as a fan. Detroit Tigers in 1984. Detroit Pistons in 1989, 1990. Detroit Red Wings, 1997, 98, 2002, and 2008. I'm just saying, all right? University of Michigan in basketball. I think that was 1993. No, it wasn't. Maybe 2003. I don't know, something like that. See, it wasn't as high a priority. And then it's Seattle Seahawks in 2013 season. And all of those were wonderful. And they're the kind of milestones or moments of a lifetime. Coming to Selma on the 50th anniversary 10 years ago, and coming to Selma today on the 60th anniversary. They're in that group. I'm David Donald. It's March 9th, 2025. It is little after 7 a.m. It was daylight savings switch last night, so it's more like 6 a.m. to everybody here. But that's it. I'm awake. I'm here, and I'm glad. I'm thrilled to be here. Thanks for joining these live streams, and for being part of the last couple of days with Common Power and with the thousands upon thousands of people. I'm here with I'm here with the folks that are just our colleagues, and they're the best. With Celestria Hill, with Luke Michener, Ivory Kennedy, Mr. Charles Mauldin is inside, and he thinks that he may or may not have much to contribute to this, but he's got a lot.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping he'll come in later. He's like, if you really need me, I'm like, well, yeah, you're incredible. He was sixth in line, the third row on Bloody Sunday. So he'll join us in a little bit of time here. It's about 45, 50 degrees out here. And, it's going to get up to 60. It's going to be an overcast day, a cloudy day. It looks like in Selma, or at least starting there. Could be rain, looking around. From what I've read about Bloody Sunday, March 7th, 1965, that was an overcast day also. They didn't start their march in the morning at 7 a.m. They started marching at 2 p.m. in the afternoon. And I'm going to talk about that march and the two marches that came after that. But I have read that it was an overcast day, and it was a quiet day. It was a day where people felt that there was something really big that was unfolding. And I love to be here while it's still quiet. I can hear the birds, hear the cars going by, and
This person's stopping.
yeah, they're stopping.
I mean, that's today. They just stopped and took a picture from the.
Is that what they did?
Yeah, I could see their.
They stopped and took a picture going across the bridge. Yeah, I got to tie my shoe.
These are the hard-hitting moments right here, David.
These are the moments that are going to win the Emmys right here.
Yeah, that's it. Stand a little more to your left.
To my left?
Right there, right there.
Yeah, sure. Luke Michener behind the camera.
Hey, folks.
I'm going to talk for a little while here about Selma. Right behind us is a police officers pulling up with the lights on. Right behind you, Luke. A couple of them. They're probably going to close off the street here pretty soon. or just be located there to direct traffic steadily over the next 7 hours, this place will get filled. Wow, that's going to be cool.
Yeah.
It's going to be cool. Get a time lapse video of this when it's all done, like where you time pull, telescope everything together.
I'm gonna get another phone.
Yeah. Yeah. That'd be a great idea. We have another
Tripod.
tripod in the main room,
Yeah.
the auditorium.
Yeah.
And just put it right here
Yeah.
for the next several hours.
Gotta find a phone.
Yeah. I mean, I got my phone right here. We can use that.
Yeah, but we need to text you.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead, Luke. Just go ahead.
All right, we'll figure it out.
Figure it out. Am I positioned good here?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. Oh, yep. They're moving some barricades over for sure. So what I want to do for the next, let me set the order for today, and I'll periodically update this as we go. I just broke these glasses. I literally just got these glasses 10 minutes ago, and I broke them. I want to, for the next 2 hours, for everybody's, I'm going to, I'll tell times in Eastern and Pacific times. We're starting at 8 o'clock this morning, a little bit after 8 o'clock right now, a.m. For the next 2 hours till about 10 a.m. Eastern time. I'm going to talk about Selma and set the scene and the voting rights work of 1965 in context. And that'll set up the Bloody Sunday marches, the march, but there was also 2 marches after that. Mr. Charles will hopefully join me as part of that. And then after that, at 10 o'clock Eastern time, 7 o'clock Pacific time, 9 o'clock Selma time, some of our educators, Luke Michener, Ivory Kennedy, probably a few others, are going to try to go live and tell us about the Teachers March of 1965, which was a crucial moment in the building of the campaign. And they're going to try to go live from the courthouse, which is 2 blocks away. And we're going to hear about that and the power of teachers then and the power of educators today. After that, at what will be 11 o'clock Eastern time, 8 o'clock Pacific time. No, that was that from stop. Let me see. Let me pull it out here. Try to do it from memory and just can't quite pull it off. Yeah, okay. So from 5 a.m. Pacific time till 7 a.m. Pacific time, it's going to be a chance for me to talk about Selma, to be joined by Charles Mauldin, talk about movements and change in the way in which we have to move our feet in the legendary words of John Lewis. We have to move our feet. At 7 o'clock Pacific time, that will be when we'll hear from our Educators for Democracy about the Teachers March of 1965 and educators today. At 8 o'clock Pacific time, 8 a.m., we're going to have a conversation with a person who is the head or part of a concerned group of white citizens in 1965 who stood up to support the Bloody Sunday marchers and all of the African Americans in this town, and are today back commemorating their 60th anniversary of fighting for justice. A conversation about the role of white allyship and historically and today, and talking about the necessity of all of us to heal from the kind of racial trauma that is endemic to America. At 9 a.m. Pacific time, we'll have the great honor of hearing and meeting with Dr. Harry Edwards, a sociologist at San Francisco State University, who has been long involved in the fight for racial justice in the sports arena in the United States, and is most famous for being the mentor to the two African-American Olympians in 1968 at Mexico City.
Tommy Smith and John.
Yeah, Tommy Smith and John Carlos, who raised their fists as Black Power salute on the medal stand after, I believe, winning 100 meters or the 200 meters. 200, and then were stripped of their medals for doing so. And we've had a chance to meet before with Dr. Edwards. He'll join us by Zoom. And it's just a great honor to have him here, his wisdom, his insights. Well, that's where we're going so far. We'll be joined along the way by Shomari Figures, hopefully the representative. We might get lucky and get some input from and Hakeem Jeffries, who's the Democratic minority leader in the Southwestern District in town. And then we're going to take in the march. So the march. And the march will come right along here and go across the bridge, all in the next 6 hours and 45 minutes. Okay. So the Selma campaign for voting rights did not begin in 1965. It began decades previous to that in the 1930s. And a person who was vital to that is a woman by the name of Amelia Boynton. And in about an hour, I'll share a photo of hers after we kind of go through some of this history and this honoring of the work of she and so many others. And Amelia Boynton, who we had a chance to talk about yesterday evening with her great grandson, Camus Boynton. And I'll be interested to see if Camus and his wife Kristen show up today because they were discussing that about whether they'd have time to come. I hope they can make it. The Boyntons, starting with Amelia Boynton, whose name was Amelia Platts at the time, in the 1930s, helped to form or really catalyze the Dallas County Voters League. And with 6 others, they became known as the Courageous Eight. The Courageous Eight formed the Dallas County Voters League to fight for voting rights for African Americans. The percentage of African Americans who are registered to vote when we get to the 1960s in Dallas County is under 4%. And the percentage of white Americans in Dallas County in 1964 were registered to vote was at 65%. So the gap was massive 30 years later after starting the Dallas County Voters League. So we know how difficult it was. There were literacy tests, there were poll taxes, there was intimidation and violence. There was simply cultural kind of resentment and anger that was present towards any African Americans who tried to vote. Amelia Boynton was the very first Black woman registered to vote in Dallas County in 1933. Amelia Boynton over time, Amelia Platts over time, in 1933 gets married to Samuel Boynton, takes his name, Amelia Boynton and Samuel Boynton, and they, along with 6 others, are the Courageous Eight. And it's the Courageous Eight over time who fight for voting rights, who are targeted by law enforcement, targeted by the Klan for decades, but they don't quit. They don't quit. And in 1964, late 1964, they invite Dr. King to come to Selma to lead a campaign for voting rights, to bring the national media. When Dr. King would come, he would bring, as Miss Joanne Bland, who was on the bridge on Bloody Sunday, has taught our groups over time. Dr. King would bring the 3 M's: media, money, and motivation. And Dr. King came in the early 1965 window and brought those 3 M's: media, money, and motivation. Bernard Lafayette had come in 1963, was working with the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee and the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. And he was a massive catalyst for the beginning of the 1965 voting rights campaign, the push in that window. And what I want to do is I want to walk through that time from early January through the end of March. Okay. The end of March. In January, with Dr. King's leadership, rooted right here in the heart of the African American community, in an area known as George Washington Carver Homes, named after the great peanut farmer George Washington Carver, who spent most of his career at Tuskegee University. That George Washington Carver Homes named after him. Dr. King put the headquarters for the movement, the campaign in 1965 in the homes, the George Washington Carver Homes, because of protection, a desire to be safe in the Black community. Indeed, they were. In early January, after, again, years of organizing and particularly the last couple of years with Bernard Lafayette and others, they began a series of marches to the courthouse. And they would march 2.5 blocks to the courthouse. And they would cross the main road that we're standing on, Broad Street here. And they would cross from that side across Broad Street to 1 block over to the courthouse. And they would gather at the courthouse and attempt to register, usually on one of the Wednesdays each month. There was only one Wednesday each month. Might have been 2 at some point, but no more than 2. When the registrar would open possibilities to register to Black Selmians, Black folks from Dallas County. And they would delay and they would go slow and they would give them a chance. And then the white registrar would give them a literacy test that was almost impossible to pass and then would deny their registration. Every possible chance these citizens had, they would come and they would show up at the county courthouse. And so marches began from Brown Chapel, the major African Methodist Episcopal church, right next to the George Washington Carver Homes. And they would march from the homes and the chapel there to the courthouse. They were building some momentum, but it was a difficult endeavor. And there was a sheriff by the name of Jim Clark who was racist and violent, and he would regularly whip and cattle prod these protesters. And one day he punched Amelia Boynton, knocked her down in the middle of the street near the courthouse, and the national media reported on this. On January 22nd, a group of teachers, Black teachers in town, left their classrooms and marched to the courthouse in what became known as the Teachers March. And they inspired so many of their students who were already marching, but got that extra adrenaline, that extra sense of confidence, knowing that their leaders, their community leaders who put their careers on the line to do this, marched. That Teachers March we will commemorate and talk about at 7 a.m. Pacific time, 10 a.m. Eastern time today. On February 1st, Martin Luther King Jr. was arrested here in Selma for marching to the courthouse. He went to jail. He writes a letter from the Selma jail, which doesn't become as famous as the letter from the Birmingham jail. But in that letter, he talks about there being more Black Selmians in jail than on the voter rolls in Selma. He's in jail. This brings heightened more intensity, more energy. C.T. Vivian, this firebrand from Nashville, comes to town and he begins to confront James Clark at the courthouse. The younger citizens in town are mobilizing and pushing more. Their parents. On February 3rd, Malcolm X goes to Tuskegee, which is about an hour and a half east of here. Goes to Tuskegee University and speaks there on campus with students. And they say to him, after he's done speaking, the local student nonviolent coordinating committee leadership say to him, would you go to Selma? You're close, physically proximate to go to Selma. Would you go there and support our voting rights campaign? Dr. King, who's in jail, would you come and speak? And there was a mass meeting planned for Brown Chapel with Coretta Scott King, Andrew Young, one of the lieutenants of Dr. King, who would go on to become an ambassador to the United Nations, may make it today to Selma. He's not in great older man at this time. He's not in the greatest of health, but he may make it today. There was a mass meeting planned at Brown Chapel, and it was arranged that Malcolm X would speak at that mass meeting. At that mass meeting, the locals, the SNCC locals, and Coretta Scott King and Andrew Young and others just wanted to make sure that Malcolm X would be supportive. He and Martin Luther King Jr. had only met one time in person previous to this in the halls of the U.S. Senate at a hearing before Congress. And they had a tense relationship over time, but then also had built one of great respect for each other. And this was after Malcolm X had made his pilgrimage, his Hajj to Mecca, and had come back and had made more, had pivoted his perspective to be one that was more overtly aligned with the nonviolence work of Dr. King. So Malcolm X came to Selma. To help him fit into the flow of the mass meeting, Coretta Scott King spoke before him, and then Malcolm X, and then Andrew Young after him. In this way, the leadership of SNCC and SCLC, the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, knew that if Malcolm X did say something volatile, that they would be able to bracket it. Malcolm X did not do any such thing. He spoke in strong strength and support of the body of work of Dr. King and SNCC here and the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. And he said in that speech, recognizing his own caricature of him that had been created of him as this violent militant. He said, if you don't work with Dr. King and the others that are here, if you don't deal with them, if you're speaking to the white community and to the nation, if you don't deal with them and work with them, then you're going to have to deal with me and work with me. And I've just always been struck by his willingness to say that. I'm sure that it had been a frustration to him of this caricature of him, but understanding and taking on the responsibility at that moment to essentially give over his to take on that identity in that moment for the good of the movement. And then he departed. And 3 weeks later, he was assassinated in Harlem, New York. In what very likely was a combination of the FBI and members of the Nation of Islam, who were very angry at Malcolm X, who had split off from the Nation of Islam. And so we lost a man who had already said it and moved us so far and could have done and taken us so much more. But he came to Selma and contributed and brought what he could bring. That's on February 4th. On February 18th, 45 minutes west of here in Marion, Alabama, a protest that evening was met by violence by the police. And in the violence, the white police officers beat many of the black marchers and protesters and chased them away from the church and the jail where they were marching. And they chased some folks into a restaurant, Max Cafe. And Max Cafe was right off of the town square. And in there, some black citizens had taken refuge. 82-year-old Cager Lee, a gentleman who had been a mentor and a wise counsel to many of the protesters in Marion, was attacked by the police, and they started to beat him. And his daughter, his daughter stepped in between the police and Cager Lee to stop them from beating her father. And her son, Cager Lee's grandson, gentleman by the name of Jimmy Lee Jackson, who was 26 years old, had served in the military, was a deacon in his church, stepped in between the police and his mother. And they started to beat him, and he wrestled with the police, and a police officer stepped back, drew out his weapon, and shot Jimmy Lee Jackson. Shot him in the stomach. We were in Montgomery as part of our time here this weekend. On Thursday, today is Sunday. We were in Montgomery on Thursday. Luke and Celestia let me know that Steve and Ty are up. If you want to connect with them and see if we get some chairs out here. Steve just texted me back. The police shot Jimmy Lee Jackson. I believe that police officer's name was James Fowler. Fowler, decades later, pled guilty and was sentenced to jail. He served, I think, 5 months. Decades later. Jimmy Lee Jackson didn't die at that moment. He came to Selma. He was brought to Selma about a half mile from here, going directly that way to a hospital called Good Samaritan Hospital. Jimmy Lee Jackson was recovering. And there has been affidavit sworn testimony by his doctor, an African-American man, that he was very much recovering, was on his way to recovery, was up and moving around. And then some newer white physicians came in and said that there needed to be an emergency surgery. The black doctor has testified that he came in, observed Jimmy Lee Jackson, said there's no need for this surgery, but they commenced anyways. And in that surgery, Jimmy Lee Jackson died on the operating table through complications. However those were brought about. and Jimmy Lee Jackson died. He had his life taken from him by the police and by whatever happened there at that time. That was on February 26th, 1965. After that, the anger was palpable. The frustration of folks who've been working for decades for voting rights in Selma, in Marion, all across Alabama and Mississippi. And there was an idea by James Bevel and others to put Jimmy Lee Jackson's body into a casket and to carry it like you carry a casket at a funeral all the way to Montgomery, which is 54 miles from Selma, and then about an additional 15 from Marion. They were going to carry him all the way to Montgomery and take him to George Wallace, the governor, this white overt racist, and show him and the world how Black people were treated in Alabama who sought to vote, for the right to vote. And there was a significant discussion around this, and it was influenced by what Mamie Till had done with Emmett Till's body and shown the world in 1955 what had been done to her son. And they thought, we can do the same with Jimmy Lee Jackson. They ultimately decided to not do that, but the idea of a march from Selma to Montgomery was begun. And they decided to do it from Selma because this is where the centerpiece of the campaign had been. Thanks, Luke. Let's just put these over here. Okay. Thanks. Got some chairs now. Yeah, please do. And first get this kind of, oh yeah, bring him up. Am I okay still?
Yeah, you should probably go a little to the right,
A little this way?
because he'll be maybe getting him further to the right.
It's a little chilly for him, like make sure he's,
Yep.
I'm good with this coat on.
Okay, I'm gonna adjust this. Okay.
Jimmy Lee Jackson's body ultimately was not carried from Selma to Marion. They decided to do the march from Selma to Montgomery because the highway right here, this road right here, leads across the Edmund Pettus Bridge, 54 miles to Montgomery, and there was a straight road, not interstate, but US 80, Highway 80. And they decided they would do this, and it would take multiple days, but they were going to do it to dramatize, to bring attention to this, to the fight for voting rights in Alabama, in the South, in Dallas County. The march was set for March 7th, a Sunday. In that march, in setting that march, they decided that they would leave in the afternoon and they would march a few miles and then stay at a campsite, and that they would march each day to get to Montgomery, however many days it took. They decided that they would start, as they had been starting most of their marches, at Brown Chapel, back in the George Washington Carver homes. And so they gathered there on March 7th. And as people began to gather together, there was questions about who would all participate. It wasn't clear that the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee would participate in that march because they were very angry at this time about some of the tactics of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. I'm joined right now by Mr. Charles Mauldin.
Good morning, David.
How you doing, sir?
I'm great.
Thank you.
Yes.
This is Mr. Charles Mauldin. He was there on Sunday, in all three marches. I've been walking through, getting up to the marches, and now I'm on March 7th. March 7th, the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee has a meeting the night before March 6th in Atlanta. Their leadership does, to discuss and debate whether the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee will formally participate in the march the next day. And John Lewis is the chairman of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. Southern Christian Leadership Conference is here and they are ready to lead this march. But SNCC is deciding whether or not they will join. And they vote, they discuss, they vote, and they actually vote to not formally participate, to not endorse it, to not put their name on the march. John Lewis is the chairman, and he was someone who worked jointly with SNCC and with the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. And each of the people in SNCC was given the latitude to make an individual decision to participate or not. And John Lewis said, as he would always say during the movement, I'm going to march. I got to move my feet. And so John Lewis left Atlanta at 2 a.m. in the morning and drove to Selma and arrived at Brown Chapel early in the morning that day. Services were going to begin. It's got a little bit of rest. And then people began to gather. People like yourself began to gather that Sunday morning. And I don't think I've ever asked this question, and you may not have a memory of it. But do you remember getting to Brown Chapel on Sunday morning, March 7th?
I almost lived in Brown Chapel. and I literally slept. I spent much of my junior year sleeping either at First Baptist Church or Brown Chapel Church. So I actually almost lived there.
So you were sleeping there. People were sleeping there.
I was sleeping there.
And how? Like, would you have blankets or what?
On the floors, on the pews, wherever. It was sort of like a safe zone. And so, and there were people who were from didn't have a place to stay, so they would either stay in George Washington Carver homes with families. The West family being one of the most notable families that supported people like that. Others of us would sleep at the First Baptist Church or wherever you could, you know. So it was just that explicit. We said, and as a 17-year-old kid, all you need, we were oftentimes up late at night on mass meeting and up early existing. So where we slept was not a matter that we considered at all. There would always be someone to sleep, and it was different places at different times.
And would you talk late into the night often, and then people would just be like, "I'm just going to sleep over here"?
Right. As a matter of fact, there was constant activity. One of the things people don't understand about movements is that, and I don't want to say that they were social gatherings, not to say that it was fun. And people were just as we experienced sort of yesterday at the footsoldier breakfast. People who know each other come and gather, and the conversation they have or their participation. Of course, there would be demonstrations here and there, but in between all of that, there was very personal types of interchanges between folks, and that was the richest part of what happens around the movement. Those type of interchanges, and many of those happens anywhere from the seats in Brown Chapel or First Baptist or having up the Baptist Church or in the steps. So it was a vibrant, active place to be, and everybody wanted to be there.
People would bring food and just
There would be stations set up.
Okay.
There was sort of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference had actually set up almost an inner city inside of Selma, outside of the normal city. There was policing power, you know.
Oh, really? Like internal?
There were internal policing powers. There were constant resolutions to see up and was right. And James, he did an excellent job with that. And of course, there were, and given the fact that it was an overall nonviolent, commitment,
Yeah.
that was the overriding reason that there was, people were willing to sort of follow those, instructions very readily.
Um,
And you know, and like, nobody wanted to do bad. Everybody understood that they were under the lens of America. And so therefore we want to put our best foot forward. So that made it very well for civility to prevail.
okay. Hey, how you doing in terms of, are you cold?
I'm fine.
You okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So I want to take one moment before, and we'll come back to March 7th and walk forward from there. But one moment, in those weeks and months before March 7th,
Connection's a little spotty. I'm gonna check real quick something.
what?
Can you pause for just a
Yeah.
second? I'm sorry to interrupt you guys.
Yeah.
I want to just make sure we've got the right settings here. Everything was going great and then we started to get a little choppy.
Okay. It's remarkable to me that it's so quiet right here still, right now, in the fact, in a matter of 5 hours, there'll be thousands here.
It's hard to do sideways.
I got some words of John Lewis I'm gonna read here about March 7th. We'll get that. That was in the window of January and February, right? Yes. Okay.
It occurred just after James Reed was,
Okay. All right. Okay, great. So,
that's what brought it about.
okay.
Mhm.
I wasn't there, so I'm not able to speak the way that you can. And so now that you're here, I want to ask you about when you were marching in those days and those weeks before March 7th, from basically the beginning of Dr. King coming in early January through middle of March. Were the police, did they like circle around you? Did they constantly monitor you? Did they beat you? Did they hit you? What was the relationship like there?
Before Dr. King came, the police were much more violent.
Much more violent.
Yes. But once Dr. King came, there were so many other people that come to Selma. The masses came, he brought people out. And there were so many people here that the number of people here will overwhelm the police here. And so therefore they were not able to really contain us the way they had been able to do so before. So there was much less violence. Of course, they will bring up the Berlin Wall, but like and there everything centered around Brown Chapel Church. And so therefore the only thing they could do was monitor for.
This would be some tributaries flowing by us right there. And some others just taking advantage to drive fast. We will see people come by in SUVs, black SUVs with lights on, as we see members of Congress and others come through, right? So, okay.
So the violence was minimized because so many, and in fact, white people came to Selma. Is that like, and everything centered around Brown Chapel Church. The day-to-day demonstrations were sort of moved away from just being local folks demonstrating. It became those folks who come from all over the country.
Oh, really? Okay.
Being the ones who were the primary demonstrators. As a matter of fact, I remember feeling relieved that, like, the pressure was off of people like myself to demonstrate on a regular basis because there's so many other people who could do it for us.
And you didn't feel resentful of them just showing up?
No, as a matter of fact, we thought that America had come to help save us. We saw it just that simply. And America had come to help rescue us from what was happening here. And so we saw that as allies more so than any sense of resentment. And we were looking for help from anywhere we could get it.
Yeah,
So we were appreciative of whoever came.
okay. So, how old were you, by the way?
17
17.
in 65.
Um, and your parents were, how did they feel about you being involved in this and being gone for all this time? And there weren't cell phones then, and I don't know if you'd swing by the house or call them or send a message to them or whatever.
I'd go by for clothes from time to time, but we oftentimes didn't change clothes for a week.
I'm good with that. That's
Right.
I roll.
Right, but like, and at 17, you don't think about what's happening with your adult, that you're totally committed to like, once I decided from the chairman of the Dallas County Youth League.
Okay. When was that? Was it 17?
Yes, this is 17, but maybe even a little bit before 17, because this is starting 64.
Okay.
And so 16. And at that point, I was totally committed to what we're doing. And I met to I was committed to demonstrating every day, a student leader. Turned it out. I've met you. I hardly ever went home. I'm quite sure my parents were petrified, but like, at 17, you don't see the big picture, or you don't think about the personal issues. You don't think about fright or fear. You just simply get up every day and you do whatever was required that day to do in order to advance the so and I was just one person who was like that. There were many other people. It was not singular at all.
Yeah.
There was a community and other leaders who did the same thing.
Like getting up this morning and coming
Yeah, there was a term called do what the spirit say do. That's what we did then, and that's what really motivated me to see here this morning.
Appreciate that, sir. This morning at 5, I was gonna leave Montgomery to drive over here at 5:30, and at 5:17, I got a text message and my phone beeped, and I thought it was just, I get these kind of notices each morning about just different things and they're just notices, automated notices. So I figured that's what it was. So then I took a look a minute later and it was Luke. Luke had texted me and said, "Hey, I'm coming with you." All right. Yeah. It's just like wanted to be here, right?
Yeah, and like that's what happened with 65. People like me showed up just like that.
Yeah.
To do what was necessary to be done. Not sacrificing, but just being and giving.
Yeah.
Doing what and that was one example of what made see the best aspect of what it means to be an American is just having it be just that simple. Common decency dictates what you do from minute to minute, from hour to hour, from day to day.
Yeah.
And over the long run, that's what I think made it possible for us to prevail. The best of the American spirit.
I read everything I can read about the modern civil rights movement, and especially trying to understand and be inspired by the courage of folks like you, the determination of folks like you. And this book is titled "My Soul is Rested." That's fine, bro. "My Soul is Rested" by Howell Raines. Howell Raines was a local newspaper reporter who would then go on to become the senior publisher of the New York Times. Yeah, I broke those glasses. they're not coming back together unless they get taped. And this isn't a book that's written like a book where he just quotes some people. It's actually a series of interviews. There are dozens upon dozens of civil rights people, and also people who oppose civil rights, and it's in their words. And so there's a narrative through the interviews that is chronological, but he has all these different voices, and it's titled "My Soul Is Resting." And the book comes out in the early 1970s when there was this sense that you had accomplished, and that we didn't know just how difficult it would be decades later, right? But this is John Lewis, some words from John Lewis about March 7th. And Lewis had driven through the night to be here. Lewis gets here. I don't know what the discussions were at that time, but Lewis, it was agreed that you would walk in twos, because if you walked in threes, you would be arrested. So it was agreed you'd walk in twos. And John Lewis was just, I guess, respected. And everybody said, John, you'll be one of the first two. And it wasn't clear who the other first member would be in that first row. And was it Hosea?
Yes. It's my understanding that they actually picked straw, and it was a flipped coin or something like that.
Oh, they flipped a coin. Yeah, that's what it says here.
And Hosea lost. And so he ended up getting the honor of being to lead the march. The most probably perilous march we had to that point, possibly across this bridge right here.
So a mile away, Brown Chapel. Did you know then it was going to be perilous?
No, I sort of had an inkling that it was going to be different from everything else. Being the student leader, there were general conversations about what might happen, what might not happen. We had never experienced what happened on Bloody Sunday before, so we knew that it might be dangerous, but we weren't sure what that danger would be. And it wasn't until we got to a certain point on the bridge that we got an inkling of exactly what was to come.
Okay. Were you going to put your camera back up?
I ain't funny. There's a lot going on.
Yeah, maybe you can take periodic pictures or
Yeah,
something.
yeah.
So this is John Lewis's, the words of John Lewis. I recall the first demonstrations of Selma. I believe it was in January. And we attempted to march from Brown Chapel to AME to the Dallas County Courthouse. And on our way near the courthouse, Sheriff Clark approached the line of march, and I remember what he said. I had been in jail there in Selma and had some contact with Sheriff Clark in late 1963. And he said, John Lewis, you're an outside agitator, and an agitator in the lowest form of humanity. That was Jim Clark. A great many of the people within SNCC had some real reservations about Southern Christian Leadership Conference coming into Selma, coming into what some people called SNCC territory, SNCC turf. From the very outset, SNCC as an organization sort of played down the idea of a march from Selma to Montgomery. There had been some discussion in SNCC that there had been so much violence, so many people hurt and killed. Why have a march from Selma to Montgomery that would only get a lot of people hurt? It was that attitude among the SNCC leadership. We had a meeting in Atlanta, the executive council, the executive committee of SNCC. We met on March 6th at a Fraser restaurant over on Hunter Street in the basement of the restaurant. And we met all day, matter of fact, debating whether to support the march or not. Members of the executive committee came in from Mississippi, South Georgia, all over to attend that meeting. The executive committee of SNCC opposed the march, but said that if individual staff members wanted to march, they should feel free to participate in the march. Now, during that day on March 6th, we heard that Governor Wallace had said that the march would not be allowed. That was on Saturday. I made a decision that I would go to Selma that Saturday night. Sunday afternoon, March 7th, we met at the Housing Project Playground, a courtyard near the Brown Chapel AME Church. Andy Young, Hosea Williams, James Bevel, and local people started gathering. People coming in from Perry County, which is Marion is, and from Wilcox County. Where's Wilcox County from?
Camden.
Camden?
Yes.
Okay. To participate in the march. By the set time for the march, about 600 had arrived. I believe SCLC drew lots, as you just said, to determine who would represent SCLC on the line of the march. I don't recall whether they threw coins or drew straws or how they did it, but somehow it fell to Hosea to lead the march and be the SCLC representative on the march. I was there, not there representing SNCC, but it was no question about it. I was the national chairman of SNCC, and it was just hard to separate my role as being a participant in the march from my chairmanship of SNCC. Anyway, Hosea and I, the two of us, led the march out of Selma. I don't think most of us that came here that Sunday afternoon, when I look back on it, expected at that point to march all the way from Selma to Montgomery, because we hadn't made the plan. You guys didn't have like a full plan.
No. No way we could have gone that far. As a matter of fact, we could have even gone the first 8 to 10 miles. It was no purpose.
Okay.
It was a dare.
A dare.
It was a confrontation. It was a few people had a few items with them. Or the fight. It was no real business. It was no real sense of that's it. It was almost like a normal day of protest, not an actual, decision just moving about.
I do need glasses, yes. Good. This is back to John Lewis. We did have little bags, as you're saying, Mr. Charles, knapsacks and lunch or something like that, books to read along the way. We hadn't set up tents. We didn't have any place to stay. We didn't have any food plans. Apparently, the idea was that we would march outside of Selma that night and then come back. And then the next morning we would continue. But it was a beautiful Sunday afternoon. The weather was really good weather. I thought it was an overcast day, but it was sunny. Do you recall? Yeah.
But it must have been sunny because the weather changed around Wednesday or so.
Okay. It was a beautiful March day in Selma, in Alabama. We started across the bridge, and on the other side of the bridge, I think we had been singing freedom songs. But the moment that we got on the other side of the bridge, a major named Major Cloud, he said, "I am Major Cloud. This is an unlawful march. It will not be allowed to continue. You have 3 minutes to disperse." What we did, sort of automatically, every single person just sort of kneeled over the Alabama River. Some of the people were still on the bridge, and the front line of the march was across the bridge on the left side coming out of Selma. Over half of the people were still on the bridge. They had not made it across. Then Major Cloud said something. Oh, it was much less than 3 minutes. He said something like, "Troopers, advance." The next gentleman who's interviewed here is Willie Bolden.
Yeah.
Okay. Troopers, advance. You remember that at all or not?
I don't remember. I remember him saying, Colonel Cloud saying, this is an illegal gathering. Either you return to your homes or to your church. And he said, it was my understanding it was 2 minutes, but it may have been 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Who knows? Who cares about a minute more or less? And that is when I remember them beginning to hold their billy clubs on both ends, and I was number 3 in line, began to push us back and pack us in. And once they did that, they began to, the troopers began to, they advanced when they began to do that. And then they began to lob tear gas into the crowd. And also, they began to beat people with the billy clubs, and the horses began to attack people. And the tear gas was lobbed into the crowd. And one of the things that people posed from my mind, what I remember is one of the secret actually hitting on his crossing head with a billy club, and the sound of wood crushing against the bushes. You know, and, that's the sound that I remember. Yeah.
I'm gonna step over here. You stay right there. So I want to point to the bridge. There's a couple of folks walking across the bridge there. Is that the side of the bridge you walked on?
That side over on that side was the side there on
Side that they're on. So you 2x2?
2x2.
And was there anybody on the corner, right on the other side of the phone? Was there anybody on the corner here? Because you guys are coming down Broad Street.
We walked up Washington Street, which is 1 block over from and they came down Alabama, which is 1 block down, and up Washington over to Washington Street, then up here,
Up Broad.
up Broad.
Uh-huh.
This building right here on the corner where the PNC sign is, there was a group of white kids, I guess little kids, playing music from the top of the building, I think, and they were playing Bye Bye Blackbird. I recognize they were playing Bye Bye Blackbird.
Right there on top of that building.
Exactly.
The building right across the street there, okay?
Yes. And I remember knowing what I knew that song, and but I didn't know what it portended. What they knew what was set up across the bridge, but we didn't. It wasn't until we got to a point at the top of the bridge that we could actually see what was happening on the other side of the bridge. And what we saw was state troopers lined up on both sides of the bridge and blocking, and the feelings of state troopers actually having the bridge, Highway 80 blocked. We marched across the bridge on the left side here, all the way down to where the state troopers and the deputized folks were, the deputies were, and got right down to them, and John and Hosea stopped right in front of them. That's when Colonel Klaus made a pronouncement that this is an illegal gathering. He let us know how much time we had to leave, go back to our homes or our churches, and 2 minutes, 3 minutes, whatever. Yeah. And within about a minute and a half or less, they actually attacked us. And that's where the melee started. And that's where they basically tear gas, billy clubs, horses, cattle prods, men, women, children, some as young as 8 years old. Mrs. Boynton is as old as 40 or 50.
Yeah.
All between actually beat us. And one of the things that Andrew Young had mentioned at the meeting before we left Brown Chapel area is that if there had been, if they used billy clubs to basically protect ourselves, this was in these last minute sort of admonishments. If they use billy clubs to sort of hit you across the head, then they sort of protect yourself, should minimize any chance of getting a concussion. If they try to punch you in the stomach with a billy club to fold and protect your stomach area. And if for any chance there's tear gas, and this was the first mention that there might be tear gas, there had never been tear gas used on us before, that since it was a gas and it'll rise, if you can take a wet handkerchief to cover your nose, and that might minimize it a little bit, but stay as close to the wall as possible. because it threw the gas in the eyes. And that was really great information because once they began to, but tear gas was so expensive, we could not, you become asphyxiated. Your eyes burn, your eyes water, your skin burn, your lungs implode. And you can't breathe. And so him giving that advice, many of us end up going down to the lower area toward the river. And that's one of the places I went in order to get enough oxygen in my lungs to get back up to the highway on Highway 80, and then to basically go back to Brown Chapel Church.
Okay, that's,
And they basically beat us back to the church. We didn't just travel back to the church. They actually beat us back to the church.
okay, I wanna dive into that a little bit, but I wanna pick up, we okay, Luke? Okay, I wanna pick up Willie Bolden's words here. Now, who's Willie Bolden?
Willie Bowden was one of the snake staffers and very close associate of
Okay.
It's almost 8:15.
Okay, thanks. This is Willie Bolden. I remember when they first started throwing the tear gas. I saw several people rolling down the embankment toward the water. That's right, what you're talking about, going down towards the water. There were people who were knocked off the bridge by the horses because they were standing up on the side, and the guy just drove the damn horse up on them. And rather than get stampeded, they jumped over and fell in that damn water. So they went over the side of the bridge.
That's what it says.
Yeah, that's what he said.
I don't right.
Then there were others who just rolled down the embankment, and I remember very distinctly seeing 7 or 8 canisters of tear gas being thrown down there because they were there. And I went down to help some of the folks come back up, and I had a little girl about 9 or 10 on one of my shoulders, and another lady by the hand coming back up the bank toward the highway. When I got there and back up, the guy came up there with the horse, and the lady was hollering, and I kind of squeezed her hand very close with the girl there, and the cop was standing there with the horse looking. He had the stick drawn back, and we just stood there, and I just looked at him. The lady, she was upset. The little girl, she was almost out. We didn't know what the hell was going on. And then the guy, the cat, he calls him the cat. The cat just turned around and went on and started hitting other people. This is John Lewis again. If you've ever been in tear gas, it makes you feel like, you just feel like giving up. You know, I thought it was the end. And then he was asked by Hollow Rains, do you remember any details? Well, I was hit, as you mentioned, about in the same spot that I was hit on the Freedom Ride in 1961 in Montgomery by an officer, by another state trooper. That trooper just kept hitting. This trooper just kept hitting. But it was such a force. They were running over anyone that was standing. So I was literally knocked down and hit. I just felt it was like the beginning of the end. It became very difficult for me to breathe. It just sort of felt, just let me be, in a sense. I recall several people that had been on the march assisted in getting me back down the street. I did go back to the church, and we had a brief, well, it was a rally, people coming in singing, saying what happened. And I remember getting up saying something to the audience, something like, I don't understand it why President Johnson can send troops to Vietnam, troops to Africa. The Congo situation was going on, and to the Dominican Republic, but cannot send troops to protect people in Selma, Alabama, who just want to vote. That's like the damn American story, isn't it?
Yeah, That sounds like John, you know? John got a concussion that day, so, it was, by the time, first time I met John, he had been arrested 29 times, at least by that time. And it was very, characteristic that he would, go to Brown Chapel Church and not to the hospital. I remember him, saying that he's not sure how he got to Brown Chapel Church. And I was told by Worth Long, one of the field secretaries for SNCC, that he witnessed John being at Brown Chapel Church. Worth Long had been a medic at the in the military. And he said that he noticed that John at Brown Chapel Church seemed to they seemed to be reacting to his out medically, it may have been a concussion, but to his being hit that I witnessed. And that he first asked, since he had been a medic, asked, lifted John legs higher.
So John's laying down and he lifts his legs
No,
up.
he was evidently at Brown Chapel Church and maybe sitting, maybe in the dais or something like that. And he lifted his, he told me he lifted his legs in order to make sure that he can get a concussion or blood clot. And he seemed to have decided that that was not enough. And so, and their facts and their stories in civil rights.
Yeah, right.
So I don't, I wasn't, but this is a fact of the story that I heard, is that he actually lifted John's legs for a while and decided that was not enough. That John really needed more medical attention, and that so therefore he went to get Willie C. Robertson, who had been the first person who had shed blood for the civil rights movement down at Carter Drugstore.
In Selma.
In Selma, at Carter Drugstore, right down the corner, a
Yep.
few blocks. And he and Willie C. took John out to the state troopers barrier, and him having been in the military said that we took him out and we said, we have a soldier who's down and we request that he get medical care. And they evidently opened up their ranks and let John go through in order to get him to Good Samaritan Hospital. And he was at the Good Samaritan Hospital. Other folks, including some folks I met from Marion, Alabama, who was actually at the hospital with John, and that's where he got his medical care. Now, whether that was fact or whether it's story, I'm not sure.
So this is a Bloody Sunday. They beat you back to Brown Chapel. They beat you in that community there. The police surround the Brown Chapel area, the Carver homes, right?
Well, they didn't surround it. They dominated it,
Okay.
right? Because they were busy. I remember we got back to the church. Reverend C.T. Vivian and Andy were out in the what they wanted to do is provoke
Oh, right.
a riot. They knew that we had the moral ground with our nonviolent stance. In order to make that less important, they wanted to take our moral edge away from us. If they could get us to react, and people were angry as hell.
Oh, sure.
And so they were trying to provoke us into reacting violently.
Right.
And so Andy and Reverend C.T. Vivian were there, and I was there too. And we were trying to get people either into the church or into some of the homes in order to, one, for their protection, but two, also to make sure that they didn't react violently. People were that pushed to the ground at that point. And one of the things I remember is that they were some of the state troopers were actually riding their horses up the steps of Brown Chapel's church. And I was under the impression that they were actually going to go in and beat people. And luckily they didn't go into the church, but they rode up to the top of the steps and came back down. And one of the things that I remember CT, Reverend Vivian, is that like, in the midst of this tear gas and people being beat, he was pointing his finger into a state trooper's face, saying that like, this is so just, and what you're doing will prevail. And that was the first time I'd ever seen a black person confront white power like that, especially state control power. And I remember stopping in the midst of us trying to, in the midst of all this tear gas and all of this violence, stopping in my steps to listen to what Reverend CT Didden was saying to this state trooper. And, I'll never forget that, Wow. That's why Reverend Vivian's always been my favorite civil rights person, humane but courageous.
So the beatings happen. You doing okay?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Beatings happen, and Dr. King is informed of this. Dr. King is in Atlanta. He comes over shortly, later that night to Selma and goes on national television and requests that clergy from all over the country come and support you all.
People of good faith, like you said.
People of good faith
Right.
come from all over the country, and people do.
Mm-hmm.
They come
Within a day and a half.
within a day and a half.
Amazingly.
I love that notion of like they just got up and they came, right? And eventually they would come from all over the United States. They come 2 days later on Tuesday, you all march again. Won't dive into that. A lot of different dimensions in play there. Eventually you guys come back, come over the bridge again, run into the state police. The state police open up. They're trying to bait you into actually walking to Montgomery to violate a federal injunction, which has said, don't march. Dr. King decides that he's going to not march, turns, or already known this or whatever, prays, turns around, brings you back to Brown Chapel. That's, you all call that turnaround Tuesday.
Right.
And how'd you feel about that?
Disappointed, young stick influenced folks. We were so bent on going to Montgomery, whether we were, regardless of what the state troopers did. The nation had come here to bolster us also, and we were determined to go to Montgomery. And we sort of thought it was in fact, a cowardly move to not confront the state troopers there. Not only young people like myself, but they both the faith come from all over the country, felt the same way too. And so it was disappointing. In hindsight, I know that that was a wise decision. That's another story. but we were disappointed and demoralized.
Okay.
It was a very disappointing March 8th.
Excuse me, I'm gonna step over here again. So I don't know if you remember much because I'm not that Tuesday. Do you go over the bridge again on the sidewalk or whatever? Because there's now 2,500.
No. I don't remember exactly, but if we had to use probably the entire, at least that side, if not every. I think they were more like maybe 10,000. It wasn't 25,000 this time.
No, okay. Terry Scott has said, Dr. Scott said there's 2,500 on the Tuesday.
Okay, 25.
Yeah.
Okay.
So up from 600, you've now quadrupled.
Right.
So you're taking the whole street, the whole road now.
Right.
Go over Dr. King, Reverend
I'm sure we went over on the left side because they didn't block the traffic.
Okay, sure. You get over there. There's people strung back here like long, and we're going to see this thousands of people today, and it'll be a long flow of people. Dr. King turns around and comes back.
Yes.
He's got to walk back through the people who have to be going, what's going on, right?
Right.
I just can't even imagine what that journey back over here was and how challenging that was. Do you remember where you were?
Like I said, the nation had come to Selma, and those folks who had been the ones who had done all the marching before, the leadership were the ones who led those marches after Bloody Sunday. So it was the dignitaries of the civil rights movement and those folks whom they had invited to come and support us in Selma. At this point, publicity was tantamount more so than protesting. And so
Okay.
those were the people who actually had that march.
Okay. So you come back, you go back to Brown Chapel. And that evening, one of the people who've come to town, a reverend from Boston named James Reeb, goes out with two other white Unitarian ministers to the Silver Moon Cafe 2 blocks over. And they take a wrong turn and they walk past a Ku Klux Klan kind of bar. And the Klan comes out and hits them with a baseball bat and kills Reeb. Okay. Kills James Reeb. A white man is killed in Selma. More national media attention, more outrage. And it's at that moment that we get to a story that I want to ask you to talk about, in which you're something happens and you're surrounded, or it's called the Berlin Wall.
Yes. What happened is that Reverend Reed was killed, and Unitarian minister, and they decided what would be the response to Reverend Reed's death. So what they did is there were demonstrations day and night. Probably, I forgot how many days, but it may have been 3 to 5 days, day and night, protesting basically around Brown Chapel Church. There was a desire to get outside of Brown Chapel Church in order to protest downtown.
Right. Because you're about half mile away from there.
The sheriff's department and Wilson Baker and Wilson Baker, the police director of public safety, I think his title was, and his speech was he was going to protect us from Clark. You know,
Oh, really?
that was his idea, right?
So
he was
Clark was the sheriff.
right. Well, I think public safety director. Jim Clark was the sheriff. Wilson Baker was public safety director, and they had this tit and tat going. Like who would
Good cop, bad cop.
right, and so Wilson Baker decides to contain everybody, not to let them come outside of the Brown Chapel area in order to protest. And so what he did was create a barricade around a certain area in the Brown Chapel Church, and contained us inside of it and wouldn't let people outside of certain parameters that they had established. And what we did was call that the Berlin Wall. And we protested day and night. We kept Wilson Baker up for, 3 to 5 days a night, just protesting, singing songs, and actually he got very sick as a result of that. And evidently, we hate to say this, but like that was one of our small victories. The fact that we wore them down simply by refusing to, although we're contained, to give in or give up.
And the photos I've seen of the Berlin Wall you're face to face with these police officers.
Yes.
I mean, like they're here in riot gear, helmets on, and you're looking like this way, right? You're at them.
Yes. When you say you, we. Right.
Luke, could you do me a favor?
Yeah.
And go in and ask Ty and Steve if we can come into their space.
Yeah.
To at a little bit before 9 when you are going to go over to the courthouse. Okay. Sure. That'd be great. So eventually he relinquishes the Berlin Wall, or what?
Yes, evidently they finally give in, and regular demonstration starts again.
Okay. So that's on Tuesday, the turnaround. You're protesting the Berlin Wall, the groups, all the protesters are. And on Thursday, the federal judge in Montgomery, Frank Johnson, rules on behalf of the protesters, the marchers, the movement, and said that you have the right to march to Montgomery with full police and federal protection.
Right.
So those police who had beat you now are forced to protect you, or at least to stand down.
Right.
Okay. And federal,
not to stand down, but to protect us.
so
they were federalized.
And Did you think that they would not obey those federal rules, or did you think that they would?
You know, I thought that they would.
You did?
Yes. But we were concerned during the entire march that there might be other elements that would try to penetrate their lines
Yeah.
and to attack us clandestinely in some other way. So we were very alert to that possibly happening and very sensitive about, like, especially in the swamps of Lowndes County, where they might very well sort of be in outlying areas and try to maybe use snipers to shoot at us. So we were really sensitive to that possibility. Like, there were rumors that people would try to get that done, but luckily that didn't.
On Bloody Sunday, you marched from Brown Chapel. On Turnaround Tuesday, you marched from Brown Chapel. On now that what becomes the successful march, which starts on March 21st
Yes.
and goes to March 25th, when all of you do go the whole distance to Selma. And did you march the whole distance personally?
Yes, I was a marshal on that, which means that I sort of was given the responsibility to help make sure that people follow certain rules and regulations. For example, one is that, like, only a certain number of people would be chosen to actually march around the county because they have these, these double lane roads.
Right, the roads would shrink in size.
Yeah, they
there.
were double lane, right? And they've said for public safety, only so many people would be allowed to do that. And young knew that I was pretty deeply involved with the students. Right, you know, two students were most dedicated. Help us sort of choose, and I didn't know at the time, but like evidently with SCMC decided to choose so many people from each county. Greatest number from Dallas County, and another number from Wilcox County, another number from Perry County, and some other factor that they added into that in order to determine who eventually did that market or about government. And that's what I believe about that's what it is like now. Really? That's
So on March 21st, you and the whole group come again from Brown Chapel, get on eventually to Broad Street, come up Broad Street, step over here again. Come up Broad Street and go over the bridge. Now we're probably about 10,000 people, as you said, about coming out of Selma.
right.
About 10,000 people. Now on Bloody Sunday, it was 600 African Americans, essentially. There might have been a few white people.
There were,
Okay. Oh, man, nice catch. Al Lingo, there's an Al Lingo who was a police officer, and then there was an Al Lingo in the movement who's a very close friend of yours. Yeah. And you,
Colonel Al was the trooper.
he was the trooper.
Right. And Charles Allen, close friend of mine.
And you go over the bridge here, going that way. And now you're going to Montgomery. Right? And you're going to Montgomery and it's going to be 5 days of marching, right? Did you take a backpack with you? Did you take anything?
No, I didn't take anything. What had happened is that they had set up, and Al Lingo was one of the people. SCLC staff had actually, they had different committees to handle some logistics during this march. I think that there was campsites. They were set up the tents. So there were all sorts of logistics and different folks responsible for setting things like that. I think Hosea Williams may have been the person who managed all of that. I think that Hosea was setting up the logistics of the march from Selma to Montgomery.
Okay.
And so, but those things were handled, so we didn't need, all we need to do is show up and,
Hold your feet.
that's all we need to do.
Yeah. Are we okay? Are we able to go, Lou? What's that? Anytime? Okay, we're gonna wrap this up. I mean, we're getting chilled, I know, and it's raining, windy. Charles caught this when it fell.
I saw, I was watching downstairs. I had just peeked in and.
Classic moment.
Classic.
And when you went across this bridge and you started to march to Selma and I'm sorry, to Montgomery. Thank you, sir. And you get to Montgomery and you come into the downtown and you turn right in the downtown at a fountain that had been previously a slave auction block area. And you turn right and you go up to the state capitol. I walked that route this morning. Just out there at 4:30 in the morning in the dark, walked up that route by myself and walked all the way up to the top. You guys didn't get to go all the way to the top because George Wallace didn't let you at the state capitol.
Well, we got to the top, to the basically the feet of the steps of the Capitol.
The steps of the capitol.
And I was actually right up there on the left hand side of it. So I was up at the top.
And I went up and I did something that you said they wouldn't let Dr. King do. This morning I went up and I stomped my foot on the Jefferson Davis inauguration star, which is embedded in the concrete there, put in there by the Daughters of the Confederacy, honoring where Jefferson Davis had taken the inauguration for the president of the Confederacy. And so, I was out there all by myself, but man, there's probably thousands upon thousands of people historically who've done something like that now, is what you all did. All right. So when you were up there that day, 25,000, March 25th, and you're there, you said you're up close to the Capitol. What's in your head?
I'm looking down Dexter Avenue. And I see 25,000 Americans, Black, white, Jewish, Greek Orthodox, Christian, every hue of American life coming up Dexter Avenue in support of civil rights. And Dr. King talked about his mountaintop experience as a young Black kid, 17 years old, seeing America coming to support what he believed in. Part of one of this once in a while. I heard about Black that day. Well, it really was
Wow.
but that was looking at America at its best, and that's never forget. And what I might also add is that you're spending time to walk up there at 4:30 in the morning and to trace that trip is one also singular example of like what is a singular expression of like what I know that is one of our best expressions. It's there. It's just it needs to be expanded. There are other people like you. That's what you.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hey.
Thank you for then. Thank you for now. Let's go inside. We'll be back with you in about 10 minutes. Okay? Don't go anywhere, but I'll see you inside.
Walk down with the hold on, Charles. It's slippery.
I got it.
Hey, everybody. I'm inside now. There's Celestia Hill. Hi. And I'm not in the space I'm gonna stay in. I'm gonna move upstairs now. But I just wanted to come back and let you know that I'm gonna be another 2 or 3 minutes. I'm gonna go upstairs. Okay?
Hey, David, how are we coming in? I can't hear you.
Hey, I think you're coming in. I can't see anybody, but I can.
There's
you
Ivory.
move
There
the-
we go.
All right, you're coming in great. Hey,
Awesome.
Ivory,
I'm
how
gonna-
you doing?
Cold.
A little cold, okay. Okay, if you stand at that distance, you'll have to be a little bit louder right there. I'm getting set up right here too, so you guys go ahead and just kind of
Yeah.
get things.
A truck just, you gotta say that one more time. A truck just went by. I couldn't hear you.
Just go ahead and spend about the next 3 minutes getting set up.
Okay.
Let's see.
Well, this is what all the folks tuned in for right here, behind the scenes. Oh, we're good.
The conference room is open. So I could have gone in there, but I think there's a decent chance I know it's gonna get used later. But that during the day, there'll be odd things like little things here going on and they might, in the building. And so I was like, you know what, I'd rather go up to Ty and Steve's and do this if that's okay.
Just let us know, if you want to put a note up saying, if there's some sort of reply, I get here. You do that.
No, I think we're totally good.
Conference room, then you go ahead
Okay.
and just to Charles and the CPS like. Said I'm gonna try. Nobody else. 911 reserve, what's this reserve for? Handicap? County. Grateful, trust me.
Anything, we get the little bridge out there? We can get the bridge out there. Yeah, if I get it up a little bit higher, great.
Hey, David.
Ooh.
David, are you there? I don't see him. Okay.
Oh, he went upstairs? David.
I'm here. What's going on?
I'm gonna flip this around so all the folks at home can see us here too. Hey. Jeffrey's asking for the Zoom link. He's gonna call in.
Okay.
Can you do that?
Yeah, I can send him an email with the Zoom link because I'm just about set up here.
Okay, cool.
Let's see.
Oh, it's 12. Yeah.
Close enough to be heard.
I can see you through this phone, but not
Can
on the
see
live stream.
now the rain is falling.
It's like.
Oh, it's a super lag on YouTube.
As well, here it's at least 10 seconds.
Happening now.
David,
Right. Yeah, what's up?
Luke's gonna say his name 5 times, or just he's gonna sound check and make sure you can hear him.
Yeah, check. Can you hear me, David?
I can hear you, but it could be a little louder.
It'll be a little louder.
Luke Michener live from Selma, Alabama. Should
I
I be
think
pretty
that
close-
works pretty well right there.
Pretty close to the camera?
That's not too bad.
Getting better.
Okay.
Hey, do either of you have reading glasses? Because I broke the pair that you left. I've now broken 2 pairs.
Yeah,
In my
you broke
time.
another pair?
Yeah, and Luke, I'm now ready for you to go.
Okay.
And I just sent Jeffrey the link.
All right,
Okay.
awesome.
What
Yeah.
I want to what I want to do is show a really quick map so people know where we are, where you
Yeah,
guys
sure.
are.
Why don't you start with that and let me know when you're ready?
Yep, sure will. Everything's a blur to me right now. It's funny. But you two don't need reading glasses at all?
Yeah, I eat a lot
Not
of
you,
carrots.
Luke.
Yeah.
Okay, it helps. Like, it does help. Like the lower half helps.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I am now sharing a screen, Luke, and I'm sharing
Okay.
a screen for the United States map, and that little dot in the US map there is Selma. But that dot size is not correct. The dot size is way smaller than that, actually, in Selma. relative to the Atlanta dot size here. And what I want to do, this is of course Amelia Boynton over here. This is the downtown area, and each of the three kind of main entities to the movement are highlighted here. The first circle in the northern part of this is Baptist Tabernacle, which was where the first mass meeting was, and where Hakeem Jeffries and Raphael Warnock will be preaching here shortly. Then there's a second circle, and that's Brown Chapel, where the marches started, and you can see the walk line there. And then the third circle with the red building in the middle of it is the courthouse. It's the county courthouse where they would march to and march around and attempt to register. And Luke and a couple other great colleagues are outside the courthouse right now. And this is our first kind of like try to do it live. And I think it's going to work because you guys seem to be rolling in pretty well. So Luke, go ahead and take it away.
All right. Hey, everybody. Welcome to the Dallas County Courthouse in Selma, Alabama. My name is Luke Mitchner. I'm a social studies teacher in Washington State. And I'm also part of the Educators for Democracy team at the Institute for Common Power. We are a team of 3, and 2/3 of us are here in Selma this weekend. You'll meet Ivory Kennedy in just a moment. And I also want to shout out Carmen Cruz, who's in New York right now, an incredible anchor of our team. We miss having her with us this weekend. Shout out to Carmen. I'm also joined by Greg Pesacek from Florida, another educator, and we're hoping to have a couple other educators join us on Zoom in a few minutes as well. We want to talk to you today a little bit about what it's like to teach in 2025, but we want to ground that in an understanding of what happened right behind me in 1965 with a group of educators here in Selma. David talked about this just an hour ago, sitting on that balcony with the Edmund Pettus Bridge behind him. And I want to talk to you about it from the perspective of someone who's in the classroom now and thinking through this current moment and what it means really personally for me to think about the courage of those teachers from 60 years ago. So I'll start right off the bat with the date here. On January 22nd, 1965, a group of 105 Selma City Schools educators, Black educators, the Selma City Schools, marched from Brown Chapel to here. Actually, they might have left from the school to here and returned to Brown Chapel. Forgive me on that detail.
Hey, Luke.
Yeah.
Can you back up? Can you guys move closer to the courthouse?
Yeah.
And so we can see the steps. Okay.
Yep.
Go to your right.
Doing that.
That's great. Right there. Right there. And you can come back towards the camera now, Luke.
Yeah.
And then one more thing. So you're on camera. You cannot sway like you've been swaying. You have to just stand.
It's good coaching. Thanks, David. I'm going to start swaying again because it's what my body does. But I'll try to keep that in mind. See, I just did.
When you're on camera.
Yeah, Greg's now going to help me with that. Thanks, Greg.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. Yeah, so you're watching me get some live coaching on how to be a television presence as well. Yeah. Got some folks who've stopped for directions to get to the bridge here too. So Ivory's helping them out. Okay, so just a little bit of context before I say more about January 22nd. I want to start by going back to the Courageous 8, which David mentioned to you, the Dallas County Voters League. The conversations are going in the late 20s, and then in 1933, I believe it is, the Dallas County Voters League is formed, and the Courageous 8, Amelia Boynton is the name that David has spent quite a bit of time on. Among those leaders is a man named F.D. Reese, Frederick Douglass Reese. I just love saying his full name in the ways that ties into some of the deeper history. But F.D. Reese is one of those 8. And F.D. Reese is also a teacher at R.B. Hudson High School, which in this context is the Black high school in segregated Selma. you know, separate but equal, quote unquote. The all-black high school in town is RB Hudson High. Mr. Charles Mauldin, who was just sitting with David on the balcony, attended Hudson. And FD Reese is a member of the Dallas County Voters League and would go on to be a teacher at RB Hudson High School. And he's also a leader in the Selma City Schools, the Selma City Teachers Association, which is the local union here for the Black educators. There are 125 members of the Selma City Schools Teachers Association. That number will be relevant a little bit later. I'm going to come back to that, 125. So we start with the Courageous Eight because I just want to place this in some context to say that this doesn't come out of nowhere. None of this comes out of nowhere. And for our current moment, I think that's important to remember too, that, we've been preparing for 2025 for a long time and we're ready, in the ways that I think the folks were preparing in the 1930s and in the 1940s and into the 1950s for a while, right? The fight went on for a while. Let's fast forward quite a bit now. Dr. Bernard Lafayette comes as a representative of SNCC in 1963 to Selma, and he starts his organizing here. But again, Selma had already been organizing. The Dallas County Voters League is an incredible example of that. It didn't start with Dr. Bernard, but things certainly shift when SNCC come. And Dr. Bernard starts organizing young people. That's one of the things SNCC, and he himself was 22 or 23 years old when he was here. An elder statesman at SNCC at that point. But he starts organizing young people. And in that organizing, those young people start to march. Mr. Mauldin starts to march and others. And, they're students. Most of them are students in school. Mr. Mauldin isn't a part of SNCC. He organizes he's a part of an organization of students, local students here, and isn't ever officially a part of SNCC, but joins in with their work and in their organizing. And so, they start some march, joining in with what the Dallas County Voters League had already been doing. And it comes to a head when Amelia Boynton is beaten by Jim Clark here. That happens right where I'm standing. Actually, it might be exactly where I'm standing. Right around where I'm standing. It's kind of hit me at the moment. Yeah, that happens in January of 1965 as well. And I think really galvanizes the community. Of course, the community was already behind these efforts in many ways, but there's a professional class in Selma, a Black middle class, professional class, and that includes clergy and it includes teachers. And the teachers in Selma start to have, but the discussions around how to get involved in the movement start to ramp up quite a bit. And so there's a vote in the Selma City Teachers Association about, whether or not to participate or carry out a march in order to vote, but for the Selma City teachers to march down to the Dallas County Courthouse to try to register to vote. And out of 125 members, 105 say yeah. And that's a really incredible number. I've been involved in some union work with the Washington Educators Association and the National Educators Association. I'm a member of those associations. I'm not on any leadership teams there. I don't want to take any credit for that, but I've done a little bit of kind of advocacy work at the union level. And I know that to get 80+% of your union on board with an effort like that is a really incredible number. And it took tremendous courage for those folks to say yes. There are very few middle-class jobs available to those folks in Selma. And so they're putting all of that on the line. They're putting an incredible amount on the line. It's a tremendous risk. Not just a physical risk that, they had seen bloodshed already in these streets as a result of law enforcement's responses to these marches. They know about the violent tendencies of their sheriff here. But they're also putting their livelihoods on the line. They very easily could be fired. Their names are going to go in the newspaper for having attempted to do this and participating in this. They're gonna catch heck for attempting to register to vote. And they do it, and they do it in large numbers. And the 20 that don't have their reasons too. I don't want to be dismissive of them. There are a number of reasons why they didn't participate in the march that are all real and valid. And I think is a good reminder for us too that everybody's got their path, that everybody's got their lane, which is something that I kind of hope to talk about with some of the other educators when we get to that part of this conversation. So on January 22nd, 1965, that group of 100 educators comes here to these steps. And in the front of that line is Coach Lawrence Huggins. Remember the gentleman's name correctly. Coach Huggins is in the front of that line. And there's some really famous images, a little bit of video footage and some images of Sheriff Clark kind of prodding Coach Huggins with a billy club in the ribs and backing him up off of these stairs right behind me. It's famous green steps of the Dallas County Courthouse. And Coach Huggins, to the degree he can, holds his ground, and the line holds. And there's this confrontation on the doorstep, and Sheriff Clark, of course, is not letting them in, won't let them in. Calls them agitators, says that they're just here to cause a scene. All of the language he had been using, to meet all of these marches for folks really trying to register to vote. And so there's a discussion happening behind these doors at the top of these stairs about what to do with these teachers. Clark wants to arrest them all, of course, throw them in jail. And somebody in the back says, well, what the hell are we going to do with those 7,000 students if we arrest all of their teachers? And so they don't get arrested that day. They stay here for a while, make their point, and then return to Brown Chapel from here. And it ends up being this really remarkable moment. There are, of course, people witnessing it, including a young Charles Mauldin, watched his teachers take that risk, put their middle-class job on the line, put their reputations on the line as some of the most well-respected members of this community, face physical danger. And it has a really profound impact on the town, on the Black residents of Selma, Alabama. They are strengthened by witnessing this professional class of folks put all of it on the line to come down here and attempt to register to vote. More students start to engage in the movement, more everyday folks start to engage in the movement and effort here, and it has a really tremendous impact. That happens on January 22nd, and we're here remembering March 7th is Bloody Sunday. So, I'm not great at math, but that's a matter of weeks where this all starts to ramp up to Bloody Sunday. And this is, the Teachers March is really seen as a turning point moment in that trajectory. F.D. Reese, Reverend F.D. Reese, who is a teacher at the school. He's a leader in the union, so the Dallas County Voters League, all of it. He would say, hey, good morning, folks. Good morning. He would go on to say that there's this line he uses. He says the teachers have more influence in their community than they ever dreamed. Everybody marched after the Teachers March because teachers have more influence in their community than they ever dreamed. And that was true then. It was certainly true then. Those teachers had a tremendous amount of influence well beyond the four walls of their classrooms.
Is that?
Yeah, no, that's okay. Come on by. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't belong to me. I'm sorry.
Oh, I thought you
Yeah. Love Selma Jubilee weekends. It's great. Teachers have more influence in the community than they ever dreamed. And again, that the in the community part is really critical. As educators, we hold that identity during our workday. But we also walk out of the building with that identity too. And in 1965, with the Selma Teachers March, we were reminded about the impact that that can have. And so that's where I was hoping to pick this up with some other educators. Can I pull you guys in? Awesome. Should we just, how we look, David? Should we just keep standing here? We'll just keep standing. I'm not swaying, am I? All right.
Not
I want to take a second
no.
to let these guys introduce themselves, and then we'll just talk a little bit about, that concept of teachers having more influence in their communities than they ever dreamed. What does that mean now? What are we facing in 2025 that the Teachers March can inform us a little bit about how we might think of ourselves in this moment? So start with this gentleman.
Yes. So I'm Ivory Kennedy Jr. Excuse me, Ivory Kennedy Jr. from Columbus, Ohio. I work at Ohio State University where I manage 2 education programs. And I serve as another third as the Educator for Democracy team. Enjoying my time here in Selma because this is a historic place, and 60 years later, fighting a similar fight is eerily disappointing, but more purposeful because this is our turn. So now I'll pass it to Greg.
My name is Greg Pezicek, and I am from Claremont, Florida, which is Central Florida, just outside of Orlando. And I am an educator ambassador with Common Power, gone on the learning tours, and also helped volunteer as a team lead for Team North Carolina during the general election.
And Luke, this is Jeff. I'm here with Faye. We're on.
Hey,
Yes.
tell us about yourselves.
Yes, go ahead.
Go ahead.
So my name is Jeff White from Brooklyn, New York, an educator, high school educator there. I teach AP African American History and English, 10th, 11th, and 12th, and I'm also an adjunct professor of Africana Studies at John Jay College of Criminal Justice.
Faye Dansby from Anderson, Indiana, faculty member with Purdue University, also Institute Education, educator ambassador with the Institute for Common Power.
Yes.
And also have done a lot of canvassing, field work in Nevada, Virginia, Ohio, Wisconsin. I'm missing North Carolina.
All the things. Yeah. So I left that out. Also, educator ambassador with Common Power, team led and Team Nevada, and canvassed in similar states as Ms. Faye since we've been introduced to the organization. And also with Common Power, during this past election season was an extension of the Dialogue for Democracy team, facilitating conversations about racial equity and how identity shows up, not only at the doors, but in our community as we're canvassing.
Thank you all. I'm going to jump in for a quick second. Thank you all for being here. Luke, can you step out of the threesome and have Greg and Ivory next to each other? Yeah, and then slide over behind. And then guys, can you guys move a little bit towards Ivory's way, a little bit? Ivory, scooch right to the right, just a little bit. Yeah, and Greg, great, because then we can see the steps a bit. And then Luke, if you want to come back over and stand on the other side of the frame, on the other side of the steps, that's great. You don't need to back up, Greg, at all. That's great. If you come back, because the steps are great. Jeffrey and Faye, you're perfect. That's perfect, Luke, at all. So I just, for the Common Power community, want to just place the educators in the context of the organization. The Institute for Common Power is the C3 educational branch of Common Power, headed by Dr. Terry Ann Scott. And Dr. Scott, over time, and I have led some learning tours. And part of these learning tours is we take educators from around the country for 6 days of learning in Georgia and Alabama. The folks on the screen and that are joining us for this conversation are all people who've been part of those trips. From looking left to right to us, it's Faye from Indiana, Jeffrey from New York, Luke from Seattle, Greg from, is it Pensacola, Florida?
Central Florida, near Orlando.
Okay, near Orlando. And then Ivory, who just left the scene, but is somewhere, I'm sure, is from Columbus, Ohio. So this is just an example of like the diversity of geography of spaces. And Faye's at the university. Jeffrey has taught at universities and also in middle schools, I think. Is that right? And a lot of other places.
College and at high schools.
Okay, Luke, high school, right? Jeffrey, I'm sorry, Greg, you're at a high school or a middle school, and is that right?
Both 6 through 12.
Okay, and Luke, you work with middle school. I'm sorry, I'm getting all the names as like a dad and getting them all. You work with you prepare middle school teachers and are also on the faculty and staff at Ohio State, right?
Yes, and future social studies teachers 7 through 12.
Okay, so this is amazing. You guys represent geographical and also professional diversity within the curriculum. And this is what we love for our educators. All right, just kind of positioning you within the context of all of this. Go ahead and take it back, Luke.
Yeah. Thanks, Jeffrey and Miss Faye for joining us from Zoom. Appreciate you guys being here. I was hoping we could talk about a little bit it's windy out here.
Oh, I'm sorry, Selma.
Is thinking a bit about 2025, learning from the strategies that are that came before us with the Teachers March here, and thinking about education's role in social movements throughout American history. We could think of freedom schools. We could think of the Freedmen's Bureau and the schools that were established post-emancipation. There's this long through line of education being central to these social movements for justice and for equality. And we are situated in that conversation now. Yesterday, there was a conversation between Dr. Terry Scott and Dr. Uhuru Williams that was framed as the Third Civil War, and talking about the Civil War, the 1860s, and then the Civil Rights Movement as another way of kind of wrapping some frameworks around that through the lens of a second Civil War. And now, we're in this kind of third period of flux as the argument that they were making. And so, what are you facing in your classrooms professionally, but then also what do you see as the role of the educator outside of those four walls, in the way that we saw educators march to these very steps behind us on January 22nd, 1965? It might not be that march to the courthouse. We're dealing with different times and different issues in some ways. But the through line of those issues remains. We're dealing with institutional racism, we're dealing with voting rights, disenfranchisement, et cetera. And so what is the role of the educator in all of that? So Ivory, we know each other pretty well.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna kick it over to you. Why don't we just start with what's the role of the classroom teacher in this moment? And then we'll kind of go from there.
In my perspective, at least how I'm preparing my students is to meet the need of the moment, to use what is happening around them as the basis of their curriculum, to not push any kind of agenda, not to push forth any kind of ideology, but for kids to be able to see what is happening. I can't imagine, Mr. Charles being 17, him seeing what he saw up until the point where he decided to go across the bridge. Like, kids need to be that aware of their circumstance and surroundings, because I can't imagine them not being inspired to want to do something similar to what Mr. Charles did. And the role of a teacher is to tell that story, is to give students the same avenues of advocacy that, we want to, and what we're doing, and the impact we want to have. So a classroom teacher's job is more than just content. Like, it is preparing the emerging citizens, because they will be participating in this country, and what will that participation look like, especially given what we see in different attacks and different legislation. We just saw this morning, there's a anti-DEI bill in Ohio for K-12 now. And at first it was just higher administration. So it is a full-blown attack against teaching history, teaching a lived experience. I don't know how you eliminate that, but the attempt is real. So.
Yeah, thanks. I know the Ohio State, there have been protests on campus.
Yeah, there was a protest on campus. Dr. Jeffries, professor of African-American history and American history at OSU. There was a huge protest, over 900 students in the middle of the library, outside the library in what we call the Oval. He was very fired up. And that same day, I had class from the courthouse. So we didn't necessarily march to the courthouse, but we had class there.
Yeah.
And we sat through one of the Senate hearings. So it was pretty. Ohio is in the midst of some type of reckoning. You have legislators that think one way and a group of diverse people that feel and have lived another way.
Yeah.
So does the law prevail or does the lived experience prevail? And we're seeing those two things clash right now. So it's a heck of a time period.
Awesome. Greg, you're in Florida. What's 2025 teaching and learning like in Florida for you?
It certainly has its challenges. Looking at it from a historical standpoint, standing on the steps of the Dallas County Courthouse today, I think it's important for teachers to maintain and to exemplify professionalism in education, to be confident in the curriculum that we teach, to keep an open mind, understanding that there's a lot of noise outside of the classroom that distorts the minds and the thinking of not just parents, but community members, sometimes even that transfers down to the students as well. You hear about these anti-DEI bills and the fact that politicians and people within the community will somehow try to inaccurately lump teaching truthful history under the category of DEI as a disservice to our students, our country, our government, everybody here on this planet. When you think back to the sacrifice and the courage so many educators before us have put forward. I think of Mary Peak from Hampton, Virginia, who risked her life day in and day out. I think her first cadre of students was a group of 5 that she taught underneath an oak tree that today is referred to as Emancipation Oak and is the home of Hampton University still to this day. But she spent decades risking her life educating Black children at a time when there were Black codes that could have put her in jail or possibly even killed her. And you fast forward quite a bit to Coach Huggins and the Black teachers of Selma that showed up, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, with essentially a bagged lunch and a toothbrush.
That's right. Ready to go to jail.
Prepared to go to jail to fight for the vote, not just for Selma, but for our country. They changed. Mr. Kenny and I were speaking about this morning. They changed this entire country from right here in Selma. So as a teacher in 2025, you don't back down, you double down, and you have confidence in teaching the truth. And that's what we're here to do as educators.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Thanks, both of you. I'm gonna send it to our friends on Zoom. Jeffrey and Miss Faye are together. Miss Faye, would you mind starting off? You're in Indiana. You're at the university level. What are some issues you're seeing in 2025 from where you sit? Yeah, I'll just leave it there. Thanks, Miss Faye.
Yeah, it hasn't trickled down as much yet in Indiana. But what I like as I look at things holistically, and you look at, during Reconstruction and all those individuals that were elected in the legislatures, that's where we got public school from in the first place. So again, we know education is liberation.
Mhm.
And that's why there's such an assault on us at all levels. And I do know there is one issue I do want to bring up in Indiana. The legislatures are revising the graduation requirements for high schoolers and basically pushing the students more into vocational work. Some of the universities have already said if these students leave with this diploma, they will not be qualified to attend our institutions. And so Indiana's doing this shift to me, and we've got some really challenging legislatures in the way of, why would you change these diploma requirements now? And so there's a lot of challenges with that part of it, because it's going to put a lot more students not qualified to enter these amazing institutions of higher education that are in Indiana. Another thing too, though, what I like is looking at what's going on in Florida. I think it allows for the imagination to be expanded because they have Saturday schools now in Florida where, okay, we can't teach it in school from Monday to Friday. We still got Saturday and Sunday. and the evenings as well. So there are probably more people getting the knowledge of what they're trying to keep. When you try to keep things from people, that's when they go after it. So in actuality, I think there's more people learning the total history of the country in Florida than probably ever have. So my thing is bring the fight on, and we're still going to work to liberate folks and give people the true knowledge.
Yeah, sounds like freedom schools, why freedom schools were created to actually give
Exactly.
space to what this moment is about. So for me, I'm in New York, a little bit progressive. So we have a little bit more protections, but outside of just teaching, I create racial equity curriculum and then coach teachers on how to implement that, implement it in public schools in New York. Believe it or not, New York City, as you know, is a very diverse city, but still racially segregated. From its existence through redlining, gerrymandering, it's continued today. And it's very prominent and clear through the public school system. You can see how segregated schools are. So when I'm having these conversations and these coaching sessions, I think what's pivotal is for teachers to understand that they have a level of privilege being in a city that has a level of protections, right? And we have to utilize our level of privilege to be able to support states and cities and educators in other places. So at the core of everything right now is that there's a level, I came in through a teacher fellowship called the New York City Teaching Fellowship when I first began my teaching career. So anyone who's coming into the teaching profession, at least in cities that have a little bit more protections, they have to realize that education has always been politicized, but right now in this pivotal moment, there is an attack on education. It is more politicized than ever, right? So you have to understand that we're taught in our teacher trainings with this level of protection, we're taught in our teacher trainings to remain neutral. Can't be a neutral teacher in this moment, right? So recognize that you have the protections through your union to be able to actually teach the truth and fight against the resistance, right? Throughout history, there was this misconception that northern states were not part of this racial divide, right? It was always in the South. And one of the things that I learned recently, as I researched, read more, and as we, attended these trips with Common Power, there were racial terrors going on in New York City, Orange County, which is 2 hours away from New York City. So part of our education and part of what we need to do is to inform our students on those truths, right? And right now, it's not publicized in the news, but Moms for Liberty has been trying to infiltrate the New York City public schools and try to censor the materials and the curriculum and the books that we're using. So one of the things that we can do in New York City or in more progressive states, which I've been doing with the help of Common Power, is creating libraries with banned books, right? Creating those resistance built into the curriculum, bringing Charles Mauldin in on Zoom with our students before any of this is dismantled. Because we have to understand, I'm always reminded of my inspiration of life, James Baldwin's words, which is the paradox of education is precisely this, that as one begins to become conscious of one begins to examine the society in which he is being educated. And that is the pivotal moment that we're in right now. That is what they're trying to prevent.
And
It's this shift and change in society because they know the power of education. And that was the success of this regime. And that's part of the reason why we have it now.
I think also a big benefit that's coming about is we're sharing information across states. I think Shy, which is one of our educator ambassadors, also shared the New York Public School. It was a curriculum
database, racial equity database,
right.
African American history database.
Right.
Yeah.
And so I downloaded that. So again, we're getting the sharing of information that is concise in a compendium almost, where here's the information and use it across states. And so we're unifying ourselves as well. Right. And we're not limited to the borders of our states.
Right. And what you shared earlier, Luke, we're reminded as educators, we are at the forefront of all these movements, right? If we don't lead, then our students are not going to see leaders, right? So we have to teach them the truth and show that we are in the fight together.
And I'm finding also in our community, we do a lot of community engagement. We're working on curriculums to teach all citizens in our community because they want the knowledge as well, because they didn't get it when they were students as well. Right. So we're pulling some things together with that and just pulling some knowledge from, there's a 52 video series on Black history from Dr. Clint Smith that we've heard through Common Power. that we're gonna look at that and use those vignettes or videos to go through the historical context as well.
Mhm.
Yeah, thank you both. Feel like a little bit like one of those weather correspondents that's out in the hurt, you know, if the weather's not that bad, it's raining a little bit. I'm from Seattle, so this is pretty normal. But you know, man on scene here, the weather coming. Is it warm where you're at, Jeffrey? Well, I can't see where you're at. Are you?
We're still back in Montgomery, so we'll be right after this. We're gonna drive down to Selma,
Oh.
so we're joining you very soon. We
Great.
just make it in time.
Jeffrey, you said something that I want to talk a little bit about. A word that really jumped out from what you were sharing. This idea of neutrality, which is something that you know educators, you know, are told in their preparation, and as we're making our way toward the classroom to be educators, there's this idea that we need to remain neutral in the teaching and teaching and learning and ways in which we might influence students. And I totally understand where that is coming from, the idea of neutrality, and not to use the words that a Moms for Liberty might use to not indoctrinate students. But what's happening right now is neutrality is being used to describe lies and omissions. So now to remain neutral means to not tell the whole truth or to tell some other version of the past. And that, I think, I refuse to do. I'm hearing 4 other educators who refuse to do that. There is no neutrality when neutrality framing is being used to describe mistruths, misinformation, omissions, etc., about the truth of American history and the moment that we're currently facing. I saw Ibramex Kendi shared on his social media yesterday a list of words that are being prohibited by federal agencies. And among them are things like systemic racism, for example. That is a lie by omission. And to remain neutral in this moment, according to organizations like Moms for Liberty, is to stop talking about systemic racism. According to the executive order that President Trump put out a couple of weeks ago, according to the website, the Department of Education, where you can report an educator or a school who is teaching, quote, divisive concepts. And so, yeah, that idea of neutrality is really sticking with me. If neutrality means omissions, means lies, means telling some other version of the American past that doesn't include the full truth, then count me as no longer neutral, I guess, right? Like that's the fight we're in. And Dr. Uhuru Williams, who has been with us this weekend, he came to our educator symposium last July. We brought the Institute for Common Power brought educators to Selma. We were just, I can, you know, we'll see the building a couple of blocks away from here. It's where David is sitting right now. And we sat in that space and learned from one another for a few days last July. And he was talking to us about the ways in which we use primary sources to let the history really tell itself. It's not even really about our own positionality anymore. You can let those folks tell their truths and let those folks from the past using primary source works tell their truths. And there's no disputing those, right? And so I think just as a tool for thinking about how educators are moving forward, you know, we're facing a lot of pushback for what's happening in our classrooms. And really all we're doing is trying to look at those hard truths. And I think that tool that he's giving us or sharing with us about grounding our work in the sources themselves. It's not about us, it's about reading the history, which is what it's always been about. But in this particular moment, feels really important. I want to talk a little bit more about some of that backlash. It's come up in all 5 of what we've already said. You know, the teachers here face backlash. Reverend Reese was fired. He would come back later as the principal of integrated Selma High in the 1970s. But he did lose his job in the short term. Names were put in newspapers, et cetera, which we talked about. And there are 21st century equivalents to that. There's teachers being put on blast in social media. There's threats to teachers' jobs. Teachers should be fired, et cetera. Organizations like Moms for Liberty, which is founded in January of 2021, which, you know, January 6th, 2021, that we all know that date. That's the same month that Moms for Liberty is founded, as an organization that's leading a lot of these anti-truth and anti-LGBTQ+ issues in schools. that comes out of that context, kind of post-COVID, et cetera. And so we've got to meet that backlash in our classrooms. And I'm just wondering about, and I'll just sort of put this out there. I don't know if there's an individual ready to respond. But do you have an example of that? Have you individually met any backlash or have a colleague who has? And what was your way of working through that? And I'll just kind of put that in the space and see who wants to grab it.
I wouldn't say I've faced backlash outside of what the state legislatures are doing.
That counts.
Nothing within the college, but I mean, our president of the university just put forth the sunsetting of our, ODI office, which is the Office of Diversity and Inclusion, the Caring and Belonging Office, and the idea of neutrality, right? We can't go anywhere in neutral. We don't put our cars in neutral and expect to go anywhere unless we're going down a hill, which, neutrality is what takes us down a hill because it's not enough of a fight. So other than the state legislatures with their oppressive
Thunder
tactic.
I don't know if you can hear it on the call.
And maybe the thunder and maybe the rain today is a sign or some sort of omen. This is not the moment to stop because we are fighting for future generations of kids. Our kids, my son, like he deserves to have a education that is wrapped in truth. And that's not about pointing fingers and blaming people, but pointing forward for progress and policy. So, yeah, I don't know if that answers the question, but that's what I got. That's what's on my mind. That's what's on my mind.
The teachers and students at the Anderson Community Schools did what they call a walk-in probably last week. And the teachers group is very organized in the state of Indiana and has normally had some really good wins. So I think they are taking the position that they're going to push back on things coming down the pike. Not much has yet in Indiana because they are a unified group. They have very strong unions there. So I think so far they are not going to sit down on this. And again, I think it goes back to what you said, Luke, too. I think in Indiana, there will be some cities where they're going to say, what are we going to do with all these kids? We can't just, if the teachers walk, what are we going to do with all these kids every week? And so I think there will be some of that they will learn from, again, what was done right there in Selma by those teachers to continue to do that. Because if we're not in the classroom, where are the kids going? And so if you do this, we're not showing up. So I think the teachers in Indiana are looking at it from that lens as well.
Yeah, that's right. The role of organizing among educators, union organizing has been so vital to the history of these movements, and I think will play a role here as well. Jeffrey, did you want to jump in? I can't see you guys, so I'm not. I can't see you. Wasn't sure.
No worry. So for us, similar to what Ms. Phaedra shared, we have a level of union protection that we have, but I think at the core of all of that is because we have a level of union protection, resistance is most important, right? We have these protections to actually help our colleagues and our communities to fight against whatever is coming our way. So I think one of the things I want to highlight is not only in state legislation and city legislation. I think within our schools, there's a misconceptions in these progressive cities and school districts that there is a unity and understanding of what we're facing within schools among school staff. So even within my school staff or the district or the schools, the public school system, not all teachers are aligned to this resistance. Not all teachers want us to win. So that's what I've been facing, right? Along the way is those teachers we have union protections through our contract, but are asking our union presidents, do I have to teach this? Do I have to do this? So we're not all aligned, right? There is a level of coalition building and mobilization that we have to do and unlearning, right? And resistance that we have to face on a day-to-day in our own school districts and our own schools on a very, very foundational level. So I think that's something that we don't talk about often that I'm facing, right? Yes, we have these legislative pushbacks, but in our own school buildings and our own school districts, there are teachers who are just not aligned to the ideologies in this aspect of not staying neutral in schools. So that's what I've been facing is kind of pushing back against those teachers who are not there with us. And there's a spectrum of levels where that happens, where I've had colleagues myself being reported to schools, the superintendent's office, because we're pushing quote unquote certain agendas, or we're mandating them because we are in positions of leadership. So they feel mandated to teach a specific part of a curriculum that they're not aligned to. So that's kind of what I've been facing on a very, very local level.
Okay,
We've also had in Indiana,
sorry.
in a pretty affluent school district in the northern Indianapolis area, the Moms for Liberty did kind of infiltrate
Mhm.
that school board. But the good thing was the next time the elections came, they all got put out
Good.
for the
Right.
most part.
Good.
And a lot of us even that would do business and buy things and shop and eat there, a lot of us stopped going to that city
Mhm.
and told the mayor and others that, this is what the voters wanted. We're not sure we want to support that type of a community. And I think they heard some of that as well. So again, when that next election came up, a lot of those people were put out.
Yep. Okay, we're gonna do one more question. The rain's picking up here, so we're gonna be pretty quick and head back to the building in just a minute. But one of the things I'm inspired by the educators in Selma is the ways that they've left their classrooms. We're educators as our 9 to 5, but we hold that identity when we leave our classrooms, and we've got certain constraints within the classroom, of course. Those make perfect sense. Perfect, that maybe it's not the right word. Those make sense. But we also, it's a Sunday and I'm in Selma, Alabama. I teach in Seattle, Washington, just outside of Seattle in the suburb. And I'm in Selma, Alabama on a Sunday. And so I get to be here too, right? I get to say things differently here than I might in my classroom, and I get to act differently here and still be a teacher. I get to hold that identity. And so as a teacher, I'm wondering about the ways that you hold that identity to do things not 9 to 5.
Mhm.
So I heard Greg talking earlier a little bit about some of the work he's been doing. Can we start with you on that question?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this will be our last question, and then we'll head back over to the.
And I'll just kind of touch on your previous question as well. And like Ivory, I've never felt, pushback from any parents or students about teaching truthful history. In fact, I feel like there's a thirst in the majority of students and families for the truth. You talk about an agenda. Our agenda is teaching history, and the rest, politics aside, is for people to choose. And sadly, in our system of two-party system, one side has allied with teaching truthful history and the other has not. So I feel like the pushback that some teachers get in the classroom or through state legislatures is driven politically. It's not driven through the people themselves. And being here in the heart of Selma, it's just powerful. But as far as kind of, maintaining your identity as a teacher, as a civics teacher, I've been encouraged and I've been challenged at volunteering and working with Common Power through the Institute, and simply have come to the realization that voting is not enough, and teaching is not enough. It takes more. And as an educator, it worked earlier in teaching about the history of this building and its place. Teachers, kids and parents want teachers to take the lead. They want to be inspired. They need education as well. It's a partnership. It's part of it. And if the millions of teachers throughout our country, if we can band together and commit to being honest with our students and our families and being a influence in the community. And sometimes that influence is not leading a march or leading a charge. It's simply listening and engaging and giving guidance and advice. It could be a real powerful thing. And so I've cherished the opportunity to knock on doors for a primary election up in Ohio with Mr. Kennedy. I cherished the opportunity to travel out to North Carolina on 2 occasions with Common Power as a team lead, co-team lead. And I look forward to, as many of you are aware that are tuned in or maybe watching later, we're taking the fight to Florida, which is not an easy place to do. In District 1 up in the Panhandle and District 6, just south of St. Augustine. And we will knock on doors and we will engage with voters and we will listen to them and we will be there to help them make decision when it comes time to vote. And that's, that's something that I'm committed to. That's something that all the educators through Common Power and the Institute are dedicated to. And as far as, does that ever create a conflict of interest in the classroom or in my school? It has not. And I've been very forthright and open and honest with my families and my students, because I say I'm going to use this as a teaching moment. I don't come in and talk to them about the candidate necessarily that we're advocating for, but the process, right? And democracy and civic education. And I've got to teach tomorrow in Florida. I'll be driving home after we cross the bridge today. And guess what I'm going to do with my students tomorrow, right? Talk about this weekend. In my civics class, in my African American history class, I'm going to show them images. I'm going to tell the stories. I'm going to talk about my expectations and my hope for them in the future. And they're going to eat it up. They're going to love it. And the parents are going to appreciate it. And so it's really just a blessing, and very grateful to be here with Luke and Ivory and Common Power and the Institute here in Selma. And again, just going back, sorry if I'm rambling a little bit now, but combining, your role as an educator, but then also doing more than just voting and trying to help move our country in the right direction. Yeah, thanks.
And for me, I stepped outside of the classroom, attempted to run for a school board seat, fell short time. I got in late because it was just kind of a spur of the moment idea. But just gaining signatures from everyday people, talking to people on the ground, asking them what mattered to them about education, asking them how did they feel about the state of education, asking them what would they do if they were in a position of power about education. It is something that has been, it reinvigorated my passion for why education is important. I met a woman who, she asked me, I said, hey, ma'am, my name is Ivory Kennedy Jr., trying to get signatures. And she said, are you a Democrat or Republican? And I said, well, for the purposes of gaining signatures, I had to identify with the Democrats. And she started to walk away. And another older white gentleman said, give him a chance, give him a chance. And we ended up having a great conversation because she was affected by busing in Columbus. Columbus was notorious for segregation in terms of schools. We didn't listen to Brown v. Board. They had to go back to the Supreme Court in the 70s to make sure that they understood that you did need to integrate. And she was affected by that. And she was bused from her community school across town to an all-Black school. And it wasn't a good experience for her. And my argument to her was, well, don't you think if politicians and those who are making policy listen to you a little bit more and listen to what the needs of education were, then you might have been a little bit better off. And she just kind of looked at me and said, you're good at this. I said, ma'am, I'm not trying to have anything other than a conversation. And I pointed it out to her. I said, you were going to walk away from me because you heard me say Democrat, and we have a lot more in common than not. So I think, again, the role of a teacher is not to be constrained to your four walls or whatever your classroom looks like, but really start to have everyday conversations. Me being a Black man, it's not my job to educate everybody on my lived experience. At the same time, it should be all of our jobs to educate and have these conversations because that's where the progress comes from. So just trying out different avenues. I don't know if I'll try to run for another school board seat or any kind of elected office, but those kind of spaces need to be infiltrated by teachers. It's just my opinion.
Thanks. How about Jeffrey? Can we send it to you?
Yeah, I think for me, I'm very deliberate in what I do. So as an educator, my students know what I do outside of school when it comes to my political advocacy. So every day that I go to school or when in the past, this past presidential election, I'm wild. I went to like a different state, a different city each weekend, 6 weeks before the election, led some teams, participated volunteered in some teams, led some racial equity conversations with some teams. And I would fly from school on Friday, go on the weekend to these cities, and then fly back. So my suitcases are in my room, and my students are like, where are you going today? And I'm telling them I'm going to do some political advocacy work. So they're very aware of what I'm doing, and they've been inspired by that. So they're taking themselves, taking up social media and kind of speaking out against things. So I know the role that I serve for my students and the inspiration that I set. But outside of that, I collaborated with another educator ambassador, Christian Mbunza, who's in Canada, Black male educator in Canada, and we just started a podcast to extend our voice to speak out on these issues, right? To speak out on our experiences, our lived experiences, our non-lived experiences, but to inform individuals on why this history is important, why it is their history. So in whatever way I can, I've been advocating and pushing the needle forward. I think it's very important for us to recognize our positionality and the intersectionalities of our identity. So outside of just being an educator, or at the center of what I do is being a Black male educator, and that shows up at the doors in every conversation that I have. I do what I do because I know who I serve. Those young people need us, right? And I am reminded of where you are today and where I'll be in a few hours with Miss Faye in Selma, Alabama, and Charles Mauldin and Miss Bland and all the foot soldiers who sacrifice, who are beaten and hit and brutalized on those steps behind you. So I do it to recognize that and to make sure that their legacy doesn't go in vain.
And I'm probably, let's see, my family's probably been with the AME Church since the 1800s. And so I come from this liberation theology church and its founding. And so it's just in my blood to some degree to do advocacy work and community work, as well as the way we travel within the Institute for Common Power and Common Power as well. So there's this hunger because I do even little talks at church all through the election process. And it was humbling because I was gone quite a bit, especially on those Sundays, and they ended up giving me an award at the end of the election season, knowing that it's hard work we do, but necessary work that we do, and they all were engaged with it in one form or fashion. So it just kind of became this contagious thing where everyone started realizing they could do their parts as well. So that's what I really love about the work we do and what they've learned about Common Power through some of the things I've shared with them. But it's a lot of community work we're doing way beyond the classroom and what we do. So it's going to continue to grow. And I think all educators need to think about, how do you want to be remembered by your students?
Right.
Because they're going to remember 2025. And we all know we got that teacher we can talk about,
Right.
whether it's good or bad. And every teacher's going to have to look in the mirror and say, how do I want to be remembered when my students think about where I stood in 2025?
Agreed.
All right. We just had a lightning strike nearby, and there are exactly 3 dry spots on the sidewalk in Selma, Alabama, and they're beneath our feet. So we're gonna close out here and head back over to the building. That's our thunder. Faye and Jeffrey, thank you so much for joining us on Zoom.
Thank you. Yes,
Ivory, Greg, thank you so much. David, we're on our way. Okay, thanks everybody.
Yes.
All right. Let's if I got you for a second here, the two of you, I'd love to just ask you both. You made a decision to come to Jubilee. So you might be connected as educators to Common Power, and you have your very real professional commitments. But just as citizens, you made choices to come to Jubilee. And I just would love to hear you each kind of say why. What's the personal reason you're in Jubilee? All right. And so we only got a few minutes. So we don't have 40 minutes for each of these answers. And I would love just to kind of hear that from both of you, and our community would love to hear that.
I've always had a connection to my Blackness, right? That's something that I can never take off, and that's something that I can never change. My family, I didn't grow up in a super political family, but I knew that our livelihood was the contingent on how we voted. So I remember my great-grandmother, sorry, just passed. She was 101 years old. She was one of the individuals that raised me, my mom's grandmother. I would spend time, I grew up in Brooklyn, New York, but I would spend time in Jamaica, Queens, where my immediate family was. And she would, every election season, take me to the school around the corner, and we would get inside this place, this metal, container with a curtain, and that it had a lever on it. And I just wanted to pull the lever, right? I just wanted to pull the lever and she would click something. And I didn't know what voting was, but I knew that was something that we did. And we did it because we had to, for the preservation of who we are and to protect our Blackness, right? That's all I knew. So it was inherent in me as I got older, because it was something that I didn't have to think about. That is something that we do. And as I researched, as I grew older, I found liberation in education. I understand why we did what we needed to do. But it wasn't until the Common Power trip in 2023 that I walked over that bridge, the Edmund Pettus Bridge, for the first time. And Miss Faye is laughing because we were surrounded by our ancestors, full body chills. And I could not stop sobbing. And she had to console me and just embrace me, because in that moment, I felt the calling to say, this is your fight now. This is yours, so our legacy does not go in vain. And in that moment, I lost my parents at a very young age. My mom when I was 16 years old, my dad a few years ago. It took a toll on me. And one of the things that I did, to get to my healing journey was go to therapy. And one of the first questions my therapist asked me is, what is your purpose in life? And I couldn't tell you. But walking over that bridge, being surrounded by the energy of the ancestors, getting the baton by Charles Mauldin, that was the defining factor in saying, this is what I wanted to dedicate myself to the rest of my life. So I'm here because this is the calling. This is my purpose. This is my lineage, and I'm going to continue fighting to preserve it.
Now, why we showed up this year is because Common Power gave us Mr. Charles Mauldin into our lives. He talked about the Foot Soldiers breakfast. And Jeff and I told him several months ago, we're going to be here. We're going to be at that breakfast. We're going to support you, because we were not going to let the 60th go by without us being here. But a lot of it's driven by Mr. Charles Mauldin. And he has embraced us as his children. My daughter now calls him her other grandfather. And Mr. Mauldin has been so instrumental in just the way he's talked with us, spent time with us. We were not going to let anything, the two of us were not going to let anything keep us from being here especially on the 60th. I could not live with myself knowing because being with Common Power took us to a whole nother level. And anybody, the way you can get on a tour, get on a tour. But it has completely changed us, who we are, and we were not going to miss this for anything. We told Mr. Mauldin, probably over a year ago, we were going to be here, and it has been an amazing experience that we've had since we've been here.
Well, look, you have made us a different organization, right? All of our educators, and we treasure that. And Kamala Harris may not have won the vote outcome in this country in 2024, but her point that we're not going back,
Nope.
right? And we're going forward. We're going forward.
Together.
So thank you so much for joining us. For joining us, not just for being on the Zoom, but for joining this and making us a new us that we talk about. The circle always expands, right? The circle always expands. So thank you both so very much. Folks, we're going to take a short break now. We're going to see everybody back at 10 minutes after your hour. Whatever your hour is, we'll see you back at 10 minutes back here. All right? We'll see you two soon.
Yeah, see you soon. All right.
Thank you.
27 minutes.
How's this look? This good?
Great.
Okay.
Wonderful. Yes, wonderful. Thank you for being here. Yeah, thank you.
Hi, Sarah. I'm David Downey.
I don't.
Who are you?
I'm Sarah Smith.
Okay, nice to meet you.
Thank you.
And we just got acquainted over the course of this weekend because Miss Jackie Smith, who runs the coffee shop downstairs, said that she was hosting a group of folk who had been in Selma 60 years ago. And that this was your 60th anniversary in addition to Bloody Sunday and the March, is that?
That's correct.
Is that right?
That's correct.
I think I'm gonna probably need you to speak a little bit louder, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, that's good, that's good, that's good. And you, just a few minutes ago, handed me a copy of a New York Times article that ran on March 7th, 1965.
Correct.
March 7th, of course, is Bloody Sunday, right? This article ran in the New York Times on March 7th, and it was referencing a march that you participated in the day before on March 6th. Is that right?
That's correct.
I did not know about this march on March 6th, 1965, until hearing from Miss Jackie about your wit. And this is the title, this is the headline of the article. White Alabamians. I'm gonna say it again, white Alabamians staged Selma March to support Negroes. Okay, and it talks about this march that you and some others did. So can you tell us about that, please?
Tell us about which part.
The actual march that day.
Well, the march was a group of about 70 people from around Alabama. And many of them were related to various faith communities. And I had been a student at Stillman College in Tuscaloosa,
So
Alabama.
Stillman is a historical Black college, is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Okay,
And so I was invited to participate. I was only at Stillman for one semester, but people knew I was there and knew I was white and invited me to join the group. And so we came to Selma from all around Alabama on March 6th, Saturday, March 6th. And I can't remember the name of the church that we met.
it says it's a Presbyterian church.
Yeah, because that's just where we happened to be. But so we went to that church and a man named Al Lingo.
Yep, can you turn my volume off on wherever that's beeping at? Wherever that phone is at. It's not beeping, but it's just texting going on. Is it over here? Is it this one here? Might be that. I think that's me getting texts. This is bugging me. Thanks. Yes, so Mr. Al Lingo.
Came and met us at the church, and what there's a lot I don't remember, but other people have said he gave us a little quick overview of nonviolent response
Okay,
to any hassling that we got.
okay,
And then we marched, we marched down from the church to the courthouse.
okay.
And I was 20 years old. I'm 80 years old now.
Mhm.
And so it's a little fuzzy exactly what it was, trying to remember. And I had never stood up for anything publicly in a march in my life
Okay.
until that day.
Mm,
And so I think I was a little nervous. And because we started seeing white people around the sides of the street getting toward us, and they were hassling us and yelling at us, calling us names, throwing things at us. Some people in the march said some people had billy clubs.
Uh-huh, keep going.
And just, I remember sort of eggs and tomatoes being thrown at us.
Uh-huh.
And so it was a really strange experience to be in this environment where these white people are pushing toward us. And we had signs that said, we support voting rights for Black people
Okay.
or for Negroes. I don't remember the words on the signs. And I don't remember if I carried the sign. I was just, other people were older than I was, mostly.
So you didn't know anybody in this march?
No,
You came from Stillman, which is how far away?
Stillman is in Tuscaloosa. It's about an hour drive from Selma.
Okay, so you came from Stillman, you drove here, pulled up, met Mr. Al Lingo, he and Charles Mauldin, lifelong friends. Mr. Charles Mauldin was sixth in line on Bloody Sunday and is a champion of our work. It literally holds that title with us, champion of common power, and is being interviewed all over the place this weekend because of his courage and his work. So we know Mr. Al Lingo, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, we know Mr. Lingo. And he was working with the Southern Christian Leadership Conference.
Well, the group that he worked with to form the Concerned White Citizens of Alabama was formed out of a Unitarian group in Birmingham.
Okay.
And I think there were 30 of the people in the march were from the Unitarian Church in Birmingham.
That's great. That's great to know because we have a person who's joining our staff from the Unitarian Church. So she's gonna love to know this, okay?
Well,
She's gonna love to
And
know.
they've made a movie also.
Okay, okay,
Defending the Art of the Vote.
okay.
That's a movie that highlights the Concerned White Citizens of Alabama as part of this sequence of marches that happened in March 65.
Okay, so you all march on March 6th, and how many were there again?
About 70,
About 70, all white people.
all white people.
Okay. And were there any, no, we don't really need to unpack that march that much. I wanna, the next day, of course, is Bloody Sunday. So you have this march on March 6th. So as someone who studies American history and social and political forces and how the dynamics that are involved, I would now expect, in my understanding, that march the day before further inflamed the tensions among whites in Selma.
Well, I think after Bloody Sunday happened, many of us felt ambivalent about having done it because we were thinking, like, did that aggravate the situation?
Yeah.
And so none of us know. And Reverend Ellwanger, who was really the leader of the Concerned White Citizens of Alabama, he wasn't the one who had the idea of it, but he was the one who organized the group in Selma, and he was the one who spoke on the stairs of the courthouse.
Okay.
So the woman who thought of the idea had been encouraged. I think there's a story behind why she had the idea, but I think it had to do with after the bombing at the church in Birmingham, she just felt like we white people have to do something. And so I think that was the last straw for her. I'm not sure if that was it, but I'm pretty sure that was it. And so she was talking to some of the Black leaders in an organization that was a community in Birmingham. I forget the name, but I can't remember the name, but there was a group that was Black and white leaders working towards social justice in Birmingham. And she was saying maybe the white people should do something. And one of the Black leaders, I don't know if it was Shuttlesworth or Abernathy, said, "It's about time. It's about time. We've been waiting." And so there was encouragement from the Black leaders in Birmingham to go for it and go ahead and create this march. And so that was, I'm still learning the history of the origin of it, and trying to learn it. But so I wasn't part of any of the beginning of it. I just was invited to participate.
So the name of this group was the Concerned White Citizens
Of Alabama.
of Alabama. Concerned White Citizens of Alabama. Now, there is another organization that has a racist background, the White Citizens Council, right? The White Citizens Council. And the White Citizens Council headquarters in Alabama were here in Dallas County. And they were literally about 100 feet from where we're sitting right now, that way. 2 buildings over. And so part of our work in Common Power is knowing exactly where we are situated and that we're part of attempting with the community to kind of reclaim that history and that the space, right? And if things, we get lucky and everything, maybe we'll get that property in time and redo that, right? So they're the White Citizens Council, and the White Citizens Council were the business owners and the political leaders and the lawyers and the educators who were white and supported segregation strongly, but didn't want to do it in a less respectable way. Didn't want to do it in a less respectable way like the Ku Klux Klan did. They weren't going to be violent. They were going to be much more middle class and genteel in how they did that. So they're the White Citizens Council, and they're all over the South, with the headquarters right here in Dallas County, right next door. So the concerned white citizens of Alabama has been a tongue twister for us as I've learned about it, because you got the White Citizens Council, you got the concerned white citizens of Alabama. So when you were engaged with them and with white people general in Alabama in 1965, and this small group of concerned white citizens, whether it's the formal group or just generally concerned white citizens of Alabama, did you all did you feel like your life, that you were putting your life, your career, your future at stake?
No, I was 20 years old. So the idea that it was dangerous, it didn't, I mean, I grew up in Oakland and Berkeley, California, and I'm a middle class kid. And I just didn't feel, it didn't, I mean, there hadn't been Bloody Sunday, there hadn't been James Reed, there hadn't been Yellow Russo. That hadn't happened. I mean, so I felt, and I hadn't thought about my career yet. So I just, I mean, that's what I mean. It was the first time I stood up for something. And it was just like, all I was standing up for, I believe Black people should have a right to vote. And I said, that I believe in, that I will stand up for. And while we were marching and we got closer to the courthouse, Black people in the community were coming out to watch, because there's this group of white people marching saying we support Black right to vote, and white people are harassing us. And they were just like, what is going on? And they stood in the side and sang freedom songs to us. And to this day, when I hear "Ain't Gonna Let Nobody Turn Me Round," it just is, I remember the moment I heard that song while I was marching, and I was scared. And I thought, I believe Black people ought to have a right to vote. And it was just a turning point in my life to have that experience of standing up for something that mattered, even with people being hostile at me and not agreeing with me. And I didn't feel threatened. I don't know what, I think I should have. And my friends, when I went back to Stillman and other things unfolded with Bloody Sunday, they kept saying, you were lucky, that nothing happened to you. But I didn't realize.
So these folks on the side who are African American, who are Black, encouraged you as you all marched.
I felt support from them as witnesses to what we were doing with the singing that they did. They didn't get close. They weren't mixing into the situation. They stayed away. And here's all these
Yeah.
white people, really harassing us. And they stayed way back on the, but they sang. And that felt like a lot of support.
So it's 2025 now. And that work of the 1940s, 50s, 60s, and decades before that has been repealed or is getting repealed or attempting to be repealed by the courts, by conservative political leaders in this country. And so do you come to Selma every year?
No, not every year. This is my maybe fourth time in that. But I've come to Stillman College more frequently. It's a little easier to get to, and I have connections with people at Stillman still.
Are you still one of a relatively small number of white students who come there, or has that become much more common? White students come there?
It's not, it's still a historically Black college, and it still is predominantly Black, but there are some white students who go there. It's in the same town as University of Alabama. And so some people go there. Some of the Stillman students do things over at University of Alabama too. So there's a back and forth between the two schools.
So how did 1965 in your experience, the Stillman and here, how did it matter after that for you?
Mhm.
You said it was a turning point in your life. So whether it's a turning point, an inflection moment, a defining moment, how did you carry with you in a way that shaped how you spent the last 60 years?
Well, I got, I've always been interested in different cultures. I was studying anthropology and sociology. And so I graduated from college in '66. And I went with the American Friends Service Committee, which is a Quaker organization.
Mhm.
I went to India for 2 years, and I lived in little villages and worked in situations where people were extremely poor. And I'm a backpacker and a hiker. And so I love being where there's no electricity and running water. And it was wonderful. And it's the first place I saw babies born and the first place I saw people die. And that's another thing that changed my life. Because it was in a little village, it was natural. There was natural birth and natural death. And when I came back to the United States, I ended up, it was the midst of the anti-war movement. I was connecting with the Quakers still, and I got involved in the draft resistance movement. And many of the people in the draft resistance movement, David Harris, who was the founder of the West Coast draft resistance community, there were just so many leaders that were informed about nonviolence and about standing up and using your voice publicly in marches, were informed by their experience with the civil rights movement. So there's a movie called The Voice Who Said No, that's a part of the PBS American Experience. And that shows civil rights and draft resistance like this.
Okay.
It's a beautiful statement. And I mean, that's another moment where watching this group of men stand up. And in a meeting with David one time, he said to a group, he goes, "You," and I felt like he was pointing at me, "You women, this is not just a men's issue. This is something you need to think about." And I felt like it was similar to racism isn't a Black people's issue. It's my issue too, and I need to help change it. And I felt like I used that experience of seeing that it's not, we're not trying to say it's your problem or your fault. It's like our situation to grasp with the challenges that are out here in the world. So I had draft resistance movement, anti-war movement, and then I got married and I had a child. And then it's all of a sudden like, what is birthing like look in 1970 for most women? And you're younger, so you don't know, unless it was when you were, what your mother's experience.
1967.
Okay, well, you asked, I don't know if you know your birth story.
I do not know my birth story.
Well, you need to find out. Because it was archaic. It was so bizarre how they treated many women, putting them in this bed with their legs up in stirrups, sort of strapped down while they had their babies. And I'd seen natural childbirth.
Yeah.
And so I ended up having my daughter at home with a friend and my husband and the Zen priest that was our friend. So I could not relate to it. So I became a lay midwife. And then I ended up doing labor and delivery nursing. I got my nursing degree and did labor and delivery. And I feel like I've done a lot of work standing up for the rights of women, to have babies in the way that they're choosing to without being harassed. And or told they can't have home birth. And it's a big issue in Alabama. The midwives in Alabama are facing a lot of challenges. And I spoke with a midwife just last week. And they've only had rights to practice for 7 years. Anyway, that's a whole nother story.
No, it's interesting that you mentioned the midwives because we spend time with a couple lawyers in Alabama on some trips that we bring people on to learn about fight for justice in America. And one of them regularly tells us that the midwives in Alabama were sounding the alarms on these freedom rollbacks and these fights long time ago before it caught national consciousness.
Yeah, so that I feel like then my advocacy became around birth, and then I started a preschool with a friend of mine, and she and I worked together to create an organization called Hand in Hand Parenting. And it's also an international parenting group. And it's about listening to children. And part of our perspective is that early hurts that children experience and ways that they're treated, it is often oppressive. And there's a way in which adults dominate children. And I mean, there's a whole way to think about providing support to children without it being from the I know more than you do. And so this organization teaches parents how to really learn to listen to children and learn to take time with other parents to talk about the challenges of parenting. So I got very involved, and it's a very mixed group. So again, bringing people from all different backgrounds together. And that's been a big passion of mine. And I've started a family resource center in about 1980. That was for, I lived in Santa Cruz. It was bilingual Spanish and English. Parents coming together with their children and learning how to think about children and play with children and get support for each other as parents for yourself as a parent. And so that was one of my next fields. And then I worked in hospice so that my parents got older. My commitment to trying to help people die in a way that feels like there's dignity and support for both the person who's dying and for the family members. So that's how I've continued on with what I stand up for and what I do.
So coming back to Selma, generally or this year for Jubilee, what does it mean what does it mean? Why are you, when people ask me, what are you doing? Why are you going to Selma? What's going on? What do you say?
I'm gonna ask me, see what I say.
Yeah, why are you here?
Yeah, I think I'm here for inspiration. I feel like the challenges of the day are so huge,
Mhm.
and a lot of times I think I hear people say this is a strategy of the right to make it really confusing. Well, it worked. You know, I mean, I feel like I don't know what to do. How can I make a difference in this messy environment that is being created around us? Where's my place in it? What action should I take?
Mhm.
And I feel like it's hard to figure it out.
It is.
And I just feel like I wanted to be with people who were concerned and who were willing to be in conversations about it. And I really feel like there's a way where all of us have to figure out what's realistic for us in the moment for what action to take. And partly my older sister just had open heart surgery in December. And it was very precarious. So because I'm a nurse and I've taught my family that you don't leave someone alone in the hospital. We were with her 24/7 for 2 months, rotating through in shifts, and she's fine. She came home and she's walking in the neighborhood. But so I didn't know if I was going to come here because I didn't know if I was going to be planning a memorial service. And as she got better, it was only about 3 weeks ago that she was getting well enough that I could say, I want to go to Selma. And my family said, you go, we got it. And so I got to be here, and my family was on the Zoom call the other day that was with the Concerned White Citizens of Alabama. So it was partly so the Ellwangers could be there because he's 92 and Joyce is 91. And he had a stroke in December, so he couldn't come this year.
So the pastor who led this is still going.
Oh, he's going, I mean, he had a stroke, but mentally he's sharp and his organizing is unbelievable. He enjoys, I mean, they're incredible advocates for it. He's still, not now, I think he's retired, but he was a pastor in a Black church in Wisconsin a lot. But so I can give you his, I mean, he is really amazing. And he's written, he's been interviewed a lot. I'm sure people locally know him. He was born.
Joseph Ellwanger. Okay.
Yeah. He
was born in Selma.
he was born nearby, but he was raised here. His father was a minister here. So he grew up in Selma and then went to school and then became a pastor in Birmingham.
Okay. So I want to transition into a group that I'm not clear. You work also with a group that is committed to ending racism, right? And that group has people, is it from all over the country, or it's a Seattle group, or there's some Seattle people that are connected to it,
Yeah.
right? So could you explain what that group is?
Sure. The group that's here is with a project called United to End Racism.
Okay.
And that's one of numerous projects that the Reevaluation Council and Communities has developed.
Okay.
So they have other projects as well. They have one called Sustaining All Life that's working on environmental issues. And they just have different types of projects. United to End Racism is a group that really focuses on healing from trauma, from racial trauma, and so part of what the tools that are taught is that if you don't get a chance to talk about your experience and deal with the emotional responses to being traumatized, you don't really get to claim fresh thinking. You get stuck in a way. And sometimes physically you get sick if you don't deal with trauma. I mean, there's all kinds of challenges, but in this process, it's really believed that you can heal from trauma.
Okay.
And it's a pretty misunderstood idea. There's many people that you hear talking about the march and will say, you'll never heal from it. And it doesn't mean you forget about it, but it means you have perspective on it. You can get more perspective and you can make clearer decisions and be less reactive. So it's a very valuable tool for many, and that's part, I mean, that's a big part of what United to End Racism does, is gives people information about basic tools and lets them take those tools off to their communities. And it makes a difference. It makes a huge difference in being able to think more clearly.
And so Common Power is based out of Seattle, Washington, started there in 2018. And we have volunteers and people who've been through programming with us all over the country now. But there is a larger contingent of everybody in Seattle. And so I got introduced to this organization, United to End Racism, because one of the members of the organization is somebody that I've gotten to know just a little bit over the last year because of her political work. Is it a Seattle organization or is it a national organization?
The headquarters is in Seattle, but it's all over the world. A huge component in Europe, Africa, Middle East, South America. It's an international organization.
So it is based in Seattle.
Based in Seattle, but there's people all over the world who are using these tools.
Okay. So we were contacted by this person I know in Seattle before this weekend and said, hey, she told me that this group is you're going to be doing this racial healing work. And that you all were looking for a space in the downtown area where you might be able to do some, pretty significant personal work with people. And I said, yeah, I think I know a place. And I think our building could be a place that you could utilize. And I said the building that folks of ours who support us have purchased and they run for Common Power starts with the locals in Selma. But if they're not using the space, then we'd love to have you utilize one of our rooms. So yesterday, much of the day, you used one of our conference rooms.
That's right.
And then later today, after the march, you're going to use it again, right? And we're thrilled to do that. And this weekend, we've had many people utilizing this building, and that's a joy. It's an absolute joy to all of us. So we have about 20-ish people that are connected to Common Power who are here this weekend. And one of them participated in your racial healing yesterday. And they said they wanted to go and experience it and see this. And they went in with a lot of skepticism and trepidation, but had an absolutely profound transformative experience. And like a thing tremendously. All right. And the essence I understand of what you all did, the heart of it was storytelling. was telling each other your stories and hearing from one another, right? So could you just say a little bit about that, about what the methodology is there?
Well, part of it is most of the time, if we're having a conversation.
I can't read. What's it say? You can, it's okay.
Shomari interviewed at 11 at St. James.
Shomari's coming.
He'll be at the St. James for luncheon, so can we go over there?
Oh, in St. James?
Yeah.
Totally. Yes, we can.
11
Yeah.
works?
Yeah, this
Okay.
guy right there can tell you anything you want, Charles. Yeah. Yeah.
So the strategy is that in normal conversation, you tell me something about what was it like when you marched, and I might say, well, it was scary. And then the other person in a conversation might say, well, have you done any other marches? They might take your mind somewhere else. Or
1 second. I'm sorry. I just gotta get this straight here. What time?
11:45.
Because Dr. Edwards is joining us then
Yeah,
live and we're not moving him.
yeah,
Yes. So Shomar, we got to do it after that.
right, yeah,
Perfect. You knew that.
yeah, that's what I'm.
Yeah. Thank you. So we're available completely after that.
Okay.
Okay, thanks. Or you can record it. Go and record it with Shomari and we'll show it. Okay, I'm so sorry.
well, this often happens in conversation where you get interrupted.
And I personally, it's very difficult for me when I am being very vulnerable with somebody for what just happened to happen.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly, and it's normal. And people are trying to say something like, for me around parenting, you've just had a fight with your child, you've been yelling at them, you're frustrated and you're trying to tell someone, and the phone rings and you pick up the phone. Or someone comes to the door, there's constant interruptions.
Yeah.
So this tool is you agree to set aside a period of time where you don't allow interruptions to happen.
Okay.
So that you can have your own mind and your own experience of feeling something with no judgment, no one saying, really, that happened? Or, you have space to have your own experience listened to. And it often allows people to think new thoughts and to have a new way of looking at something, to have the space without interruption, without judgment, to be able to notice, what do I feel? And frequently, it is a profound experience to get that level of connection.
What time is it right now, Celestia?
10:44.
Okay, great. I want to ask a follow-up question on that, and then we got about 10 minutes left. My understanding is that in the work that you're doing, you think about it in terms of white people with white people of color with people of color in terms of those conversations early, or was that just happen to be a coincidence of the experience that this person had?
There's many different ways of doing it.
Uh-huh.
I mean, it just depends on the concept of the leader at the moment.
Okay.
I mean, it's clear that, there's many groups where it's all mixed and people were doing their turns with anybody. I mean, there's not subsets. But even like in parenting, when we do a parents group, sometimes I'll have single parents meet together and parents in a couple relationship meet together, or maybe have parents with children with disabilities meet separately. Because I was a step parent for a daughter who had Down syndrome, not my daughter, but my partner's daughter. And I just loved being able to meet with other parents who had children with disabilities. There was a safety in that where I could say things and feel things. There's value in having subsets of groups.
Yeah.
When you have an interest, and then being in a larger group is also a common experience. And sometimes you can there'll be an opportunity to suggest, could we have a group for teachers at universities, or could we have a group for, you know, athletes or for artists? And so people can create a little subset of a group that is at a gathering because they're interested in that and having that cohort be together and think together.
Right. Hmm. Celeste, could you see if the conference room is open for me to go there for Dr. Edwards? Just so you guys can have some more space here. Why is it so important to have an hour? Because I think that was the length of time. I'm not sure what the length of time. You just said have a dedicated length of time. Why is it so important to have a dedicated length of time to communicate?
The dedicated length of time could be 5 minutes.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
It's because, I mean, and I teach this with parents and children too. Something called special time with children. And it's a time where you agree to not get distracted. And as a parent, it's hard to have an hour where you're not distracted with a child.
Yeah.
And so I wouldn't suggest doing an hour-long special time with the child. I mean, you play with, but you still answer the phone or you stir the pot or do something. So it's just the purpose of the time is that you really make an agreement to have that length of time. And when we do these listening partnerships, they're really divided equally. So in the groups here, we've done maybe 10 minutes each.
Okay.
So everybody gets 10 minutes and it interrupts the oppression of sexism because frequently men go first, men speak louder, men do this. So there's no way that in this group, everybody gets the same amount of time. And then there's also frequently a decision of the leader to allow the people whose voices are less often heard first to let them go first if they want. So there's a whole understanding of oppression.
Mm-hmm.
And so rather than have white men go first, it would be sometimes it's elders and sometimes it's young people might get to speak first. People of color, people Native heritage might speak first. So that's the reason to have a segment of time and to have a picture of why would we have it be separated out, or why would we have one person or a group of people go first. And sometimes it's class-based too. People who are raised poor get to speak before people who are owning class.
Yeah.
So that comes up in these groups too.
It's so incredible. So many of the things that you've talked about in the last 45 minutes are core elements of this organization, Common Power. We do lots of circles. We equalize time. We intentionally try to bring out voices, give people a chance to contribute if they wish to. But also there's another larger piece of what you talked about was you said in this moment in time, this overwhelmness and confusion that the right has effectively inculcated among progressives and good people of good faith, right? Mm-hmm. And so we're an organization that tries to give people a chance to find an action that's a doable action. For us, it's often working in elections or registering voters or protesting these days, or contributing funds to support some other folks to go out and do work, or join a workshop, join a class. All of these are entry points towards forms of action for us. And we attempt to give people a chance to find a through line through this overwhelmness. So I feel such alignment.
I do too.
And I'm grateful.
Me too.
I want to end with this question. You went to Stillman College. in 1965. You were the only white student there then, is that correct?
That's correct.
Why?
I had an experience in the summer of 65, no, summer of 64, where I went on a program called Operation Crossroads Africa in Liberia. It was a group of young people, young college students. There were 10 in my group. And I said, I was middle class, Berkeley, California. We got to Liberia. This woman got off the plane,
White woman,
black woman,
black woman.
stepped on the ground and said, I'm home and you need to know I hate white. And I just sort of was like, oh, that's not a very nice thing to say. You know, I mean, I felt so embarrassed in some way, just like, you know.
All the classic white fragility. What?
Yes,
Right?
like, I was sitting there, I didn't do it. Yes, exactly. And I just felt so, I mean, I didn't at the time feel embarrassed. I was just sort of shocked, like, wow, that's really big. So, you know, she didn't talk to me the whole time. Except for one day, our director had the two of us scheduled to meet with somebody locally. And we were standing together, the person didn't show up on time. So there we were, and this woman didn't want to talk to me. So I'm very earnest in case you haven't been.
Oh, yeah.
And it's lovely, but anyway, I looked at Lou and I said, Lou, why can't you just accept me for who I am?
Oh my gosh. Uh-huh.
And she looked at me and she paused and she said 2 sentences to me the whole summer. She said, how many times do you think I've said that? And then she looked at me and she said, what do you know about what it's like to be Black in America? So I left that experience in Liberia with this, what do I know about what it's like? I know there's segregation in the South, I don't know. And so I asked one of the professors, his name is James Joseph, at Pittsburgh. He had come out to Pittsburgh, but he'd been a dean of students at Stillman College the year before and helped start the civil rights movement in Tuscaloosa. And he told me about Stillman and he said, I could see if you could go there. I said, maybe. And he said, well, it's an all Black school. And I said, well, if it's okay with them, it's okay with me. And he arranged it. And I got on a Greyhound bus in Los Angeles and took the bus across to Tuscaloosa, Alabama.
There's no way I want this conversation to end right now, but I have to wrap it up, okay? Yeah, thank you so much.
Sure.
We're going to be joined in a minute here by Dr. Harry Edwards, who's this renowned sociologist around sports and race in America. And he's going to be joining us by Zoom, and I want to make sure that we're right on point for that.
Okay.
But Sarah, thank you for your history, for your work, for your heart, for your commitment, and would love to have you think about getting engaged with Common Power.
I would love to. I mean, I was saying what you're doing in Selma is exactly what I think needs to happen. And I have ideas of ways to get Stillman involved.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I mean, there's so many wonderful people at Stillman.
Yeah, the choir sang at the Foot Soldier breakfast, right? That was the Stillman choir.
I don't remember. I don't know if I don't think Stillman's choir came down.
Oh, I thought that was the Stillman choir, but okay.
I don't think so because there's only 4 students that came down. So
Oh, no, the group that sang up front.
yeah, but I don't remember hearing that they were coming.
Oh,
Because I was up at Stillman last week.
Oh, okay.
And no one told me that the choir was coming. So I don't know. I
Okay.
don't.
Well, this person right here, Celestria, who you've gotten to meet, lives here. She's a staff member for Common Power. And Celestia pretty much is getting to know everybody in Alabama, all right? And she's
Stillman.
incredible representative of us. So
She is.
we would love to have you two connect, okay? Thank you so much, Sarah.
So much.
Can I give you a hug?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. All right,
I'm looking forward to more conversation.
great. Me too.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
What time is it right now?
It is 10:56.
Everything six. Okay, yes, I'm gonna be back on in, by 11:02, folks. Or 2 minutes after the hour, wherever you are. Okay? Gonna switch rooms. See you then. Can we go there? Hey, everybody. It's a few minutes past the hour. It's past 11 o'clock right here in Selma, Alabama, and it's raining outside. You can see the window over my shoulder. That's the Alabama River, and back there is the bridge. We can close this door right here too, Luke, if that'd be okay. Thanks. Hoping to be joined here by Dr. Harry Edwards from San Francisco State. We'll see. We'll see. There might be a person coming. Maybe not. We'll see. I was going to see if he was coming into Zoom right now. I don't see him. But doesn't matter. One way or another, I'm full. I'm full. I'm full of really good people who are trying to make the world a better place. Not like I'm full of it as in I'm sick of it, but like I'm filled up with that kind of sense of humanity and commitment to a better world. I mean, 2 hours with with Charles Mauldin this morning was amazing. And then the educators out in the rain at the steps of the courthouse. I mean, the greenness of those steps is historic. Like those are the green steps. And they were out there in the rain. And I just like, that's such a small burden in the scope of life, but nonetheless, it was meaningful. And Jeff and Faye joining from Montgomery, but also from, the places that they live, just like all of the educators were, Ivory and Luke and Greg, Faye and Jeff. And now just having an hour with Sarah Smith of the Concerned White Citizens of Alabama and a group that's now part of known as United and Racism, which is they're doing their work in this room right here. So part of the reason we switched to this room for this segment is because if Dr. Edwards is able to join us, then we'll it's nice and quiet. And I can talk to him through Zoom really easily.
He needs the link again.
Okay. He needs the link again. So hang on a second, folks.
If we can text it to Terry, she'll get it to him.
Okay, text it to Terry. Here, come on over here, Luke. Could you come over?
Can I just do that from this phone?
No, it's just easiest to come over here. So you're doing the great things about this all. Is you're all seeing it all live. Right here, I'm going to give you he probably needs this, right?
Yeah, he needs, well, from this, he needs this. He needs the panelist link. This would just be to be able to watch.
No, he'll still get him in, but I can promote him.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to email this to you right now, Luke.
Okay, I'll send you.
Okay, great.
Yeah, good. I'm good. Thank you so much.
You should.
Yeah,
You don't listen.
I do want to say okay. Okay. Hello? Still there, David?
Not yet. Okay, here it comes.
You have to tell everyone about the beautiful cinnamon rolls for being offered.
Oh, are there cinnamon rolls over there? Oh my goodness. Wow. Right now, there's lots of people using your Kimbo's here. All right.
Hey, man.
Hey, you didn't go home.
Yeah, we're gonna leave soon. They say the March is delayed.
Oh, because of the rain and everything?
Yeah. How you doing?
I'm doing great.
Missing.
No, I just broke off.
Okay.
And then I had another pair, broke those.
Oh,
Okay?
wow. Gotcha.
2 for 2.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, come on over here for a second. Because we're live right now, all
I'm
right?
sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. We're about to.
Have you sent it?
Are you about to be met in a minute? You good?
I haven't got
I
it.
sent it to you.
Okay, all right. Oh, there it is.
By Dr. Harry Edwards, who's a sociologist around sports and race. And
Oh, okay.
he was the mentor to Tommy Smith and John Carlos in the 1968.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think I know. I've seen it some documentaries.
Yeah. Oh man, he's got like this goatee and
Yeah, I know him.
yeah. Like, well,
Is he gonna be here?
yeah, he's about to come in on Zoom. Okay.
cool.
And I mean, this is the guy that has run with the Bill Russells.
Yeah.
Right. What do you need, ma'am?
I was just gonna do it, but she said just resend it to his Dr. Harriet with the G.
Okay,
You
all right.
Because it was
What do you
already,
want me to use?
you just have to go resend.
I'm gonna come back over. I gotta use the
Yeah,
restroom.
okay. That was going to Terry though.
I'm sorry.
Even though his name was in there. That thing that you saw earlier.
Yeah. Oh, I see. I see.
Okay, so that's just sent to him. And then if Terry's available,
She's not.
too bad. Love to have her join us. So, oh, here's Dr. Edwards is coming in. All right, here he is. He's here. All right. Let's see here. Let me, can you hear me, Dr. Edwards?
Yes, I can hear you. Let me use this new link.
Let me put this, let me spotlight you. Oh, yeah, he okay, gotcha.
They let me get some video here and some sound. Okay,
There you
how's
go. Hey, sir, how are you today?
that? I'm doing better than I deserve.
Okay. Okay, I gotta turn my phone off. My phone thinks I'm talking to it. All right. I'm gonna pin you so you're spotlighted here, sir. There you go. We have met before, but I've always been there just kind of in the support role for Dr. Terry Scott.
Uh-huh.
You know, who heads up the Institute. And Dr. Scott and I know each other from having worked at the University of Washington together about a decade ago. So I am also very acutely familiar with all of the work or some body of the work that you've done over time. And so this is an honor and a privilege to be able to have a little bit of a conversation with you. I'm sitting in a room in Selma, Alabama. Can we bring the phone over here just for a second, but take you out onto the balcony, okay? And show you the Edmund Pettus Bridge out here, which you of course know.
Yes.
And so, yeah, the building I'm in is part of an organization, is part of the Common Powers work in Selma. We're partnered with the locals here, and we have a bunch of tenants in the building that are all using the building for community work. And some supporters of ours purchased or renovated the building. There's at least 5 different groups in the building today that are using it. And in a couple hours, there'll be thousands of people marching across that bridge to commemorate Bloody Sunday and all 3 marches in 1965. And so we're doing 3 days of live streaming tied to that. And that's what we asked you to join in, sir.
Oh, thank you very much for having me.
Yeah, I'm going to stay right here for a second. Okay, Luke. So Dr. Edwards, let me just start here and say, what do you think of, or what comes to mind when you think of Selma and the Edmund Pettus Bridge?
Well, it takes me back to something that I stated as early as 1968, that the challenges of our circumstances in terms of trying to form that more perfect union, in particular, in general, and minority circumstances in particular, are diverse and dynamic, ever changing, and therefore the struggle that we're confronted with must be multifaceted and perpetual, and that there are no final victories. The voting rights issues that sparked the Selma marches have been reinvigorated, so to speak. They've been stripped and gutted in so many instances of the very strictures that would have guaranteed greater voting access, particularly for minorities, Black and brown people, Native Americans, and so forth. And even where we're able to vote, increasingly there is a massive orchestrated effort to deny the validity of the outcome of those elections, that all elections that do not favor a right-wing, basically voter repressive sentiment are rigged. So I think that we're in a situation today, when I look at Selma and the sacrifices that were made, the achievements that were brought about with LBJ signing the Voting Rights Act in 1965, that we're going to have to move back over some of that terrain and refight some battles that we thought were won, because essentially there are no final victories. We have to be prepared to fight perpetually. We have to keep the faith and continue that struggle.
Did you, at a younger age, think that there might be final victories, or is that always the perspective you're offering, always been one you've held?
No, I learned that through my study of the sociology of sport. By the time that I was in my second year at Cornell University in their PhD program, it became clear that the struggles of Jack Johnson, of Joe Louis, of Jesse Owens, most certainly of Jackie Robinson and Larry Doby, of Kenny Washington and Woody Strode in football, that we were refighting many of those battles. Sometimes they were camouflaged in new dress, but the reality is that the struggle continued. So as I looked at the situation in post 1964, when I entered graduate school at Cornell studying sport and society, not only did I determine that sport was overlooked, but that there was a reason that Bill was not the same as Chuck Cooper. That Tommy Smith and John Carlos were not the same as Jesse Owens. That Muhammad Ali was not the same as Joe Louis or Jack Johnson. We were fighting different on different battlefields, but the essential war was the same. And so what that told me was that what Jackie accomplished, the Owens did, was not a final victory. What Joe Louis did was not a final victory. And sport unavoidably recapitulates society. What you see in sport is what you have in society. So those battles that were being fought in sport by Elgin Baylor in 1960, who sat out a game in West Virginia because he couldn't eat in the cafeteria where a hotel of the hotel where his white teammates were eating downstairs in the cafeteria, but he couldn't even go through the door. So he sat out the game. These struggles were ongoing. So at that time, I was a 21, 22-year-old graduate student. So I've been on this one for over 60 years.
Yes, sir. There's a gentleman who's been part of our work at Common Power, who was in the grad program at Cornell when you were there, and he went on to become a labor lawyer and fought a judge in Seattle over time, and an advocate for civil rights, particularly migrant rights. And his name is Michael Fox. And Michael asked me to tell you that he remembers being with you and that it's go big red time. All right.
You got that right. Go Cornell.
Go Cornell. Didn't they beat Yale by like 40 the other day or something in basketball?
Yeah. I've been with professional sports organizations, the Golden State Warriors, the San Francisco 49ers through 4 Super Bowls. I've been with Bishop team, Billy Donovan, and the time we went back to back at Florida.
Oh man.
For the NC2A championship. I've been in the office of Major League Baseball under my fellow Spartan Peter Uberoth, and really came to understand and know baseball from inside out for the first time. And what I've come to is to measure a team by a single victory, most certainly not by a point spread, but by what they have at the end of the season. And when I see Cornell playing for a national championship against Ohio State or whoever, then I'm going to be convinced. Until then, hey, I'm cheering them on. I'm happy for the victory, but I've got to have more at the end.
Okay. they're clearing off the bridge right now because some dignitaries are going to come through here. You've been around a lot of those folks, I know.
Yeah.
Probably have mixed opinions and mixed thoughts about them. When you look at America today and you look at the first 40 days of Donald Trump's presidency and what they're attempting with their shock doctrine to accomplish, what are your thoughts right now about this country and about what yourself and others need to be committed to, like right now, right today?
Well, the first thing we need to be committed to is continuing the struggle. And that means organization, mobilization. If there are organizations that you can join, then join them. If they're not, then start one yourself and don't worry about the numbers. This thing has never been about numbers. It's been about commitment. It's been about a willingness to sacrifice. But the reality is that I'm somewhat perturbed about all of the hand wringing over Trump's first 45 days or his next 4 years. I mean, we need to look around at the examples that our forebears, that the great ancestors left us. I mean, Black people were we're talking about 4 years. We were in abject slavery. And over 100 years of segregation, over 400 years of brutal, racist repression. And we came through it, and not only came through it, we have prevailed at every opportunity. And so to talk about 4 years and, oh my God, what are we going to do? We got to make this next 4 years. Come on, give me a break, really. Let's get organized. Let's get mobilized. Let's get ready to face this thing and realize that DEI isn't just something that we're shooting for as a target and a goal in the end. It has to be part of the process from the beginning. We have to bring in as broad a spectrum of people in support of this struggle to sustain at least the principle of American democracy and a commitment to forming that more perfect union. And that means bringing everybody in. I believe in what James Baldwin taught us, that unless our strategic goals and efforts include everybody, then we're doomed to fulfill those biblical words put to song by a slave. And God gave Noah the rainbow sign: no more water, the fire next time. So if we don't bring in as many people on the front end, if we don't have DEI in our effort, then we can forget about DEI at the end as an end product of our goals. We have to bring as many people in as possible. We have to sit down and work with people. We have to mobilize and organize. And given the intellectual deficiencies and deficits on the other side, from the White House all the way down, I think that we have a heck of a chance if we are committed to this struggle and if we understand that DEI isn't just an end product. It has to be a beginning concept and in our formation and approach to this struggle. So we want to bring everybody in. We want to make it clear that America is America only so long as we believe in pursuing this principle of democracy, of this more perfect union. And when that is done, then we are done as a society.
I'm gonna move the camera back a couple feet. If you can then you can locate it on the ground right there, Luke, and set it down there stable and solid. You can come on back, and I can get a little closer.
Okay.
Yeah. And if either of you got questions, I'd love them. Okay. As you're listening. So Dr. Edwards, I want to follow up with you a little bit on this your articulation of this frustration with hand wringing. Can you say that to us again and just give us a little bit more of the fire? Because that's what we're looking for at our organization, Common Powers. We're not here for the next 40 days. We're not here for the next 4 years. We want to be here for the long, long haul. And it's not uncommon for us to have people who don't have that longer perspective and are absolutely mortified by the shorter amount of time. And so I'd love to hear you just tell us even a little bit more about why it is that we can't just wring our hands and put our head in our hands, and we need to stand up right now and start moving our feet, in the words of John Lewis.
Well, one of the great and most insidious challenges of erasing history, of erasing Black history, of erasing the history of women, of erasing the history of day-to-day laborers and workers, is that we lose those examples that are so critical in difficult times. And there's nothing more American than establishing, pursuing, living the examples of what we have achieved and accomplished in the past. America in the world is not just going to be judged by the example of its power, but by the power of its examples. And we have to understand that when we erase Black history, we're erasing examples that become critical at this time. People are wringing their hands over 4 years under this fascistic moron that has been voted into office, and the cronies, the menagerie of ever surprising ignoramuses that he has put in positions of authority and power beneath him. John F. Kennedy Jr., the head of the Defense Department, the people he's put over education and so forth. We can't sit and wring our hands for 4 years. Oh my God, what are we going to do? We've got to go back to those examples which have been established. Black people have lived under that type of regime outcome, irrespective of the words, for 400 years, first through abject slavery, then through over 100 plus years of segregation and lynching and police brutality and all the rest. And still, as Maya Angelou reminded us, still I rise. So we have got to wrap our minds around our history. And this is why it's so critical that we have DEI up front, not just DEI as a goal on the end. We've got to bring in everybody, as Maya Angelou taught us, as James Baldwin taught us, as history teaches us. We're in this together. None of us are going anywhere that all of us can't go. So let's just recognize that and deal with it up front. But this 4-year tenure of this individual, and whether or not he decides to run again, depends upon what we are doing now. We must organize, we must mobilize, we must join groups, we must come together, we must get everybody involved so that we can wage this struggle at the level that it must be waged.
So when you say bring DEI up front, not just as an outcome, what I'm hearing you say, and I'm getting it now, what I'm hearing you say is we need everybody at the table, and we need anybody who raises their hand and says, I want to be in, we got to get them into the game.
We got to get them into the game. And anytime, I mean, if a strategic aspect of our struggle is not converting critics and adversaries into collaborators and advocates, then what are we struggling for? What are we struggling for? So at the end of the day, yes, don't be so afraid and so intimidated and so unsure of your path ahead, paths paved by the people who marched across that bridge, paths paved by people like Dr. King and by John Lewis and by Fannie Lou Hamer and Malcolm X and all people of all colors and stripes who marched for us to get thus far. We need to go back to those examples. We need to bring those people around the table. We need to get their ideas, get their involvement, get their commitment. And that is what we march ahead with against this menagerie of sycophants, ignoramuses, and pathetic souls who think that America means dictatorial direction by an ignoramus from the top.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Thank you on behalf of everybody who's catching this live stream. Thank you on behalf of Dr. Scott and the Institute for Common Power. When you think about sports and you think about the power of sports, is there an example today in one of the major sport arenas in the United States, basketball, football, baseball, where you would say that particularly this athlete is getting it right, that they're somebody that we should take a look at and what they're doing? And I'm just wondering, for example, all the work you've done in the Bay Area. I'm wondering about your thoughts about like someone like a Steph Curry or a Draymond Green, those kinds of folks, and what you think about the different models they represent. Green, much more of the CT Vivian firebrand. Curry, much more of kind of the establishment, works within the system and also uplifts everybody at once. I'd just love to get your thoughts about them.
Well, again, we have to understand that we can't go forward fighting the last battle, because conditions generate both the movements that evolve and the leaders in them. So if we are looking for Tommy Smith and John Carlos, it's a mistake. If we're looking for Muhammad Ali, it's a mistake. If we're looking for Bill Russell and Elgin Baylor, it's a mistake. If we're looking for Wilma Rudolph and Rose Robinson, who was the first athlete to stage a demonstration during the playing of the anthem in 1959 at the Pan Am Games in Chicago, we're making a mistake, because the conditions today have evolved in large part because of the sacrifices and contributions of those past generations. And this generation has to evolve in a way, this generation of leaders, this generation of movements has to evolve in a way that's conditioned by what they are dealing with today. So when I look at a Steph Curry and a picture comes on of him at a basketball camp, and there are Asian Americans there, there are Latinos, Latino Americans there, there are African Americans there, there are white kids there. That's a hell of a statement. When I look at Green and see him stepping up and stepping out in terms of some of the more controversial issues, there's a reason for that. The conditions are generating that. When I see Juju Wonder Woman Watkins playing basketball, and what she is doing for the whole image of women. When I look at Caitlin Clark and what she did for women's participation in sport as legitimate athletes. I mean, I'm watching these women's basketball games and I'm glued to the TV set almost 24/7. I'm taping everything I can't see because it's being played simultaneously. So when I look at USC, when I look at Notre Dame, when I look at University of Connecticut and South Carolina, when I look at these great women's basketball teams and the game that they play and the absolute artistry of what they are doing. And people, some clown told me, yeah, Doc, I know you big on women's basketball, but Juju Watkins could never guard LeBron James. 90% of the men in the NBA can't guard LeBron James. What the hell is he talking about? So we're talking in women's sports about a different division. There's no question that at his top, Sugar Ray Leonard couldn't stay in the ring 2 minutes with a Mike Tyson. It's a different division. Mike is too strong. He's too big, but Sugar Ray Leonard is in the Hall of Fame, right alongside Mike Tyson, both of them in the Boxing Hall of Fame. So we have to get real here, get over our misogyny and sexism, and understand what's happening with women in sport, not just sports, but with women in sports, and the step that they have taken on the heels of Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese, and that whole process into this stage where now we have these giants, these athletic icons, like Juju Watkins. This is progress in this regard. And again, sport reflects society. Sport recapitulates society. So we can look for women to emerge in this situation. We shouldn't be looking for another Malcolm X or another Martin Luther King. We have never been able to see leaders coming in these mass movements. Nobody saw Martin Luther King coming out of Birmingham, a 26-year-old preacher whose dad had run him out of Atlanta. Nobody saw Malcolm X coming out of prison, a 26-year-old ex-offender. Nobody saw Tommy Smith and John Carlos coming. Nobody saw Wilma Rudolph coming back to Clarksville, Tennessee and saying, hey, if the parade is not first come, first serve, stand where you want, I'm not going to be in it. And they said, well, okay, we'll integrate the parade, but we're going to have to segregate the dinner. Blacks going to be sitting in one place and whites going to be in another. She said, no, you're going to have, then I'm not going to be there. And then she went on to help desegregate everything from schools to swimming pools. Nobody saw her coming in that, guys. So we don't see the leadership coming today. We don't even see the complete framing of the conditions that will generate that leadership and the movements. But based upon history and what I can see, I will guarantee you this: she is on her way. And so we need to understand that, and the impact of the Juju Watkins and the women at Notre Dame and so forth, and the cumulative impact that has on popular culture.
I went to McDonald's. It's a weakness of mine. I went to McDonald's and pulled up to the drive-through, and there's the Angel Reese burgers, all right, and the Angel Reese meals, and that, like, it's imperative that we both see that as a progress and a statement about where we can go. I can't imagine a Bill Russell having that experience in the 1960s.
No.
With having McDonald's as a contractor.
Yeah, the conditions did not allow it. And even as McDonald's comes out and says, we're going to suspend all DEI efforts in that regard, I'm less concerned about that, in fact, because most of them weren't implemented anyway. And when they were implemented, the people who basically benefited most were white women. So at the end of the day, I'm less concerned about that than we began to implement DEI up front, which is to bring all of those women and everybody else into this stage of movement development. And so I'm right there with you. We cannot expect to see today what we saw in the 1960s. We cannot expect this to be the same situation, because conditions generate movements and the leadership of those movements. And the conditions today are different.
Thank you for your time and for your wisdom and for your energy. I want to talk for a moment here about what was done here on this bridge. It's 60 years to Friday, 2 days ago, from Bloody Sunday in March of 1965. And then, so today is March 9th. So it's 60 years ago from Turnaround Tuesday, which was the second march that they did.
Right.
And then the third march with the federal protections is when they went across that bridge. Took 3 times, right?
And 2,000 soldiers. And 2,000 soldiers, 2,000 National Guardsmen deployed by the president.
Exactly. Can you, from your position, take us back to what that moment meant then, when you were at, in the way that people talk about, look, I remember where I was when Kennedy was assassinated in 63. Can you tell us about what you think and remember about this moment here, any of those 3 marches?
You know, in 1965, I was a first-year graduate student at Cornell University and had decided to do my master's thesis on the Black Muslim family. And at that time, Malcolm X was a pariah in the Nation of Islam. He was a pariah in American society. The civil rights movement had essentially marginalized him. But I found him fascinating, and I found what he was trying to do in bringing in young sociologists, psychologists, lawyers, and so forth into his Organization for African American Unity in New York City. I found that fascinating. And I was literally shattered when he was assassinated on February 21st, 1965. So by the time these movements in terms of the voting rights, I about what are we voting for, and so my perspective on it was not proud in terms of a vote and a viable, but what are we voting for? And I even went back later on in later years in my work with Dr. King, and I remember him saying, not just to me, but to Harry Belafonte, to a number of people, I fear that we might be trying to integrate with a burning house into a burning house, because somewhere in his thinking, Dr. King foresaw a Donald Trump who would deny the credibility of democracy as a form of government organization. He said we might be trying to integrate into a burning house. But from my obsession with the murder of Malcolm X while I was writing my master's thesis, interviewing a lot of people in his organization, up through 1968, and a couple of meetings that I had with Dr. King about the Olympic Project for Human Rights and some discussions that we had on the side. The Selma March, the overall thrust of the civil rights movement, Dr. King's shift from civil rights to a focus on human rights, because it might come down to whether or not certain groups of people are even considered substantially enough human to have rights. Dr. King recognized that. That's why I named the Olympic, it was the Olympic Project for Human Rights, not the Olympic Project for Civil Rights. Some of that was a result of my discussions with Dr. King. So at the end of the day, Selma was an episode in an ongoing struggle which was changing so rapidly, which was evolving in a different direction so rapidly that even Dr. King came to wonder, are we really talking about civil rights, voting rights, and so forth, when it may be human rights that we need to be concerned about? So when I look at Selma, I learned from that example of commitment and struggle and sacrifice, but I also look at it in terms of the overall thrust and direction of evolving developments and try to see what does it mean today. So now, even where we can, the Civil Rights, the Voting Rights Act has been substantially gutted in many ways. Right. And even where we can have a creditable and legitimate representative vote, there are those who are condemning very derisively the outcome of the vote if it doesn't go the way that they think it should go. So they're saying it's rigged. The vote has been stolen and so forth. So we're fighting all of that. And within the context of the Selma March, the march occurred at a much, much less complex time. But it got us to where we are today. And the example that I take away from Selma is the commitment, the sacrifice, the organization, the determination to pursue a particular goal. And that applies irrespective of the era.
One last question I'd love to ask you. Did you know Reverend McKinney in Seattle, Washington?
No, I didn't. I do not.
He was a civil rights leader, an African-American pastor in Seattle, Washington. And I had a chance to do a series of interviews with him. And he said to me, and this might be a common understanding, but for me it was new, that his experience as a Black American man was that in the North, I'm sorry, in the South, whites didn't care how close you got as long as you didn't get too high as a black man. And in the American North, whites didn't care how high you got, they just didn't want you very close. Okay? And the difference between social relationships and prestige and status in society. And I'm wondering if this current moment, I've heard some say that this current moment is simply making manifest all these pieces that are always there. They're just more apparent at this time. What do you think about those pieces?
Well, first of all, let me say this: I didn't know the individual that you speak of, but I look for a world where there are so many leaders down to such a community neighborhood level that I don't know the overwhelming majority of them. When I know all of the leaders, we're in big trouble. When anyone knows all of the leaders, we're in big trouble. The second thing is this: you cannot separate power and closeness. Once you separate those out, you're living in a world that is so so incapable of generating change that you're hamstrung. That is to say that if you can get as powerful as you want, but there are elements in the society that don't want you anywhere near them, or in their organizations, or in their government. Or you're fooling yourself. If you can get as close as you want, as long as you don't have any power, then what difference does it make how close you are? So closeness and power are different sides of the same coin. They call it equality. They call it status. You have the power to move into the circles and into the environments. You have to move in to bring about the kinds of changes, the kind of society that you're trying to achieve. And if you can't move into those circles, then the power itself is an illusion, because you don't even have the power to go where you want to go. You don't have the power to be where you want to be. I think that we need to dispense with some of the earlier era headlighted paths, because if you could get power in the past, that was a great achievement. If you could get close in the past, that was a great achievement. So if you were close in one place, and they said, well, they got us divided up here, north and south, and one thing another in terms of, no, we're past that. This is a different era. If you have power and can't get close in the circles where that power is exercised and executed, then your power is an illusion. If you're close and don't have any power, well, you know what? You may as well be making the beds and serving the coffee, because you don't have the tools that you need to get things done. So I have a difficult time going back to those previous eras and trying to apply them today.
Thank you so much, Dr. Harry Edwards.
Thank you very much. It was a privilege to be with you. Have a great day.
Thank you, sir. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Dr. Harry Edwards joining us from the Bay Area, from San Francisco. Dropping the fire, as the kids say. Or I don't know if that's what they say. Something like that. Bringing the fire, dropping the fire. I don't know.
Spitting hot fire.
Spitting hot fire. All right. All I know is it was fire. All right. What was it? 11:50 right now?
About that, yeah.
It's about 50 after the hour,
Yep.
10 minutes to the hour. We'll see everybody back right on the hour, wherever you are.
Yep.
Okay. We're gonna take a little break, move positions again. See you on the hour.
All right, folks, we're outside.
You're on the live?
Yeah, we're live. You want to say hey?
Yeah, sure. I mean, right now you can see in the crowd, we've got Reverend Raphael Warnock. I see Maya Wiley. I see some other Congress people in here, some commentators. Yeah, we're beginning to see the delegation coming through. It's starting to pop up. You can pan over here and you can see Warnock from here. You take my picture too.
Yeah, folks at home, this is Ahmed Baba who's traveling with us.
Oh, am I supposed to be
This
talking?
weekend. No, just introducing who was talking to
Cool.
talking to everybody if they haven't met you before. Independent journalist, MSNBC contributor, hanging out with us this weekend. Good friend of CP.
Yeah. So right now, if you're still panned on me, yeah, you can see that this crowd is just gathering. So this time, I think I see Joy B. I think I see some other contributors. I can't confirm if that's Joy Reid or not. I see Raphael or not. I see Jeffrey's over there. Okay. I might actually join some. I see some other people over there.
Yeah.
You got Jeffrey.
Why don't we go walk with them?
You want to go walk?
Yeah, let's go walk with them.
Joy Reid? I think so. Wow, awesome. Tell her I said hi. She knows who I am. I don't know if I'm supposed to be here for Shomari Figures or not, but
He's here.
he's here.
Yeah, we're walking.
Okay.
Walk there.
Okay. Great. Now we're here at the market.
Let's see if we can find our folks here.
You got Jeffrey over here.
Yeah. We're just gonna head into the crowd there. Oh, Ahmed, sorry. They're taking a picture here.
We're doing journalism work. Yeah, we see some more people over here.
Yeah, I just kind of through. Sorry about that. Excuse us. Sorry.
You guys are on the stream right now.
Yeah, we're streaming.
Stream. What's up? You see right over there, there's Raphael Warnock. Senator Warnock right here. I see.
Try not to like be super obnoxious, selfie guy. You taking it? What? Oh. Thank you. Guy behind the camera, yeah.
We're here on the ground. Selma, got a bunch of commentator people here. We've got Congress people all right here. We're on the ground. I see Senator Raphael over there. Right there. We're about to make this walk. I don't know. Step by. Reverend here. There's David and Charles up there with Ty Kramer and Steve Romaine. They got the best view in the house. Look at that. Yes.
Yeah.
What's that? Wow.
I know, literally, we're all waiting for.
What?
You're live, right?
Yeah, you're still live.
Live.
Still live. He's online.
Yeah, I see your phone.
Hey, y'all know how to do this. Don't let them break your line.
Trying to get stuff you're all seeing this.
Man, don't let them break.
Let's see if we're still live streaming here. Let's just check.
You gotta learn. Yeah.
Hey, David. I can't hear you super well. It's pretty loud down here. If they can hear us, it's about to go down. You can see Congress people here. You can see journalists.
That's the phone right down that you're seeing on the left here is Ahmed Baba. He's right out there with Jeff White and some others.
It's bad.
Is there a line forming in front of us?
Yeah, they're keeping so the congressman.
Sure.
Soldiers.
I'm gonna turn the camera around so you all can see this photo.
All right, stick with hold the line. Hold the line. Let's break the line.
And this is super cool.
Hold on. It's gonna be.
Yeah.
It's windy and.
And they can
Right
get
here,
a.
man. First of all, here's Charles Douglas.
I want to say that this is a Jubilee unlike any other in maybe. President and Vice President of the United States here. And no Secret Service. Influence on the proceedings, and there's also less people here that are just here to kind of be around the president, vice president.
Yeah.
So what you get is you get people who are more down for the cause, right? You get more folks here that are you get more people here that are here, not because there are cameras, but because there's good work to be done. And there's good people doing the work. And so, the crowd is a little bit more organic and it's a little less designed. It's you got people kind of sneaking in here and there, and you got two different areas where it formed from. But the core of this is close to
how you flip
of what the civil rights movement was about, the heart of what moves people and movements and the people who are really going to be doing the work.
Yeah, so right down here in front right now, I see Michael.
Can't even post anything because there's no signal.
I'm like right on your shoulder.
Reporting
And this is not everybody, by the way, folks. This is the
We are here.
front dignitaries here.
We are here.
And then we have the folks who got into through security here. And then there's gonna be a group more around the buildings that are at coming from Brown Chapel. So this is just the first two clusters. So right up front. Martin Luther King Senior.
It's fucking up. We're about to make a historic. We're about to make a historic month. Right?
Team Jeffries is down there.
There's he's kicking in folks there right next to Miss Terry's red. Behind Hakeem Jeffries is Shomari Figures just walked up close. Mr. Charles.
My figures over there.
Oh, yeah.
Lady in the green. And also Rick is down there. You see to the right of Rafi.
About to be in these figures. Holding up his phone. It's not awkward at all.
Ken Martin, that's right. And then to the right of him just now is South Carolina. Clyburn.
Jeffries is taking cool, right?
Right there.
I don't know how you connect to the what?
And who's on the other side of Jeffries? They're gonna be the that are linking up. So it's
This is really cool.
Yeah. Folks, it's civil rights leaders.
Yeah, we're just right there. Got Frankie Rule over there. We've got Iowa. We've got
Yeah, and the rest of the folks, like I said, they're local people.
Warnoff over there.
Charles is up there. He's the foot soldier. You got
Fire Rose is making rounds, talking to the Stigmas over here. You know, these are the people that do the work. And the wheelchair up there being so. Wait, so coming in, you see her by the light. There's a bunch of media. Is that Annie Pearl?
It might be
In the red
pearl, yeah, in the red hat. Right?
Imagine on our face and us. I'm torn between wanting to be part of that, going up the media. I would do that. And they're all up there. All right, I'm gonna go. Can I go? Can I do it?
Because you have the pass, like, why not? That's the whole point, right? I'll take the pass if you're not gonna use it.
Yeah, what good is it?
Right, if you're not gonna use Okay. Good. Yeah.
Movies are after the movie.
They're like. Yeah. God, yeah. Because they always do stuff together. But that's how you.
Coming off mute here, we're seeing this little light of mine down here. Yeah.
Yeah, so let me mute them. They're muted, and now you should be able to hear me. So the main crowd with the dignitaries up there on top of the bridge, they are paused. Are almost certainly doing a prayer and a set of speeches by political leaders of Jeffries, of Warnock, Maxine Waters, Terry Sewell, who represents this area. They're up there on top. And then there's the camp. And then there's the main here. And that seems to stretch. Then look back here. Around the corner now are some folks who are his iconic as part of marches. They are there are men and women that will be out behind them. We're down here line. In formation. Men are in black and the women are in the white. Gonna be up here for a bit of time because people are coming and coming. So that this is off on top of the bridge of the dignitaries. High profile individuals and also the foot soldiers, okay, that led the way in 1965. Over here is the main group, probably, I'm gonna guess 3,000, 4,000 right here. Led by, I don't know the name of the organization, but these very dignified men and then women that march every year in Jubilee. And we'll get a good look at them when they come by. I think what I'm going to do is go down to a different location and get a little closer while I'm doing this. We'll see if we don't lose the camera, but it's a little breezy. It's probably 45 degrees. It's a little rainy. This group's starting to move. I'm going to move out there now. Coming down the stairs in the building, if you're still getting the feed. And we'll be going outside to a different angle, different location. And hoping to get there. It's looking pretty good here. Right ahead of me is people. We're moving and marching. Now I'm going to go up around this corner, up this fire escape right here to get some pictures up here. And you can see there's bunches of folks up here. we'll see what we run into. They might tell me I can't go up here, in which case I'll have to say, well, we own the building. There's lots of folks up here taking photos. And I'm gonna come back down here because these are all locals using the fire escape, and we're just gonna let them do that. That's the way it should go. Okay, I think I'm gonna cut back in here. I was gonna go up the fire escape and that's where I was gonna be, but again, as I said, all the locals are there.
Oh, thank you.
What are you looking for? The coffee shop? Oh, no. And I'm back, and I hope you're all still there. That should be the last time I get lost.
And cheese, is that in your food group?
It is. Yeah, thanks. All right, folks, you should all be able to hear me. That's what I think is going on here. And I'm inside, but you're watching the video of the of the phone that's out in the street that is being held either by Celestria or by Luke. And that's what you're spotlighted on, but you can hear my audio. Steve Romine has given me his hat. They've given everything to Common Power, the hat, and now he's giving me some string cheese. And I'm going to go back out in a second to get some more footage. But right now, I kind of like this one we're seeing here live. This is the part of what you're looking at as part of the front group. All of the people in our Common Power cluster got into the VIP group, not the first row or two by any means, but got into the cluster of that kind of first group, near the end of them, and are walking across with them. And that this is the first Jubilee I've been to out of probably 5 Jubilees, 6 Jubilees, 7 Jubilees I've been to. I think this is the coldest one I've been to, and also the rainiest one. I'm glad you can hear. All right, Carla.
Thanks, Steve.
See this picture.
Okay, I'm actually back now and fully able to talk. Had to get caught up a bit. You're watching the phone that's being held by Celestia or by Luke or by some member of our cluster of our group. And you're hearing my audio, which is me with the laptop. And the reality of kind of like how this all unfolds at Jubilee is that locals always want to make sure that the foot soldiers are honored and put up front. And they and then the political officials, the national political officials always want to be up front. And so there's always tension between the national political officials who weren't part of the movement usually, and tension between them and the locals. So one of the ways that that gets solved is that the locals get to go in front on a walk across the bridge like this, but only a little bit in front of the political officials, and then all of them together, the political officials plus the locals, get to go out front in front of the larger group, the larger cluster of individuals. When that group of men and women, those separate groups of men and women go across the bridge, I'll go out and make sure that we can see them. Let's see here if I can get this done. See if I can get this here. Okay. I can hear people out there singing. Just a second. Hey, Jeffrey.
I'm with Luke. He just said, turn your camera. I can't believe we're hanging on the video.
My kids are well and kind of.
Okay.
Turn my camera?
Yeah, turn your camera. Right now it's vertical, so you look off to the side. You need to turn it horizontally if possible.
You guys are looking vertical.
Okay, understood.
Right now, I don't have any visual from you all.
Yeah, the service is not great over here.
That's fine. No problem at all.
Yeah, we're trying. Yeah, all right. I'll let him know.
Okay, bye. Gonna try to invite myself here. And maybe I'll be able to take my camera out onto the screen, out onto the balcony, and we'll see if I can use my camera as part of this. So you all are watching footage. You might need to turn your head sideways, depending upon how it's showing up on your screen, of people walking across the bridge. That is part of the first group of foot soldiers and political officials. There's then going to be there is a second larger group that is not in the camera that I'm going to try to capture here with my camera here. Let's see if we can get this going.
You can notice, of course, that the camera is turned sideways, and that's just got to do with the service that's out there right now. Not for me, but for them out there. So I don't know any way to change that. That's funny.
And this is who's here?
The camera out there.
The CD?
Yeah. And they know. So their image is showing up vertically.
And they know that.
They do it. Like if you look at the live stream right now, they're sideways. Um, let's see. Nope, can't change that. So I'm going to go back out here and see what I can do with this camera. So there's a pause. People start marching and walking. And I think we got another significant group, and this might be the people that we're expecting. Right now, they're chanting, what do we want? Voting rights. When do we want it? Now. Okay. And it is just at this point in time becomes a chance for people to go across with the groups that they came with. There's a group of folks in red outfits right now, which are the youth advisory board for Foot Soldiers Park, this great organization with Mrs. Joanne Bland that we support here in Selma. They're leading the way right here. Got a group in red just before they hit the apex of the bridge there. So it's 12:30 p.m. in Selma, 10:30 a.m. Pacific time, 1:30 p.m. Eastern time. And we're doing great in terms of time and place here. And if we're able to get Shomari Figures, we will. We'll certainly have some moments to digest this all together in the next hour and a half before we begin to wrap up things next maybe 2.5 hours, maybe 2. We'll see exactly. But there is a definite gap in people here, and I think in the bridge crossers, and I think that's because there's the group coming that is very much walking in sync, like a band in a rose parade or something like that. And here they come right now past us. I'm going to turn the camera on them. You can see these are all gentlemen in black outfits, and they have their arms locked with each other. they've paused. I think it's because they want to, march a good distance in synchronicity. And so they're waiting till folks get over the top of the bridge. Now, the way the bridge is constructed here, where we see the arch, there is not actually the top of the bridge. The top of the bridge is past the march. And you can see how it still keeps going up until you get to the next kind of space. Now they're singing, these gentlemen singing This Little Light of Mine. Let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. This little light of mine. Let it shine, let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. All these gentlemen in their black suits, they're all part of the same group. Now, I don't know if you can hear it on the audio there, but on the other side of the bridge, there's some loudspeakers and there's people singing and kind of sharing their thoughts, but mostly singing. This group is making their way pretty steadily now. And at the rear of them, it looks like they're pushing some people in some wheelchairs. And now we're about to see a group of women in all white, dressed in all white. I think everybody is African American in these two groups. That may be a requirement as part of it, or it's just a tradition. But we're about to see this group of women now, African American women, in white outfits.
Let it shine. Let it shine. Everywhere I go, I'm gonna let it shine. 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 I'm gonna let it shine.
Here we go again. Well, look who's back here.
I
All right.
decided not to leave. All right.
Hi, September. You brought your parents back, huh, man?
Yeah. She said, Dad, I think we're missing opportunities to build bridges with leaders. And I said, September, that's a compelling argument. Yes.
There's a boat right out there. That's a security boat.
So have they even gone across here?
This is
This is the second group.
the second group.
Okay, so these are the main,
Yeah.
the main community members here. Celestia said she's talked to Justin Jones
Oh, good.
of Tennessee.
Last 3 days, they love
Who has?
Your parents.
Oh, really?
So they say congratulations and you did great work.
Oh, good.
Right.
Man, that's killing you. I know. All right. Hanson, did you go across or not?
No, I shot it on the set.
Oh, did you?
Hey, is this
Charles Mauldin's here. So
whose glasses did you steal,
These are
David?
Steve Romines.
Di-
Yeah.
David, you had a new pair of glasses every couple of days on this trip.
This is the third pair today. Okay. Yes. And I think these don't really work for me,
No.
but they're
It's better than nothing.
exactly because otherwise I've gone like this, right?
Say, whose hat are you wearing?
Steve's.
That's also Steve's hat.
They just Steve and Ty. They just keep
He's giving.
yeah. Steve came over and put a glass of water next to me
Oh, wow.
as I was doing my Zoom. You
If
know,
he could hear you talking, he can hear your mouth.
he's like, "Don't get dehydrated." Okay?
Yeah. Steve Romine also let the NBC News guys who were using the roof, who were soaking wet, use his pants. Okay. He gave them 2 pairs of his pants and let them dry their clothes in the dryer. So, they're just
of the community. There's so much, not trash, but raw material on the steps going up to the roof that the NBC reporters have observed.
Oh, the technical word is detritus.
Detritus? Okay. Yeah.
I said it looks like my son's room. It's just like every single step, there's like something spread out.
Yeah. This is the, I don't know what the name of this group is, but the first there was the men in black and then there's the women in white.
Yeah.
Our live feed, which is not happening anymore on that side of the bridge. The one that, like the,
Yeah.
they were going for a while, but it was just sideways. It was just
Because
sideways.
they're holding the phone.
No, it wasn't that, because they know that.
Okay.
Yeah, they weren't able to get it back. So 105 Selma time, 305. No, 105 Selma time, 1105 Pacific
The
time.
camera's really close to your head.
Did you see it right now? 205 Eastern time. It's great if we get Shomari Figures, and this has been the holy grail of the entire weekend, is to try to get Shomari Figures. If we get him now, Charles is back to talk to him because they have a great connection.
It's like not cold, right?
I know.
So many.
And don't, there's more folks coming, or if I think that looks like it's kind of it. There's just people now who are walking up by themselves. I think that the two groups were the last. It's a group in all red robes over here. Now they're singing "We Shall Overcome." We overcome someday. So people, you can see people coming back over now along the sidewalks. And it was their sidewalks on the far side that folks walked across the bridge on Bloody Sunday. And by the time they got to the third march, they were taking the entire 4 lanes of the bridge. So what they had that, and they had the protection of the National Guard as well. Oh, maybe there's some more people coming now. Yeah, with the little.
I heard you have some networking problems. My parents are complaining.
Oh, were they? Yeah, I'm sure we did. There's no way we did not. Like, think Zoom went out, Zoom just appeared a little bit.
Yeah.
How you doing, September?
Mauldin in his typical way said, I'm not marching in the front, so he's like in the middle hanging out.
Is that where he is?
It's real. He's just right here for that.
He and I
Our,
had an incredible
we did a conversation.
2 hours. Yeah.
One of our educators leaving, driving back to Florida.
Greg
I think it's
Pesachek.
No, come here, come
Yeah.
here, come here, Greg. Watch out, Hanson, watch out. Hold on, this is important. So,
Yeah.
no, hey, you directed at us. Sorry. Okay.
How you doing? All right.
No,
Okay,
right here. So, okay, just we call him Greg P. Because there's another Greg. And, but he drove from Florida all the way here, 7, 8 hours to be here and cross the bridge for the first time.
Not since the.
Not since the learning tour,
February.
but the first time for Jubilee. So
Correct, first
with
Jubilee.
all these folks here
Correct,
and with reunited with some of your fellow educators.
correct.
So let me tell you why he's not just this, very talented educator committed to the cause. Not that that's a minimal thing. But I want to point out that, we are not just people who understand and celebrate history and teach it. We're also fighting for what the future is. And Greg is going to be on the front lines, on the offense in Florida at one of the special elections, leading some folks on the ground, knocking on doors. So the special elections on April 1st.
Right.
Greg is going to be out there one of the weekends and in the
weekends,
6th, both weekends,
This weekend, so.
and the 6th, right?
Sixth district, correct, yes.
And what cities are there?
It's just south of St. Augustine.
Okay.
And then it goes along the coast, almost down to New Smyrna,
Okay.
Daytona Beach area, and then almost as far westward as Orlando. So
Okay.
it's a rather large district.
Okay.
Lots of ground to cover.
Yeah, it's one of those like weirdly shaped gerrymandered district that goes down and cracks one of the kind of black districts and pulls it up in, diminishes it. But so that's a big deal that you're doing that. And we're going to Wisconsin and we think we're going to win that race. In Florida, we know we got no chance. We're still fighting. So it means a lot that you're down there. You live down there.
But I do live down there, and what I was telling Puya and the gang the other night on a Zoom call driving up here, actually, the Republican candidate in that district is not somebody that warms up the moderate Republican crowd. Doesn't inspire anybody to get out there to vote. So if we on our end can rally Democrats, in that region, like I said, you go and you hope for the best.
Yeah.
And you don't stand back, you double down, you step in, you step up. And we'll work as much as possible to get out that vote.
And I think that's the mentality that is David's Dave, you got it,
Yeah, I
man?
almost compared it to North Carolina in the sense that, Trump got his vote, but Mark Roberts didn't get a lot of Republican votes.
Yeah.
We still had a lot of Democrats win on that ballot.
Up and down the ballot, man.
So,
Yeah.
so this is a candidate that is not going to get out the Republican vote.
Yeah, and but that mentality you said where you're basically like, no matter what, we've got to fight this fight. That is where, Florida's been like that for a long time for liberals, and for Democrats, of course. But the country's like finding itself where you've been. That's like, this is where you've lived in a state where the people who make decisions, who make laws, they make decisions that you don't agree with all the time. DeSantis has been a force there for years. So I feel like us coming to Florida, us participating in this race, us tapping into you and having you lead us through that is also to teach us how to be in this moment where it doesn't look like we're going to win anytime soon, right? We have no chance at the White House for another 4 years, even if we have another election, right? So I think that this is where like we on the left get to dig deep, humble ourselves, and then learn from what you all do in Florida.
Yeah, Florida's a swamp. You gotta watch out for the gators. You gotta watch out for the mosquitoes, right? You gotta watch out for the water moccasins. But Florida's a very diverse state, and good diverse. There's a lot of Medicare recipients along the eastern coast. We have a large senior citizen population.
Yeah.
We have a lot of teachers in our state. The Democratic candidate in District 6 is a teacher.
Okay.
And we're very close to a lot of large federal facilities just along the Space Coast there on the East Coast.
Yep.
And so, we have a lot to work with, I think.
Okay. All right, man. Well, have a safe trip back.
Thank you very much. I
Thanks for
appreciate
coming,
it.
man. We'll see you
Yeah.
again. Okay.
We'll see you
I'll
after
see you in Florida. I'll be there.
Sounds good.
Okay. All right, man.
Thanks.
Thanks, Greg.
Appreciate it. Yep.
All right, man.
You guys
Thanks.
are awesome.
Thanks a lot.
Goodbye.
All right. We're going to go back inside now. They're still kind of flowing. They're definitely making their way back. Our representative, Shomari Figures from Alabama, is speaking on the other side of the bridge right now. So we might get him, we might not. All right. Let's see here. Is that our camera? That's not our camera. Is that our camera? It is our camera. Okay.
What they have?
They switched it, I guess, over to the other, to one that's out there. That is ours. So it must be on,
We'll see you in Florida.
I don't know how to bring that camera in.
Right,
Oh, that you're back.
Yeah.
That's why the camera's back. Okay.
How to get here?
Okay. All right, Luke,
Oh, yeah.
right here, man. I gotta use the restroom. Okay. Okay, man. So
Gotta take a break here.
can you talk a little bit about going across the bridge?
Yeah.
Sure, great.
David's putting a lot of faith in. Taking the live stream for a little while. Yeah, so, you know, we had plans for what things were gonna look like. Perhaps talking to Congressman Shomari Figures for a little while and doing an interview in the building, and then we started to notice folks gathering outside. And there's sort of a kind of a front line wave as you cross the bridge that lines up right at the foot of the bridge, and does some press interviews, takes some photo ops and things like that. And where our building happens to be positioned, the barriers went right up to the edge of our building, but we could kind of just go right around the front and into the front group there. Yeah, so we had 5 or 6 of us who were able to get into the kind of the front row where, you know, just a few steps behind the dignitaries who were here, the legislators and others. Jesse Jackson was here, Reverend Jesse Jackson was here, at the very front, and Al Sharpton came up, and the Reverend Senator Raphael Warnock was here. Some other media folks were here, so Joanne Reed toward the front of the group. And we're just sort of mingling around there for a little while the photos were being taken, and you know, there were a couple of community organizations. Where do you want to say hi, September? Say hi to September. Here, she wants to say hi. Hey, everybody. The camera back on there. Oh, there she is still. Yeah, that's great. So we're just sort of mingling around for a little while, and some community organizations were there starting to sing some songs and chant some chants, things about voting rights. And you know, I heard, and you're gonna let nobody turn us around, and some of the other movement songs while we were just waiting there, and then started to move a bit, and you know, making our way across the bridge in a great big group. I'm so thankful to have the CP folks around me. I'm trying to hold on to the camera so get you all some footage as we're going across, and people are kind of keeping me from bumping into the median and bumping into other people. It's kind of fun to help get navigated over the bridge. Yeah, and then we paused at the crest of the bridge, not quite at the crest, but underneath the Edmund Pettus Bridge sign, which isn't quite to the crest of the bridge as you make your way over. It's funny that if you look at an image of the Edmund Pettus Bridge, the part where the sort of metal arch structure isn't the top, it isn't the middle. So you kind of make your way underneath the arch structure, and you're still not quite to the crest of the bridge, but it's a great spot to stop and take some pictures. So all the dignitaries are taking pictures, and we'll pause there for a little while. And there's some drones flying underneath the bridge, which felt a little airy, like they're, you know, just a couple of feet over our heads. Don't know if, you know, who's flying those drones around, but it was a little kind of eerie to have them kind of buzz the tower a little bit. So we'll pause there for a little while, and just kind of hanging out. And I noticed that just next to me across the median is Representative Justin Jones from the state House of Representatives of Tennessee, who's a part of a group of legislators in the state of Tennessee who have directly confronted some of the issues in their state, particularly around race and systemic racism in the state of Tennessee, in this really courageous way. He has been censured. He's in fact lost his seat and had to be reelected. And yeah, just incredible acts of courage. He's been arrested for the work that he's doing as a state legislator. So I just noticed he was standing right next to me. So I introduced myself and shook his hand and got a chance to say hello and thank him for the work that he's doing. Probably the highlight for me, just getting to talk to him for a couple of minutes. Just standing at the top of the Edmund Pettus Bridge while we wait for all the photo ops to finish so we can keep walking. We took some time to get back to the other side of the bridge, and as we come down to the bottom, there's space there for the crowd to disperse. And I notice just off to the right is what I think 95% sure are Alabama State troopers. A wall of them standing off to the right, and if you recall on Bloody Sunday, the state troopers and the county and deputized regular citizens of Selma, and that they are the ones who created the wall across the street to block the march, with John Lewis and Jose Williams in the front lines. And today there was a wall of Alabama State Patrol, fully uniformed, kind of standing off to the side and engaging with the marchers, and what seemed to be, good spirits and not confrontational. Obviously, today, they're here for a different reason today, but it was still, having the historical context in mind, not lost on me that in the same spot where they had blocked the road 60 years ago, they were shaking hands with folks. I personally thought, something was a little off about that. But obviously there were folks that are happy to engage, and it was a joyful, peaceful, really incredible experience to be at the other side of the bridge with thousands of people. I don't know how many people were here today, but thousands and thousands of folks kind of scattering in different directions. We lingered at the foot of the bridge and we're trying to get pictures with Reverend Warnock's for a little while, and he had crowds swarming him, and Reverend Jesse Jackson went by us and into a building nearby, and there's just a lot of excitement down there. Federal law enforcement protecting the dignitaries. We're trying to navigate. There's a couple running in one direction, and some police vehicles trying to carve through crowds, and a lot of the another of the enduring images are some of the Divine Nine fraternities and sororities were here in force and moving together to get in pictures taken with different folks, and that was really lovely to see. One of the beauties of those organizations is folks who had never met each other but have this bond together. We'll see each other on the bridge and come together for photos, and do their hand signals, and it was pretty cool. Trying to think of what else. I was holding the camera the whole time and found out on the other side of the bridge that the orientation of the footage had shifted. So to folks who were watching, I apologize. I don't know how that happened, and we couldn't get it figured out. If you've ever been to Selma, you know that there are very few spots where you get quality cell phone service. And so I feel like our connection was poor enough that it was a challenge for us to get reconnected in a way that could help you all see what was going on the other side of the bridge. But we still got a whole bunch of folks out there, and there will be some speeches given on the other side of the bridge by some of those dignitaries. I'm sure Reverend Senator Warnock will say some stuff, and Congressman Figures was there, and I'm sure we'll have an opportunity to say a few things. But it was hard to keep track of everyone. On my trip back across the bridge, there were a number of larger organizations. There was this group of hundreds. It seemed to me to be maybe close to 1,000. So very sharply dressed black men who, were walking in formation and singing songs, singing "This Little Light of Mine." There's something really beautiful about black men in full suits, matching with different regalia on, and singing such a. I think of Fannie Lou Hamer, who famously sang "This Little Light of Mine." In her singular, powerful voice, these men were singing as 1,000 together. And so I, on my own phone, just grabbed a little bit of video footage of that at the crest of the Edmund Pettus Bridge there. And a group of women behind them also dressed all in, they dressed all in white. I'm not sure who the organizations were. I'm not super familiar with them, but yeah, they were singing "We Shall Overcome" together, and some of the songs of the movement being shared on the Edmund Pettus Bridge in that way. Yeah, it was just a spectacular thing to witness, to be there, to hear and listen. And then I think we just had a chance to talk to Greg Pesachek, one of our educators with us this week, and is driving back to Florida. So just connected with him again. And yeah. What do you think, David? David's grabbed some cookies. Those of you who know him will be shocked to hear.
Let me just see something really quick here. You didn't need to tell them I'm eating cookies because they are shocked now, I'm sure. So let's see here.
Also 1:30.
It's 1:30. Back to you.
Yeah.
So what do you teach at Bellevue?
I teach, I'm a social studies teacher at Bellevue High School and teach world history class, sophomores. And I teach AP African American Studies. We're running that for the first time in the Bellevue School District this year. And I have one section of that, 28 students. Right now, I'm the only teacher in the district that's teaching it. We're hoping that it will run at some other high schools next year, and we know that some other teachers interested in teaching it. So the program that's just in its first year and something that we're hoping will grow. And in the past, I taught AP US history most of my career. It's my 19th year in the classroom, and I've probably taught that class 15 or 16 out of those 19 years, and stepped away from it to try and take on the AP African American Studies class.
Don't you get bored teaching the same class?
No, because it's never the same twice. You can teach it back-to-back hours as I do, and it doesn't go the same both times. The kids are different. And one of the things I've talked to people about with the learning tours that we do, I've been on a number of learning tours with Common Power now, the Institute for Common Power. And, we go to often we'll go to the same places we've been on the last tour. There's always little tweaks here and there, but we'll go to the same places and talk to some of the same people in the same way that you might teach the same class back to back, but no two experiences are alike. And it's the community that changes them. It's the same in class. I could teach, the same lesson to two different groups of students back to back, and the community in those two different classrooms makes the environment different, makes the learning experience different. All emphasize something different the second time that I might have missed the first, or there's never a dull moment, and no class ever looks the same the next year either. You think about what you want to change and add or tweak, and so yeah.
Do you ever have the experience that you say you teach these classes back to back, you mean like 1 at 10, 1 at 11 or something?
Yeah, I have a planning period in between. So like 1 at 10 and 1 at an hour off, 1 at noon, that kind of thing.
Same class?
Same class, yeah.
You ever had the experience where first version, things go incredibly well, and you go into the second class and you think, this is going to go great. And then it just goes completely different.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, that happens all the time. And it's usually because I'm feeling good about how I went the first time. I'm complacent, right? Maybe haven't thought about why it went well the first time. And then there's also just little things that, you know, between classes last week, there were some just, I have a little office space, so I went in there to get some work done, and there were some students out in the hall who were just being high school freshmen and sophomores, you know, being a little rowdy and nothing bad, just like loud and not in class. And yeah, so I just went out to talk to them and see how they were doing. Encourage them to head back to their classes. And then before I knew it, it had been 15 or 20 minutes and I was kind of out of my teaching headspace. And I don't know, things like that happen every now and then that can throw you off to, you know, class might not go exactly as you planned after a thing like that happens. And that wasn't even bad. That was just a conversation with some rambunctious young fellows.
And
Here's sure some siren out on the bridge. They might be trying to move people along a little bit.
looks like Andy Bashir is over there.
Oh, awesome.
Really?
Yeah. Andy Bashir is over there. Do you know that the great, what is it, Moby Dick? Is it considered the great white whale? Is that what it is?
I don't know.
Steve? Is it the great white whale that they're trying to get Moby Dick?
The elusive target.
Oh, yeah.
The great white whale?
Yeah, that's what we did.
Is that what they call it? Like you're trying to get the great white whale, the big target?
I'm also checking into my flight.
Okay.
I read the book though.
No, I thought you'd know, because you know these things. So the reason I'm bringing this up is Shomari Figures.
Yeah,
It's been the great
elusive.
elusive
For
whale
sure.
for us all weekend, right?
Yeah.
And Celestia, bless her heart. And I mean, in the South, they often mean that negatively.
Yeah.
Not me, right?
Yeah.
Bless her heart has been doing like talk to their
Yep.
because she worked for them.
Yeah.
Here, actually. She worked for the campaign in 2024 when Shomari Figures won election to the Alabama second congressional district, the first African-American representative to represent in the US House, Montgomery since Reconstruction. So remarkable outcome, and we're thrilled, and he's a rising star in the party. In 2024, Celestia on her own time did a lot of work for them. So she's gotten very close to the current campaign staff because of those experiences. And she and Celestia and Morgan, the campaign communications person, they've had to talk to at least like 35, 40 times this weekend, because Shomari was supposed to come spend time with us Saturday in the morning, and then it got moved multiple times for in the morning, then it got moved the afternoon. They got moved today to this morning, and now it's moved. But every single time the campaign has been 100% gracious to us and trying to make it happen. Like we have made a difference for them, but they could easily turn their back on that or anything at this point, especially with all the dignitaries that are here. But they haven't. And Celestia says that she gets notified from the campaign before they tell like anybody else, like what's going on. Because they want to let us know. But apparently now they're driving over, which means they're going around the traffic that you and I know well, a route you and I know well, okay? Yeah. And that they're coming, and they're coming and 20 minutes out. Now, 20 minutes could be like 65, 80, I don't know what it's in this environment. You take together Selma time plus Jubilee time, right? Okay.
Yeah, that's different math.
But this could be our closer. This could be our closer to the live stream.
Yeah.
Okay.
We need to get you plugged in.
What's that? I gotta get plugged in. Oh, yeah, it's okay, that's it's in the auditorium.
Okay.
And there's an interview going on in there, so I don't know who's in there. So go ahead, they might be done by
I'll try
now.
to be sneaky. Yeah.
Talk about taking a village to make these things work, and Luke has noted several things at moments of crisis, of like your technology is going to run out, your camera this, or that isn't going to work that way. And Celestria has time and time again shown up with exactly the right piece of information or technology or person over and over and over again. And also just, you know, she came early this morning when we got here at 6:30, which was because of daylight savings time was really 5:30 in terms of our body clocks. She was here, just amazing. And so now she's trying to bring in Shomari Figures here to close us, because we're gonna go to 3 p.m. local time, which is 1 p.m. which is 1 p.m. Pacific time. And we're gonna go, which is 4 p.m. Eastern time. And that means we got an hour and a half left here. Now, you all, of course, may have moved on by this point, but I just ate these cookies right here. So I'm doing just great, okay? And I feel like I went away to like family reunion for the weekend or something. And the hosts, Ty and Steve, just, I swear, Steve, can I borrow you for a second, Steve?
That's it.
Okay. And then Ty, I'm hoping to get you too, but you can decline if you want. Steve, rumor has it on the Common Power grapevine that you provided your pants to the NBC staff and crew up there. Is that correct?
That's correct. Ty volunteered my pants.
Okay.
Charles Douglas met this guy and he was soaked from top to bottom, and then he talked to Ty, and then they go, Steve's got some pants that would fit him. So I do all things. We just took out the trash.
You used to go to train. I saw you brought in your chairs, which I had used out there and then had left out there to get soaked. I'm really sorry.
I hope they're not destroyed. But that's okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, I don't think they're real wood though.
Okay.
Yeah.
Luke said we could leave them out there.
Oh, Luke.
Okay.
Luke did it.
It was on me. That's on me.
Okay. And you two, Ty and you, renovated this building, put all of our love and heart and soul and money into the building to make it happen. And then this weekend has just been amazing, right?
Oh, it has. I mean, every space in this building has been used from 8 o'clock in the morning till 10 o'clock.
Sorry, not 8 o'clock. It was
oh, it's 6:30.
Yeah, 6:30 today. Okay.
Yeah, that's well, you only sent me the text at 7.
Okay.
7 going, are you there? Yeah.
Yeah. And so like when you two have done different property work over time. So I'm guessing, or my understanding is you have done property work in order to give them over to the community to use in different ways. So is this what you had hoped for?
I think absolutely. I mean, it's just
Another bag of cookies. Okay. Hey.
it was one of those things about history. I mean, Ty and I got really excited when you were coming up with the concept of the Institute of Common Power. And you said, boy, we really need a place in the South and to teach that history. And it was we did. Well, let's take a look what's available in Selma. And it was, teaching the history and having a place in Selma. And we didn't really need to go on much more than that. It just made so much sense. We didn't know we were going to have a coffee shop. We didn't really know. All we knew was Miss Joanne wanted a 2-bus, maybe she says 3-bus, but a 2-bus auditorium. And that was the only thing we had going to start the whole project.
Right.
So that was the program starting out.
And so when you gutted the whole 2 buildings that are right next to each other, share a wall, had to be totally, most 90% of the framing was removed or something like that.
Yeah, the floor, structural floor and the outside walls were all okay, but everything inside of that we started from scratch.
And the floor was sinking or something, right? Or
Yeah, in the back, when they had the printing press and the bottom floor, and they had to move in these big rolls of paper. Well, when they started doing the forklifts, bringing all this stuff in, it didn't fit where one of the columns were, so they shifted a column over
I didn't know all this. Okay.
Yeah, they shifted a column over 5 feet, but they didn't put a foundation under the column. So over the years, I don't even know how many years, it just sort of sank and sank and sank. So the back of the building was kind of 5 inches lower than than normal. And the only reason we knew it was water leaked into the basement and it pooled right around the bottom of that support. So then we thought, well, we'll just jack up the building.
And you thought you would get underneath the pillar and jack it up?
Yeah, well, we put a beam across and we were just gonna jack up to try to get that 5 inches. But then the back wall started to separate from the building. It was like, whoa, we better hold on right here. And so we just filled in the floor that 5 inches, so it was all flat.
And is it concrete or something, so it won't sink anymore, or what?
Well, no, we kept that beam across where it goes down to the original foundation.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the original blocking. So there were just some fun things to learn on the building.
Totally. Did you at that point? Let's flip over to this side. I think the light's a little better over here.
Did you?
No,
You
Larson,
know what?
You want to come in?
Oh.
Yeah, I'll tag you in. Go ahead. Yeah, you go talk to Steve now.
Oh.
Okay, go ahead.
As I'm sitting here.
So Larcy, you're gonna interview me now?
Yes. Okay, so. Wait, where did we?
Shomari Figures on the way.
Okay,
Okay.
all right, so we're just gonna buy some time. So the building separates on itself. I think that's where we left off.
Oh, yeah, I mean, one thing we learned about the structure was the wall along the river, the whole exterior wall wasn't really tied into the floor structure very much. It was sort of standing by itself. So one of the structural things we had to do was connect the two and
Yep, and then, just like that.
yeah, just like that,
Just like that.
put some straps back to connect it and.
I'm following along as if I'm playing Legos with September. So if I have put a Lego down and it doesn't connect to another Lego, then that's how I'm following.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay,
That's it.
that's because everything else seems.
Yeah. Yeah, Common Power is gonna put on a Selma Times Journal Lego.
Right. Just like a replica of the building. We should
Yeah,
do a Lego set replica of the Selma Times building, and then people have to figure out how to put it all together. Yes, that's we're gonna walk away from that like this. So how long did the project take?
3 years.
Okay.
Well, no. It took really 2 years. We started making offers on the building in January of 22, and then by the time we came to all agreement, month, and then it was the beginning of April 2022, we closed. And then it was, how do we find an Alabama architect? And then how do we find a contractor? And it was
local.
Yeah, keep it local.
Yeah.
So it wasn't until August
Okay.
that we had a team in place. But then that team had to crank up everything. So we didn't have drawings until almost Christmas of 2022.
And is that a typical kind of time frame, or is that later in the game time frame?
Oh, you always want the project to go faster. David kept coming back and wanting it to go faster. He said, well, let me talk to him. David says, let me talk to him. And I go, this is gonna be good. And
So in that time frame, how many times did you want to quit and walk away?
no, it was fun. We learned very early on that the project was going to be completely run by when we could get the elevator.
Oh,
It was
yeah,
a
the
long lead
elevator's
item.
Very nice.
And it took 1.5 years to get the
Very nice though.
elevator. So we were actually able to open the coffee shop because it wasn't related to the elevator.
Yep.
Like 3 or 4 months early.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I mean, the foot traffic of the whole area, I mean, even the community itself somehow found out this was this was a space where Miss Bland also was setting up shop, foot soldiers. So the brand of the name, the local brands anyway, were coming here even late last night. Celestia had to come and like kick everybody out so she could go home, so she could lock up. But people, I love that there's so much foot traffic. The community is also loving the fact that this place exists, that it's here. It's a place where people are grabbing coffee. It's a place where people are, even reuniting and having little reunions because, everybody now has a place to congregate.
Hmm.
And I love that, like, we are finally seeing how it's lived in,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Like the building is up and it's livable, but then now we get to see people living in it, really occupy the space. So that's an amazing thing. How do you feel about seeing it all in completion?
Oh, it's great. I mean, when you're working that intimately on a building, you walk around and you just see everything,
The details, right?
Yeah.
You're like, oh, there's the
Yeah,
knobs.
well, we see too many details, it's like, oh, that didn't work out, that didn't work
Yeah.
out. But we just see that.
Good.
One thing that was fun on this project was almost right from the beginning, I got a Selma, Alabama hat, and I've worn it constantly for 2.5 years. And so people will go, well, what's the Selma?
Yeah.
So I'll say, well, what do you know about Selma?
Yeah, there you go.
And I if there was a discouraging thing, it's mostly young people
Mm.
don't know anything about it, but everybody maybe 50 years and older, they go, oh yeah.
Okay.
So it's
a conversation starter, and then
Yeah.
also you're like tickling that part of their brain that maybe has been dormant for a very long
Yeah.
time.
I mean, last summer we were hiking in up in the mountains, and we're up at about 3,000 feet, and I'm dying, and I got my hat on, and this guy goes by and he goes, Selma, Alabama, and he goes, I live just over in Plantersville or something like that, and so we got into this whole conversation, and so we've had a number of times. We had another one just a week ago where
Mhm.
somebody saw the hat and, oh, I'm from Alabama, and it just really gets
I
a whole
love it.
discussion going.
So if people remember, like either they live here or knew about some story, right?
Yeah, well, the movie.
Yeah. Oh,
did-
that's true.
Did a lot.
Yep.
But
Yep.
a lot of people knew more than that, but the
Yeah.
movie was one
Yeah.
common denominator.
So you run into somebody, they're like, it's those moments where you're like, I know you, but I don't know where, but I can sense that there's something here familiar. And then you're just like, it's Selma, Alabama. What do you not know? Let me just school you here really quick.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for branding that everywhere you go, because it's a really, really, it's a meaningful place. People are still marching as we're kind of seeing through the windows here. Not as heavy as it was earlier, it's kind of winding down, but there's definitely still people on the bridge, taking their last pictures or, just hanging out with friends, just kind of soaking in the moment. It's a little chilly today. I think you've seen all the rain come down on everybody who's set up. Dave, is my time up or am I still going here?
No, you're okay.
Okay, well, what is the okay?
I'll be back in like 5 minutes.
Okay. Anybody else want to tag in? Hey, Hanson, you want to show me your journalistic?
Yeah, let's see Hanson gonna do something.
Thanks for being good sport.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
well,
Get the roof
okay.
created.
Oh,
Thank you all for tuning in and staying in on this long, what is it, 72 hours now here at Selma? I don't even know anymore.
Yes.
It's past the 3-day mark, but I'm out. Hanson, you're back. You're in.
Stay there, man.
Okay.
This will be fun.
Here comes Hanson. I've gotten to know Hanson really well the last 3 years. We're on so many trips together.
So many trips. We worked on the AV of this building.
Yeah.
I remember the first time coming here and seeing it, and I think it was my idea to say, the Beatles did the rooftop concert. We should use this roof for something. And having worked in television news for so long, I know that television crews have the best possible position for live spots. Like NBC, where I used to work, always had an apartment rented in the Vatican City so that whenever the Pope was being replaced, that they could be there for the conclave, right, for all the smoke. And so, yeah, I just thought it would be a prime position for you guys, and you did an amazing job. And I got my press credit, and I was up there with NBC this afternoon, and they love it out there.
Yeah, and well, yesterday we got up and we had to put a fire escape right along the outside of the building along the bridge. And so at the second floor, there's a landing. And we got up and all of a sudden we see this film crew setting up on the landing. And it's like, you know, who is that and who gave them permission to be there? And this,
They didn't ask for permission, did they?
yeah, it was, so they were getting all set up and then we went up and talked and we shared some time yesterday. And then it was kind of like, well, where would you guys really want to be? You want to see what the roof looks like? And they immediately took the roof and they set up at about 6:30 this morning and started well, they were there all morning, like 6 or 7 hours for having a camera going all the time of the bridge, but they only did a few short segments plugged into the show.
They didn't even have a reporter here. I think it was really just to show the image on the anniversary.
Yeah.
But I think this weekend, you and I had the vision of this building as a multimedia nerve center to bring the world to Selma, because it's very hard to come here. But this weekend, I felt like that it was very much used that way. We showed the documentary downstairs in the room. We saw a lot of David's programming on the big screen there. We had broadcast users in the top of the building. Then we had the fact that the fire escape being used.
Yeah,
it's a great shot. It's almost a better shot than the roof because you've got more of a head on the bridge.
Yeah.
So the vision has come true. I mean, it's an amazing use of this building. Almost like a television news studio that you bring the world here. So that must be really good.
Yeah. Well, it's been fun all weekend, or longer than a weekend, the last 4 days. All these other groups that were coming in to use the space. So, every 4 hours, it seemed like we rotated a whole nother organization that was coming in with their donors and their members and everything, and going into the auditorium, and food would be set up in the lobby, or else they'd go over to Reflections next door. And I mean, it was just being used constantly. I couldn't, this is the first summer, the first Jubilee, we've had the whole building have access.
And you're remarkably relaxed about people coming in. I mean, the front door to your condo is being open the entire time. We come from Seattle, where there's not a lot of open doors like you have in the South or the Caribbean, where people just come by unannounced. But you seem pretty cool with people coming through.
Yeah, I mean, you say this is our condo. It's a guest suite, and we've stayed here maybe 4 times in a half a year. So I mean, it's not exactly, it's not like all my stuff's here or something like that, but and we've got one large room here, and we have this dining table that expands out to 10 people, and the island that everybody can stand around. It's like at home when people come, where do they want to be? They want to be in the kitchen. So when people first come in, anyway, we've got 3 different groups, seating groups, and they've all got to use, and 2 different things going on at the same time. We can have 20 people in here, and so that's, and then the balcony with the end of the bridge. It's just been awesome.
And for my documentary, I shot some of the key scenes in their space on the roof and interviews on the couch.
Oh, right. You were up there.
So this has been just a multi-purpose piece of real estate that has come through in incredible ways for storytelling.
So it's been kind of a journey, and as my kids say, well, what are you gonna do now, Dad?
What are you gonna do? Well, that's because typically you do kind of these projects where you really come into the community and develop something that's beneficial to the whole community. But you don't seem like you're leaving Selma anytime soon.
Well, I don't know what it'll bring, but with the last election, it was like, maybe we need to have stay connected to Selma, love their time here and have made wonderful friends and in this political environment, maybe we're needed here for another go around. So, which would be fun.
Do you have any nascent vision that you can share publicly?
Oh, you know, there's 5 empty buildings on every block in Selma, so it's just kind of hard to figure out the strategy and what works for the city of Selma and what works for programming with Common Power. And I think one thing we've learned in, you know, we just don't want to get a building and fix it up and then see who wants it. You know, it's like who in Selma can actually be a stakeholder, and we're helping somebody that's already a stakeholder and enhancing what they have. Just like with the coffee shop, Reflections, Miss Jackie, it's really mushroomed her whole.
It's the hottest spot in town. I mean, there's not a lot of places to do anything in Selma. As you know, you spend so much time here. And even though we just talked about the editorial programmatic benefits of having this building here, from an economic point of view, this is a real multiplier. What you've done here, and with all the traffic all of a sudden converging on this building, and seeing how the coffee shop has prospered, given its location, there was never an easy place to get refreshments, food, even a bathroom stop when you came to the bridge, unless you went to the hotel.
The bathrooms are a real problem.
And so the fact that you've got this thing now, it's like you are actually contributing economically to hopefully the livelihood and maybe at some point the prosperity of Selma, which needs it very desperately.
Well, the economic thing, what I don't think about, or maybe others don't think about it, you know, for 2 years, we had a pretty big construction project going, and the people that were working on it all had to come to Selma, and at lunch they had to get lunches and everything. So it's that in itself, the construction. But one thing you notice too is we're so used to the coffee culture in Seattle, and it's like well, let's get together. Well, how about we meet at the coffee shop, you know, or let's meet down there and stuff like that. And I don't think they have that culture here where they automatically think of that, but we're starting to see that. All the city, county offices are just 2 blocks away, you know, so there's a whole group of professional people that
third place in Starbucks.
yeah, well, let's walk over to Reflections and get a cup of coffee. And now I think we're starting to see that, and other people, well, let's just go downtown. And so it's fun to see them. Well, if you look at when cities, you know, I hate to use gentrify, but when they change from being a poverty situation, it's usually the arts come in first.
Yeah.
You know,
They're taking advantage of lower rents. And
lower rents,
more
yeah.
accessibility, right?
Yeah, and so that's the first thing that comes in, and then after a while, the coffee shops come in. And then once you get a few coffee shops, then you get little art stores and things.
And then the corporate chains come and walk it all the way.
So we are at the point, there's a little bit of an arts community at the end of the block, and then we've got the first coffee shop. And so I mean, I'm just an outsider. I mean, we got to see where some.
We'll wrap up here.
We'll wrap it up. Okay.
Yeah.
We're actually opening after the part.
Yeah.
Okay.
How y'all doing? Yeah, you wanna, can you talk already?
We will be back in, let's say, what time right now? It's 10 minutes after the hour. We'll be back on there. And Representative Shomari Figures just walked in. People all saying hi. With a group of people bringing with them lots of energy. We're going to close strong. The last 15 minutes, we're talking to Representative Shomari Figures. So we're going to get that set up. See you back here 10 minutes after the hour.
Are we live?
It's like, you're live.
I just heard it.
We're coming, yeah, it's coming through somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's mute the laptop there. Okay. Oh, not muted yet.
You just turn the button. Yeah.
Mute the speaker. Got it? Okay. All right, this is really cool. I love that this is like not exactly what you get on MSNBC with the polish, because I like to keep it as real as possible and give you all a behind the scenes look as well. This is the end of our time here in Selma for Jubilee for the 60th. And I want to say, first of all, thank you to David for putting us all together, pushing us out here, having a lot of it pre-programmed and then filling in with things along the way. That it's been a great few days. But we're here with Rep. Shomari Figures. Is that coming from me? Oh my God! Oh, that's my phone.
Amateur hour here.
That's me watching that's me watching the YouTube.
It's like being on mute in Zoom.
I'm here with Rep. Shomari Figures, who I want to say that I met you for the first time in Mobile when we were running, and nothing has. You making a cameo? That's my daughter, December. High five for Shomari, please.
I was born.
Oh, you were born in September. There you go. But we met when you were running for office, and that I feel like that's where you get to see people at their most authentic and the most raw, because you're putting it all out there. Like your full story of who you are. You're running in your hometown. You're talking to people you grew up with, and you're making the case for them to choose you as leader. It doesn't get any more real than that. Like you're right now. You're talking about bills that you want to pass and ways that you want to change the country and really, really big ideas. But when we met, it was about you. It was about your potential. It was about what you had done for that community. Now that you've been elected, how does it feel to now actually be doing the work for them?
Yeah, man, it's humbling. Like I tell people have asked, like, how does it feel to be in Congress? And I think right now it's like this revolving of this consistent revolving of like three emotions of humility, inspiration, and disappointment.
Okay.
But no, it really grounds you, right? Like it's really inspiring, because at the end of the day, like we didn't get into the race just to win an election. We got into a race to win and be able to do the work, to be able to drive resources to this district, highlight some issues, bring attention to a lot of issues that we have across this district that have just gone, unaddressed, at least certainly sufficiently not being addressed. And so now, having a seat at the table to be able to influence the outcomes and the discussions that are happening is a truly it's a special thing.
Okay. So now we fast forward to, this is, how many weeks in is this Trump administration? 7? 6. You think 50,000? So 50,000 weeks. Feels like it's been forever. And the country's at a place where we're looking for hope.
Yeah.
And Jubilee in an alternate reality, Jubilee is this giant celebration of voting in the first woman, the president, Kamala Harris. We were all imagining this future, and now we split into this other reality where it's hard to find a source of hope, and it's hard to find a way forward. And all eyes point to a place where people have fought and bled and died in the face of uncertain victory. Walking on this bridge today, and you delivered a message in the end. What were you thinking as you were walking across in the footsteps of these foot soldiers?
That we've come through so much worse than we're in right now. Like for my generation, for my lifetime, the spills is as down as we've been. But when you look back to those, 2-3 generations ago, the struggles that they had in coming here, and knowing that just by walking across that bridge peacefully, that they'd be assaulted, for trying to, just be able to have the right to vote, is really, reflective and contextualizes where we are right now in history. And that's also a big motivator, because if you can work through those times to get the outcomes that they got, the victories that they got, at a time when people would literally kill you or beat you, right? Including, law enforcement, sanctioned law enforcement beatings at the time, right? Nobody went to jail, nobody was prosecuted for what happened to the marchers here in Selma.
If they could get through that and get the outcomes they got, we should definitely be able to take lessons out of that playbook, enact it in today's time, and come up, because we have greater weapons at our disposal now, right? And they didn't have social media, they didn't have digital organizing, they didn't have the podcast, they didn't have the different methods to be able to reach people and organize and share what was going on and spread the truth. But now we do. So if they could do it then, we could certainly do it now. And that's what I think about is going across that bridge.
Okay, all right. So I didn't get a chance to see your speech, but apparently Ahmed texted me, and Ahmed and I do this weekly show for the CP community, and also Ahmed is with Reverend Al Sharpton on MSNBC and all kinds of places. But he texted me, he goes, Shomari's speech is fire. Okay.
It's been a flame.
Yeah. So I was like, okay, man. So tell us about it.
Yeah, I mean, the speech, you brought us into the moment from the past. You talk about the power of this moment. You talked it local, right? You talked about the impacts that you're having here in Selma, which I want to get to in a second, when you talked about how the Doge cuts are impacting potentially, I think it was the Freedom Riders Museum, right? Because I want to get to that in a second, but I really wanted to follow up on what you just talked about.
Yeah, please do.
When you're saying that we have all these new tools, right? Because they went through far worse with far more against them. You know, they had the federal government against them. They had they had the country's mood against them. They had everything. And now with these tools, with social media, with more at our disposal, there's all this talk of how Democrats should be messaging, but it's not just messaging itself. It's the strategy. It's the platforms we choose to go on. It's the style too, right? And the way we talk is right. How we, how people on the pro-democracy side communicate that message to non-political Americans, right? So when you're thinking about those strategies, how do you see how Democrats should move forward? What do you like when you've been thinking about this? What do you think is the best way to combat this authoritarianism that we're all facing?
Look, I think it starts with, an understanding of the people that we have elected to go to Congress or represent you in a state house. We collectively, we can't be comfortable with relying on a national messaging strategy.
Yeah.
Right. There's not another member of Congress that can better message to the people of District 2 than me. I don't care what leadership role they're in. And that's obviously no disrespect to Leader Jeffries or anybody in the leadership circles. They'll tell you the same thing. The most effective messengers that we have in Congress for our districts are the members, right? We all ran elections in those districts around messaging. And so I'm a huge proponent of localizing the message and going after, the issues that pertain to the people in your district and not relying just on a national message. Obviously, a national message matters to a large degree, but I think one of the, lessons that we learned coming out of 2024 was that a lot of people feel that the Democratic Party is disconnected from them and focuses on a lot of national issues as opposed to touching them on things that really matter locally to them. And so, I think the path forward has to be a combination of that, as well as, getting a grasp on how we reach the people who are not going to vote. The unfortunate part about going to a lot of political events is that you're preaching to the choir.
Yeah.
And it feels great to preach to the choir until election day, right? When you realize that the choir that, you need to be preaching to, or the people that you need to be preaching to they're not in the choir. Those are the people coming to church every Sunday, right? So how do we go, about reaching those people, right? Those non-traditional voters. I think another thing that we have to focus on is unification. And what I mean by that is, for all of the negative things that we can say about Trump and the Republicans and their agenda, we cannot accuse them of not being unified. Right. And there's power in that unity, even though I disagree with what they're using it for. Obviously, I think on the opposite side, we too often see people who are turned off because of individual and somewhat isolated disagreements. As opposed to keeping the main thing, because we cannot make progress on any of the individual issues that a lot of people on the Democratic side are passionate about if we're not there, right? If we don't have control, if we don't have the majority. So how do we do that? How do we, make sure that we are playing as a team, right? With the understanding that football team only has one quarterback, a couple wide receivers, everybody doesn't throw, everybody doesn't run the ball, everybody doesn't catch the ball. Some people block, some people tackle. Play your role, right? Yeah, play your role, right? And I think the quicker we can, galvanize around that understanding, I think the better off we'll be.
So what part of your speech today spoke to some of that, like look forward, that this is the plan forward. Here's how we should behave. Here's how we need to operate in the next few months and years.
Yeah, I think it's part about being here where we are, right? We are in Selma, Alabama. The reason we are here today boils down to really two words: voting rights. Right? That's that's why Selma is known for the most part to the world. That is what they were protesting for when they were beaten. That is the symbolism that we're here honoring today is a fight for voting rights. And at the end of the day, not enough people exercise that right in November. Right? At the end of the day, it's not that we don't have a roadmap to succeed. It's not that we don't know what the elements of success are. It starts with going to vote. It starts with getting people out to the ballot box.
Turnout was low. And
Turnout was low.
we had a lot of battleground areas.
We had the lowest turnout in the state of Alabama, overall turnout, not just Democratic turnout, but overall turnout. We had the lowest presidential election year turnout in Alabama in over 40 years.
Wow, I didn't know that part. Okay.
Yeah, it was either since 1980 or 1976, one of the two, I believe. But nevertheless, we have to go vote. Right now, it's a very frustrating time. It is incredibly frustrating to be here.
Yeah.
We're taking, we don't have the avenues to win legislatively. Right? We don't control the Senate or the House. We obviously don't control the White House. We're nervous about anything that gets to the Supreme Court for obvious reasons. We're nervous about things that get to the lower courts. So what do you do to win, right? What do you do to push back? We can all scream, we can all shout. And we do that. We do plenty of that. But at the end of the day, like the frustration can be alleviated at the ballot box. And so we have to figure out, how do we get more people engaged to go and actually vote? Because that is what Selma was all about. Not about just being able to walk into a ballot box, but about the power that walking into the ballot box gives you to influence the decisions that are affecting your daily lives locally, statewide, and nationally.
So you're trying to reach these disillusioned voters that are kind of starting to tune out of the electoral process. And you touched on it a little bit in the speech with that bringing the Doge cuts home, right? Because we're seeing this, right? We're seeing these town halls, we're seeing these people showing up in red districts, popping off, being really angered by what's going on. So when you're talking about touching these people at the local level, do you think that's part of the strategy? Basically localizing these cuts, telling people this is how it's impacting your life directly. You see that as the way forward, and you see that as the way to pull people out, to show that it's not just like national politics, as you're right. It's the nationalization of politics that's kind of why we're here. That's what helped polarize all of us, because, you used to have, the big three networks, and then you had your little local papers, and then the issues were really localized. But now everyone's tuned into Fox News. Everyone's kind of got their own individualized algorithmic reality. So how are you thinking about communicating these issues at the local level, on the individual level, and how are you thinking about breaking through? Because you can't just do a local paper spot. You got to find a way with these algorithms and to break through these individualized realities.
No, look, it's and that's the nut that we have to crack, right? That's the tough part, right? And unfortunately, nobody's been able to effectively do it. But I think we have, we all have a few different theories and things that we need to go about, right? Reaching people through non-traditional means. We know most people, do not get their media from, the traditional media sources, your televisions, your newspapers anymore, right? They are believing whatever pops up on their phone, whether it's TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, with no regard for the truth, right? We know that there's an emergence of lesser known but a high volume of podcasts that are very effective in reaching certain
independent media,
exactly.
channels.
But I think, whichever medium we go through, you have to localize issues. And some issues are nationalized, right? They have to be. And some, there's an intersection of them. Like right now, we're dealing with an issue here in Montgomery, where the bus station, where John Lewis and the Freedom Riders in 1961, where they were abandoned by the Alabama Highway State Patrol. They pull into the Greyhound bus station during the Freedom Rides, and they're assaulted and almost killed. There in Montgomery, that bus station was designated and placed on the National Register of Historic Buildings years ago. Those just listed it for sale. Right? Those listed it for sale. There's a museum in that building. So that's a localized thing, right? But we know that the broader issue there is an attack and a rollback on civil rights and a whitewashing of civil rights history. Exactly. Right? We've seen that with the Tuskegee Airmen's place being called into question earlier in this administration. We've seen that with the 1890 land grant institutions having scholarship funds paused, right? But the 1890s, those are the HBCU land grant institutions. There's an entirely separate set of land grant institutions that are non-HBCUs, the 1862 land grants, the Auburn universities, Texas A&M universities, the LSU. They didn't pause funding to those, right? They didn't pause funding to those. And so you have to call out what's going on and bring reality to it. While at the same time in Congress, and it's a delicate dance, I'll tell you, and it's frustrating to have to do it. But at the same time, we're in a district that's one of the poorest districts in America. You know, we still have tangible needs, right? So we have an obligation to stand up and speak out on things, but we also have an obligation to represent and try to bring the progress on the issues that we can bring progress on, right? Because we have hospitals closing, right? We have, an individual median income in this district that is less than $32,000 a year. We haven't expanded Medicaid here. We have, essentially the lowest life expectancy for all intents and purposes in America, in the state of Alabama. 6th worst literacy rate, 4th lowest wages in the country. So there's still a lot of tangible issues beyond, the things that we have to take a stand on and scream and shout about, that we still have to try to, work with our colleagues to bring resources and bring success back to this district.
So that's one of the things that I think that we get from this moment is for folks in safe blue states, folks in Seattle, folks in California, folks in New York, who they're stressed about this, they're concerned, but they also don't know what it's like to be in a place where you have to work across the aisle. I was just talking to Greg, who lives in Florida, and we're going to be there knocking on doors for these House races. These are R plus 19 district, and you're still going to go there and knock on doors, and people are like, you're crazy. Yeah, you do, but also it's about shrinking some of these margins. Sometimes progress means you win by less, or you lose by less. Absolutely. You lose by less. Absolutely. And if we can take an R plus 19 and turn it into an R plus 9, then if you're in an R plus 7, you're worried. You're worried about what door knocking can do and how people have changed their minds based on the way farmers are being impacted, the way that veterans are being impacted, the way people are about to lose Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, like all these things are, listen, the price of eggs has not gone down, right? And so how does that change the electorate? And so for people like you who have been talking a lot about we need to improve, these things need to change, all of a sudden you now have a new audience who's ready to hear you out. There are people who voted against you in the fall, and now they're ready to listen to you because they're like, you know what, he was right, he told us this was the way to go. How do you welcome those people back in? Because there are these lines between parties, and they're thick. They're thick. I say right now there are many people in the middle and on the right who have new ears for your words. How do you welcome those folks back into what you're doing?
I think history has shown us how to do that, right? Like, I think there's a process of reconciliation that's unique, especially in this country amongst African Americans, right? Like, we come from a culture of slavery and Jim Crow, and then going right into an electoral participation process with Southern Democrats, right? And so it wasn't, it's not, ideal on paper. It's not what one would think, is the, is the way that things would work out. But if you hold those grudges, you continue to hold those grudges, then you're going to stifle progress, right? Now you have to be vigilant. You have to be mindful, right? I'm not just saying you just blindly trust anyone, that's consistently voted against, your interests. But at the end of the day, we want, like, the Democratic Party, the Democratic side typically prides itself on being a sort of big tent party, right? A big tent operation that welcomes in a lot of people. And at the end of the day, we need more numbers, right? We need higher numbers to be able to influence the outcomes of elections in the manner in which we want them to go. And so, I think anybody that's willing to work with us and show us that good faith effort, not that there's some, litmus test whether or not you can vote for us, but I think we just have to welcome them, right? And I think there are other historical examples you can look to, right? Like you look how Germany was able to rebuild, right? Coming out of the Holocaust, coming out of World War II. That reconciliation process. I was at an event last night and Brian Stevenson brought that up. So it is there are playbooks out there for it, but I think at the end of the day, it's similar to my arguments on immigration, right? You're never going to deport 14 million people, right? So you have to figure out, I think, the sensible immigration policy is to figure out a way to get people to come out of the shadows and live and participate, in America. Same way with this. You're never going to be able to erase, just get rid of or just completely write off people who may have disagreed with you historically, right? So let's figure out a way to embrace them and bring them in, figure out ways to work forward together.
Okay, all right, well, I know you gotta go. Any last pieces that you wanted to make sure came across either from your speech or for this moment that you want to deliver to the people?
Look, I cannot say with enough urgency how important it is to understand what is going on in this country right now from a leadership perspective. We have a White House that is consolidating power into a single executive official in ways that we have not seen. We're seeing that coupled with efforts to drastically reduce the size and scope of federal government. We've seen that playbook before. We saw it in Europe in the 1930s and 40s. We have to be vigilant in terms of what's going on because this will set us up for how we're going into the future. We also have to be realistic about what the policies that this administration is pushing, how they're going to impact people. I mean, we are literally watching them treat people like nothing. Like the most disheartening part about the State of the Union address to me, or the joint session address, it was technically on the State of the Union, was the fact that you saw over half the room standing up and clapping when he mentioned all of these numbers as if they were just data points on a spreadsheet, as if these were not real people with real lives who were paying real mortgages and real car notes and putting kids through real schools and taking care of elderly parents and saving for retirement and paying for weddings. Like these are real people that we're talking about, and we are seeing a country turn their back on them in a way that is reckless, that is irresponsible, that is indecent. Because even if you feel that those jobs should be cut, even if you feel that the federal government is too big, I think we can all agree that there's a better way to do it, right? You tell somebody, hey, you got 180 days and we're phasing out your position, or 365 days, right? Incentivize retirees, those within 5 years of retiring, incentivize them to retire early, freeze hiring, right there. You have a litany of options that you can do that are not just so inhumane and indecent and just treat people as if they are just worthless. And that sentiment is dangerous, right? I think the sentiment that's created from leadership right now is dangerous. Like when you have two people who have never seen combat a day in their life sit in an Oval Office and talk to a wartime president who is pushing back against what was thought to be the second or third most powerful army in the world before that conflict started. And it's been doing so for years. To see them talk to an ally that way with such disrespect, with such disregard for the realities of what's going on, that's trouble for a lot of reasons. That causes other allies to look at America in a way that is not ideal to the standing that we want to position ourselves with. There's ways to lead with strength and decency, right? There's ways to do a lot of things that we don't agree with, right? But you can do them at least with a level of compassion to where enforcement is not so blunt and so callous that it exhibits just a disregard for humanity. Those things matter, right? And so we have to be vigilant and mindful of what's going on and how certain people are being treated. There was a time where people like us were treated, very similar, right? In almost every aspect of life. And so, we're in Washington working every single day to push back against that. But we must do more than just legislate, right? We have to litigate. We're seeing things litigated through the courts, and we're continuing to support those efforts. But most importantly, we have to mobilize people, educate people, and motivate people to go and take advantage of the rights that we are here celebrating here in Selma right now. And that's the right to go.
And then well said.
Thank you, man.
Thank you. Got your back, Mister. Got your back. All right, it's time to get to work, y'all. Let's do it. Well done. Thanks, man.
Oh, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
That was
Right.
Representative Figures.
So much for coming.
Yeah.
Thank you, man.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative.
Thanks so much. All right.
Nice
See you, man.
to see you, man. Representative Figures and his family and staff
with Charles Douglas and Ahmed Baba. It's been, we're just gonna let the room kind of make some noise for a minute. That's the room, and you're seeing the visual right now. It's good. Just the way the room looks, the way it feels. I mean, this is amazing. The group from Seattle, Washington would be disconnected in Selma, Alabama, and in Alabama generally. With this community with representative figures. On that screen right there, you got some of our CP folks over on the right side leaning against the counter. Right in the middle, in orange is Miss Kalisha Figures, the wife of Shomari Figures. In the kind of plaid coat that has Hanson, the person standing next to Hanson right now, that is Morgan is her first name. I don't know her last name. She's the communications person for Shomari Figures. And just a big high five there from Shomari Figures to Celestial Hill. Gotta love that. Love it, love it, love it. All right. Yeah, go ahead. Are they going to the roof? Go, please. We're going up to the roof to take a look up there. Just, man, to come here for strength, come here for the return of hope and optimism, determination, and it doesn't get much better than that. Yeah, thank you so much. It's special. They're going up to the roof. They'll freeze just a tad here, I think, and then they'll get up there and they'll start to roll again. That tent that you see, that's the NBC News tent that they put up for their camera. This may be the first time that Representative Figures has been up on the roof. I'm not sure. With his wife, I quickly saw him taking a selfie. And just talking and sharing and seeing.
Yeah, Dr. Lafayette is here.
I have to say that
Dr. Lafayette is here.
oh, okay, great. Great.
No, they're right here.
They didn't leave, they were just going out.
They would love to see you, Larcy.
I think Kate's.
If you haven't seen them, they really would love to see you. Yes.
No, they just went back.
Dr. Bernard Lafayette and Kate Lafayette. No, they might be here for till tomorrow, maybe the next day.
You might knock on the door, they just at the door.
The Lafayette's represent Bernard Lafayette, Dr. Bernard Lafayette, and Miss Kate Lafayette are staying in the apartment right on the other side of this wall. There's 2 apartments in this building. They really wanted to see September and Larcy. And so Larcy's going to go with them to say hi with September. I love having Luke up there doing this feed. He's got the camera going with them, and it just feels like, I mean, it feels like we're watching like history being made here. These folks going over, these 2 young, I think they're young, early 40s leaders, seen the world in Selma. Oh, good. There's Ellen Ferguson. We were getting worried about where Ellen might be. But just to see Shomari and Charles with Hanson chronicling, Hanson always has such a mind for the kind of the moment, a nose for the moment at a time to capture something. Just to see them talking and hanging out, chatting, looking out on Selma. And from a position, a vantage point that maybe Representative Figures has never seen before, because there are no rooftop places anywhere in Selma other than this one. It's just, it's as good as it gets from Common Power to have these relationships, genuine friggin' relationships. And it feels great to be able to kind of see them living it out right now, you know, and shout, you know, the younger folks, that's everybody under 50 to me. They say shout out to so-and-so, shout out within there, it's a moment of praise. Shout out to Charles and Marcy who left 2 hours ago to go to the airport in Atlanta. But then got to their car and thought about it and decided, you know what, we'll just switch our flights and we're going to come back because they wanted to be here for the last portion. So they came on back and, you know, as they do over and over and over again, as all the staff of this organization do over and over again, put the organization first and really prioritize them and came back. Just to see those two walking like that, man, that's just that warms my heart. You're getting a good view of the rooftop. We didn't get a good view of the rooftop before because there was so much. I was holding the laptop, walking around. It was windy, it's raining, but they're walking back from the city side. Luke is walking from the city side now towards the bridge, obviously, and that's a generator right there on the walkway for the NBC News system. No, not at all. Do you have a second?
I was saying, like, I know we've met before.
We've met before. I'm live right now. No, but can we sit down for a second? I want you to meet Morgan, who's the your communications director.
I am not. So I am the director of outreach and public affairs.
Okay, what's your last name? Morgan Robinson, David Donkey. Okay, nice to meet you.
See you again, David.
See you again.
On
Nice
the
to see you.
campaign trail, we were able to.
Yeah.
to meet.
And you and Celestria have built such a connection, and we love it all, and we are here for the long haul. Okay.
We appreciate that.
Yeah.
And whenever Celestia calls, we try to figure out how we can make it happen. We love Common Power.
So how did you get involved in this job? How did you get this job?
So it's actually a very funny story. I was working with a lobbyist association and doing our annual holiday mixer in Nashville, and we were in
Even just a
Nashville.
little bit louder.
Oh, in Nashville. Oh, sorry. I'm like talking like I'm talking to you,
Yeah.
but so we were in Nashville and I was hosting our annual holiday mixer. And a lobby came in that I hadn't recognized before, so I was talking to them. And one of the lobbyists was saying, my brother's going to be running for Congress in Alabama when he
Okay.
I was probably a little too confident. I was like, oh, if he's coming to Alabama, I'm sure I'll work on his campaign. And I just said, it's just like said that. And then it's immediately after it came out, I was like, please don't, tell about that. And he was like, oh, no.
Really?
And then got a general and then hired me to run transition. Came up to DC to build the infrastructure to the hiring.
Okay, let's pause right there for a second. While they're still here, yeah. So then I would like to ask a couple more. You get the phone back on? Can you capture them? We're Representative Figures has come back into the room. Okay. He's come back into the room. Going live to you, Lou. I'm gonna give you sound. Yeah, go with sound.
Just to, probably would be back at us.
Yeah, 67. So.
How long they do us go? Oh, you want to pick me? Get see about some big stuff. Yeah, that's right. Not that ghost right here. Great. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah. I know.
And then raise their predecessor.
Then I can tell you one thing, like, we need any further. Like, I don't wanna, I mean, I hate the idea that you know, that has to be so big. But our current penal system, like the penitentiaries that we have in the state, like really fine. It is terrible. They need that new you right there. Well, we need a new one, right? Just so the fact that you are incarcerated, it's like, you know, unconstitutional for that. I mean, like some of them was so, you know, just so ill conceived in their design that like they just can't let people say it. And you know, they were built at a time to big population, it's not what it is now, so we have some prisoners, and it's people obviously in prison that need to be in prison. But they need a facility. I don't want to discredit that because one, they don't have two, I got a brother that's been in prison and the states. But the issue I have is that money that we're spending on prison. This is money from the state of Alabama that came through from the feds that didn't have any restrictions on it. Well, you know, very few restrictions. And so they could have taken out schools, they could have taken that money to expand Medicaid. So they literally don't get that money. That's going to count as dividend for supporting the expansion of Medicaid in this country, in this state. Like they could have used that money to save our hospitals. I mean, we're saying hospitals literally district. Yeah, they could have used that money for anything, right? They should have used it for prisons.
Yeah. They didn't plan to build prison. Did you charge that money? Was that?
Yeah, I mean, the state is under a court order to deal with it from DOJ litigation. Like it is that bad. They know that we need to prison. And the original plan was to build a school with that. Okay. It's at the end of the day, they just take that money and you can put it exclusively on prison, and then they had also one, so then they plans to build two to build one. And then they decided to name it.
I was gonna say. Isn't there KIV corrections?
Is it really? That's the answer right there. Well, there was a handful of months. I don't think the whole money should have been used.
It's a team built, you know, with that you can pass really progress like program. Or.
It's on 320 acres. It's a huge facility. And part of the issue that they ran into is, you know, everybody's in prison, but nobody wants it in their backyard. Right? Everybody wants to go to heaven, but nobody wants to die.
That's already like.
No, it was in different counties. It was in different counties. I don't know how they took out on the land like it. But it will be big enough and space yard enough. You know, to do any type of programming that they want to do, whether or not they would implement programming. I don't know. Here, even with this proposal, it's here to be, you know, reintroduce. How much they're willing to pay for that is the question. Well, we got a number of volunteers to get to before we get there. Our roles as another. People here, not only veterans, they just don't. I had the opportunity. They grant like 2%. Dying in state prisons right now. So like that's hot. Geez, like digital offenses, but the third offense, outside drug offense, just like are you a danger to society? But I let them work with us. It's not my democracy. It's so dangerous. It's so dangerous that we let you out of work every day. Thank you, thank you guys so much. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
You thought this was like, oh, you're like, watch this in Spain. First one is Spain. Side.
As long as Charles.
Just try this.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. My instructions were, as long as Charles Douglas is with him, stay with him.
Yeah, for not.
Yes, yes, yeah.
Right here. There's one person that none of this would have happened without this weekend, nonstop, all day long.
Oh, yeah.
You got us through Jubilee. It's got
But also, it wouldn't have happened without all of us here.
Yes.
Everybody here played an important role, even you sometimes. So bring it in, come on, bring it in. Bring it in.
Now we start to go outdoors. That's what we're here for.
So you think you're tired now? Everyone took out a minivan. We're about to make change in Selma. We're about to go do it.
Hold on.
All right.
Wait, hold on.
I think that's you, yeah, furniture, as usual.
Hans is putting his hand in. All right.
Don't get on camera.
Okay, no, you gotta get on camera. I won't say anything political, Anson, okay?
Okay.
Hey, these are the best moments. This is unforgettable. You'll never forget this for your life. You'll be recalling this over and over again. And also, it is just one moment. We're not here for just one moment. We're here for this one and everyone after this. But the only way we get there is together. Further together on 3. 1, 2, 3. Further.
And she's been on the Zooms, I heard. She's been doing.
Everybody. You guys. The line, I was this morning, it was good shift morning. Oh, it was a break shift. I don't see break. I got 2 hours. Oh, that's. I'm sorry.
So I asked him to talk about things, he talked about things we've never talked about before.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
He was in a.
Let's go outside, okay?
Yep. That was good. That was good. That was cute.
Okay, come on, let's go. Let's get inside.
How you feeling?
I'm fucking feeling great, man. I come to Selma.
September's right here.
What's that?
September's right here.
September's the best. Come on over. Yeah.
Okay, Mr. David.
Here you go. Hey, can you just say hi to Mr. Loop right here?
No.
Hi, September. It's great to have you here.
Oh, you know what? You are the awesomest young person. We're so happy to have you. And you know what? You bring so much joy. You are awesome. If your parents ever need a babysitter that isn't your grandma, all right, you just let me know, all right? Because I make really good cookies.
Yes.
Do you like chocolate chip cookies? Do you like them with nuts or just without nuts? That's what I'm talking about. Yes.
No nuts.
Right, that's just like, that's what I'm talking about. I really, really appreciate you.
Like it was.
You're already, you're gonna run the world, you know, and we can't wait.
As stoic as.
Thanks for coming to Selma with us.
That Bob. It's not bad.
Everything you want to say, Tom.
It was always good. You speak right down together.
Thanks for holding. I feel strong. I feel strong. And the whole people's feelings.
Oh, yeah.
We're gonna say goodbye. It's been 3 days of great rejuvenation, determination. Love, respect. So much grace. Thanks for joining us, everybody. Common Power Community. And you say further together.
Yeah.
Further together. All right, let's go.
But you know.